Honorable members and honored guests, good morning and welcome to this hopefully lively and not very, very long discussion this morning. I first want to thank all of those who've traveled, particularly from other parts of the country, to be here today. We don't take your time for granted at all when you come here. So thank you very much for honoring Parliament's invitation to have today's conversation. I just want to be certain that everybody got the agenda for today, because we have three institutions. We have the Special Investigating Unit, we have the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation, otherwise known as the Hawks, and we also have the National Prosecuting Authority, and all three are represented by their respective heads. And we are going to take the presentations in turn, because if we do questions after each presentation, some of the issues may be answered in the next presentation. So we need to take all of them one after the other as an omnibus, and then we then get into a conversation. I also want to say, particularly for the members, I had opportunity to have some discussions, there's a back and forth between the committee and the various institutions that are here today. The DPCI's presentation is really detailed. I think it's about 98 slides. So we agreed that the version they would speak to here is much shorter. And I'm sharing this because I don't want someone to look at this and say, yeah, you're skipping certain things. The members have the detailed version. It's also going to be publicly available for the media and whoever else that is looking for it. But I'm mindful of everybody's time and endurance that we need to get through the presentations today. I saw somebody nearly fainting at the back when I said 98 pages. So, but thank you very much for all the detail. We have asked all of them to speak to us about a particular issue. The members know, and maybe the members of the public who may be looking on, or the media, that there is a close working relationship between the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Office of the Auditor General, as well as the Special Investigating Unit. In the course of the work that is done, there are referrals either to the Public Protector of South Africa, usually to the Special Investigating Unit. The Special Investigating Unit will then make further referrals to the relevant authority, to the National Prosecuting Authority, and so on. And then there are further referrals because they don't hand over a docket to the NPA ready for prosecution. There are further referrals to the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation. So it's important that we take all of them one after the other so that we can get a full picture. So we are focusing particularly on the referrals from the Special Investigating Unit onto both institutions. In case someone, especially those who may be looking on at home, who want to ask about the 15,000, one of the 15,000 cases either institution may be dealing with right now. So if that information is not in the presentation, they're not trying to hide it. It's because they've been given a particular brief to present to the committee. Of course, that does not mean that the members, may not, as necessary, ask about certain information that falls outside. The last thing I wanted to say is that I also had a conversation about the level of detail that we may get and the limitations to some information that may be placed before us. For instance, there are cases where the investigation is at a sensitive stage, and if that information is shared publicly here, the person implicated might go and kill someone tonight because that information has been shared here. So all of us have to exercise a good level of judgment for such instances so that we do not compromise our own work, compromise witnesses, and so on. What is important for the public and Parliament and the committee, the public, Parliament and the committee, is that they all get a sense that the flood of corruption that is engulfing the country is being dealt with, that the institutions that are tasked with dealing with it are working as hard as they can, that there is progress, that ultimately there is accountability for committing wrong against the South African people and their livelihoods and so on. And that's why we're here. As we move forward, this is not going to be an annual conversation. As we move forward, we are going to check in with one another, all three institutions, so that whatever information is shared here today, we are able to say in 6 months' time that things have advanced to this point. It will not always mean that all of the institutions come here and do this presentation on a frequent basis. No, that's not the intention. But it's important to have a level of information sharing between all these institutions and Parliament that demonstrates that the work is being done, that there is accountability and so on. We shared the agenda, as I said. I just want to say that because this is committee week and we are allowed to go on until 11 p.m. General Libya, it means that we don't have to finish at 1 p.m. because of us sitting in the afternoon. But we have to work with other logistical arrangements in the building. So, for instance, in the event that we are still busy at 1 o'clock, we must accommodate the parliamentary staff and the facilities for a lunch break, and then we come back and we continue. We got into trouble yesterday. At least we got them into trouble because we just carried on, and they were very unhappy, the staff. So I'd like to ask that we work together. The final thing I want to say before I hand over to you, in fact, I will just ask our guests to introduce themselves, and then Advocate Mutibi, you can continue. I do want to say that the members have read the submissions that you have made. What's particularly important is not just going through the detail, because the detail often is there. It's insight. It's useful insight for the committee so that we walk away with certain key conclusions, good or bad, and they help to inform our discussion later on. So without much further ado, I am going to once again thank our guests for being here. Welcome Honorable Athol Trolip to the committee, and thanks for coming, sir. Great to have you here. And hand over to our guests to introduce themselves. Thank you. And then thereafter, I won't come back. Advocate Mutibi, you can start. Introductions of everybody, and then you can start after.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Advocate Mutibi, Advocate Fatoi, General Bia, and all the generals in the House and colleagues. My name is Zodwa Kwesibe. I'm the Acting Chief National Investigating Officer at the SIU. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, General Libya, NDPP, and my colleagues. My name is Andy Mutibi. I'm the head of the Special Investigating Unit.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, the National Head of the DPCI, the NDPP, Advocate Mutibi. I am Major General Mele Makinyane. I'm the Component Head for Serious Commercial Crime Investigation in the DPCI. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the National Director of Public Prosecution, Advocate Batoy, Advocate Mutibi, the head of the SIU, and my colleagues. I'm Lieutenant General Libya, the National Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and my colleagues and partners in crime. I'm National Director of Public Prosecutions, Shamela Batoy.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and head of institutions and my colleagues. My name is Omar Abaji Rastava. I'm one of the deputy nationals in NPA and I'm head of Asset Forfeiture Unit.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Rodney de Kock. I'm also Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, and I'm the head of the National Prosecution Service within the MPA. So the units and the discussions today, the specialized commercial crimes units, the colleagues report to me, and next to me is the Special Director of the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit, and she will introduce herself. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. So I just give my name then. My name is Nkebe Kanyani. I head the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit in the NPA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, the heads of institutions, NDPP, Shamila Batoi, General Libya, and Advocate Mutibi. My name is Matthew Sissoko. I'm the head of investigations and operations at IDEC, investigating Directorate against corruption. Thank you.
Chair, before we start, if I may tender an apology for Advocate Andrea Johnson, who's not able to be present. She is the investigating director, but Matthew Sissoko is here representing her. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Thank you for explaining what IDEC is. And for those who are not paying attention earlier, NPA is not the National Post Authority in this case. It is the National Prosecuting Authority. Thank you very much. Advocate Mutibi, over to you.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, thank you so much. We really appreciate this opportunity to present. We are presented as indicated in the invitation. We are really going to go, straight into the substance of the today's business. We've got our legislative mandate, which we'll not go into detail with. The next slide. Chair and honorable members, as you know, that we are empowered by a legislation referred to as the Special Investigating Units and the Special Tribunals Act. And we'll come to the specific powers later on in other slides. On the right-hand side is really functions, powers, and what is it that is not within our mandate. The next slide, again, we've presented, quite several times to SCOPA on this vision and mission. We'll go to the next slide, which we also presented as a strategic, really, overview of some of the 4 outcomes that SIU always strive for. We will, again, not really spend a lot of time on that. This slide, Honorable Chair, we included it really just as a sort of context setting. We'll not spend a lot of time on it because we're here about the referrals today. But as you can see, and I think we've presented it before, on the left-hand side of this slide, really sketches the what we refer to as the ecosystem. And it may not really be as 100% inclusive, but it just presents a real picture. The investigations outfit include SIU, IDEC, the DPCI, Hawks, IPIT is also in that bracket, and of course the others that are mentioned there. And once we all investigate, one way or another, there's referrals onto the sort of top circle to NPA for consideration according to their mandate. And then, of course, they are really in charge of that in conjunction with the left-hand side, where they make sure that cases are ready for their purpose. And then on the right-hand side, the other black cycle, it's about the recoveries. This is the other area, which really is a. Yes, this is the other area, Chair, on the top right, which is about the recoveries. And of course, there are various institutions in the whole gamut and this whole ecosystem. The NPA, AFU, SARS, and there's others as well, including the Reserve Bank and so on, that does that. That's the recoveries area. We, as SIU, since 2019, we do that predominantly at the Special Tribunal. And the Special Tribunal has really proved to be very useful. Chair, all of that in the middle, there's what we call consequence management, and of course we are here today mainly about that, and we'll come back to that. All of this really has to ensure that they, really churn out an impactful consequence management. That all of these areas really have to produce the required results. At the bottom, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, is the prevention side, which we are saying at the moment, and without really going into detail, at the moment, our observation is that although it's happening, it's uncoordinated and disintegrated. And therefore, it goes over now to the right-hand side, to the requirement for a national corruption risk and prevention framework. That part, again, you can see that it's really quite a busy area there. But the national corruption risk and prevention framework is under construction. We've got the first draft. It's going to include various elements: data analytics, awareness, education, ethics, lifestyle audits, and so on. So that's the part which would ensure that we really contribute to the reduction of the reactive part, which is on the left-hand side. Chair, we really thought we would sort of paint this picture as we always do, as we go now into the next slides. Here, I would like to really apologize to Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, but this is the slide that the committee has seen before about the outcomes of the SIU work. It's on the slide. We included it as we were preparing, just so that we are comprehensive in our work, and we really apologize that we didn't include it for forthright. This slide, as we investigate, particularly as the Special Investigating Unit now, we seek to reach, in the main, these outcomes, amongst others. These are main ones. The left-hand side is civil litigation, which we are saying, and we've said it to the committee before, we've been on record publicly, this is the part that we institute from the beginning to the end. When we find that, for example, a contract has been awarded irregularly, we then institute civil proceedings in the Special Tribunal these days, as I said, up until the end when the court order is awarded. We don't hand over. There's no handover there. So that's the business process that we control end to end. Of course, in the process of ensuring that when we institute civil litigation, to ensure that, amongst others, we don't end up with hollow judgments. In the meantime, we do, when evidence points to that necessity, we do what's called freezing orders and all of that. So those orders are secured so that we secure the assets and so on to be able to meet the outcome at the end of the civil proceedings. So that's the part that we really control to the end. Now, the next part is where the handover starts to happen. When we investigate and find that there's evidence pointing to any official that would have contributed to wrongdoing, we take the evidence, then we hand it over to accounting officers or accounting authorities, as the case may be. We expect that the accounting authorities apply their mind such that they institute the the disciplinary actions. That's that's the one part. And we support them with our witnesses and evidence and so on. If they still need more evidence or whatever the case may be, they come back to us and then we clarify. The other handover, which is the referrals to the National Prosecuting Authority. In fact, the legislation says to the relevant prosecuting authority. Now, of course, we know that there's only one prosecuting authority. By law, when we find that there's evidence pointing to the commission of an offense, the law as it stands now requires us to hand over that evidence to the prosecuting authority. And we'll come back to that. There's a section which says, once the evidence is handed over to the prosecuting authority, it has to be dealt with in accordance with the interest, in the manner that serves the interest of the public. That's what the law says at the moment. But of course, we'll come back to that and say what are the measures that we have put in place to ensure that we work together and collaborate to ensure that we bring out the results that the public expects. Right, and then the other ones, the last two blocks is really referrals to other regulatory authorities, and of course the blacklisting of companies that are involved. Chair, that at the bottom of that slide is systemic recommendations. It's really critical to take that into account. That as part of what we do, because we do investigate maladministration, malpractice, corruption. So as we investigate, we come across weaknesses in the system. And this we do really quite on a large scale. That's the part where we then send systemic improvements to the state institutions. We work closely with them to ensure that going forward, we contribute to that prevention part where measures and controls environments are put in place to avoid these incidents from happening in future. Those are the systemic recommendations that we do on an ongoing basis. We really would like to make sure that that continues, because going forward, the prevention side will receive more and more attention. So Chair, that slide, go back. That slide really just says to us, and this is what, amongst others, really, that we're here today, to ensure that we collaborate, all of us, to ensure that we bring out consequence management and accountability in all its forms. But in particular today, we'll probably be looking at criminal consequence management, so to speak. So those blocks, we are of the view that if they all pull equally, we are enjoined to see the impact that the public looks to see. This next slide really, without going into detail, is really just to say it's a 5-year view of the performance, and this is amongst others, areas around civil litigation and recoveries, and of course we've got those referrals to NPA, discipline, and so on. We really included it here as an additional info. As I said, we really apologize that we will include. We will send it into the pack. The next slide again is really just for info. This is in the annual report. These are the recoveries in the main oil, amongst others. The first top blocks are really the actual areas where I said we've got control over. Rent value of potential cash and or assets to be recovered. That's the recovery process. That's the left-hand side of the outcomes, civil litigation. Equally, top middle, rent value of actual cash and or assets recovered. Right? In the past financial year, that gave us one of the significant outcomes in terms of recoveries, 2.2 billion that we put back into the fiscus. Top right, again, is rent value of contracts and or administrative actions set aside or deemed invalid. So again, that happens in the special tribunal or others that are still in the high courts. That top right is contracts that have been set aside, and it will now convert into actual cash monies that are recovered once the contract is set aside. Really, without going into details, you'll see there's also Well, bottom left really is potential value prevented. Because as part of the investigations, what we do is that when we find that a contract has been awarded irregularly and that the state institutions continue to pay on this irregular contract, we advise them to stop paying, amongst others. Right? But we do that based on one caveat, that we are on the way instituting civil proceedings to cancel that contract. And we have seen that that works and works effectively in terms of ensuring that we stop the bleed of these irregular contracts. Okay, Honorable Chair, really to what we thought we would, as part of the really context setting, that we include this. We can now go into the SIU proclamations, based on which the outcomes, the referrals were made. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, the Chief National Investigating Officer, to take the committee through now the proclamations. You'll see that we've got almost like the lengthy view, which starts from 2001, but we also have the view from 2018. But I'm sure that my colleague will take the committee through that. Thank you.
Thank you, HOU. Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, we just felt that we need to brief you on the numbers. From 2001, we received in total of 276 presidential proclamations. However, our report today will focus only on the 147 proclamations that we received since 2018. Reason being that all the matters that we received prior 2018, we have finalized the investigations. So in terms of then the proclamations by sphere of government, of those 276, 8% fell into the state-owned entities, 28% it was national government departments, then 35% provincial governments, and also local government at 29%. So then we are then tracking then the ones that we received from 2018, Chairperson. I'll move to the next slide. We have also broken down the information into provinces as depicted in the first top left graph. Those are proclamations per regions. And then in terms of then the sphere of government, also we have broken down information in terms of the sphere of government, in terms of then the 147 that we are tracking. And of those, we have finalized 55, and then the numbers are broken down again into the offices that are receiving. So now I'm moving, Chairperson, to then the SIU powers and the referral of evidence to the National Prosecuting Authority. Okay. Chair, as alluded by the head of the unit when he presented, we felt that maybe we should just take the committee through detailed, kind of like a detailed but high level in terms of our powers as per section 2.2 of the Act. Chairperson, the SIU is empowered to investigate any matter referred by the President on the grounds of the following allegations: serious maladministration in connection with the affairs of any state institution, improper or unlawful conduct by employees of any state institution, unlawful appropriation or expenditure of public money or property, unlawful, irregular, or unapproved acquisitive act, transaction measures, or practice having a bearing upon the state property, intentional or negligent loss of public money or damage to public property. Then F is offenses referred to in part 1 to 4, or section 17, section 20 and 21 of chapter 2 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act of 2004. And which offenses was committed in connection with the affairs of any state institution, or unlawful or improper conduct by any person which has caused or may cause serious harm to the interest of the public or any category thereof. Then the next slide then deals with then, the referrals our referrals to the relevant prosecuting authority. Now the detail. This is now in terms of Section 4 of the SIU Act, where we are empowered in terms of Section 41D to refer evidence regarding or which points to the commission of an offense to the relevant prosecuting authority. Then Section 4.2, it says that we must, as soon as practicable, after it has obtained evidence referred to in subsection 1, the one above, inform the relevant prosecuting authority thereof, whereupon such evidence must be dealt with in a manner which best serves the interest of the public. This is the section that Advocate Motibi quoted earlier on. So in terms of then the referrals that we make to the NPA, we ensure that evidence that we refer meets the standard for criminal prosecution, in that a prima facie case exists against the persons or entities that may be subjected to criminal prosecution. In relation to then the criminal referrals that we are making to the NPA, we have signed 2 memorandum of understanding with the NPA. Basically, this was more to formalize and strengthen our collaboration efforts. And these memorandums were signed. One was signed in 2017, and the second one was signed recently in December 2022. So I'll pause here and then allow HOU.
Yeah. No, thanks. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we thought we'd provide this context and information so that it's clear. That section 4.2 that says once matters are referred to the relevant prosecuting authority, that such evidence must be dealt with in the manner which best serves the interest of the public. Of course, it's a legislative provision. We need to make sure that there's measures that are put in place to ensure that those matters are dealt with in accordance or in the manner that serves the public interest. So, in 2017, when we developed the new strategy of the Special Investigating Unit, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we sought to ensure that every aspect of our outcomes is attended to, so that our investigations should really make an impact. I mentioned the civil litigation, which we of course control, but this part, when we set up the new strategy back in 2017, we realized that the SIU at the time was really not following through on the matters that have been referred, and not only to NPA, but also on the disciplinary side. We thought if we don't do that as a matter of business course, the impact of the SIU work will not be realized. And we raised that with the various institutions, including on the disciplinary side, various state institutions, but in particular here with NPA at the time, 2017 already. And we sort of agreed and said, no, this is an area that requires attention. And we entered into this MOU in 2017. And this MOU, amongst others, was to really ensure that the two institutions collaborate such that we are able to deal with this matter as expected by the legislation in the manner that best serves the interest of the public. And of course, respecting the domain of the NPA. And of course, it really didn't bear, the expected the results. And of course, the new leadership under Advocate Batoyi came in. We then again looked at the previous MOU, and then there was a view that we need to include, the other institutions such as DPCI and SAPS, given the manner in which these matters are dealt with, right? And that's part of the efficiencies that we'll probably talk about in terms of how these matters are dealt with. So then that ended up with Annexure B, which was signed in 2022 to really continue to improve this environment of ensuring that the matters that are referred to NPA are dealt with appropriately. And I'm sure my colleagues will probably add on those. Honorable Chair, we are mindful of the time. My colleague will then conclude with the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, HOU. Then the next slide, Honorable Chair, is just to give a summary of our referrals. In particular, we've given you like a broad numbers, disease, and administrative actions, but I will focus on the NPA referrals, and we have tracked these in terms of the financial years. So over the years, these are the numbers that we have referred to NPA. And then the next slide is actually tracking the referrals by province and financial year. So we have then dissected the numbers to give that picture and as displayed. Then the following slide, Chairperson, which is, it was an overview of then the referrals in terms of then the offenses that we have referred. These are then the matters, and it relates to a number of cases, but we have broken down the information in terms of the number of offenses that we have referred to the NPA as per our referral letters. Then just a summary slide, Chair. It's now we have provided Annexure C, which is now a detail on the same numbers in terms of our referrals per proclamation and per province. And the evidence that we refer, the evidence referred by the SIU to the relevant prosecuting authority chairperson is against a variety of persons, like it will be against companies, company directors and its employees, legal practitioners in other instances, officials of the state institutions, and we are doing this at different levels, in terms of the positions. Then in terms of then the numbers that we have provided, Chair, I think Proclamation R23, which was the COVID-19, I think it accounts for most of the SIU referrals to the NPA. And other proclamations which has the highest number of referral will include Transnet, the Deeds Office, the National Department of Public Works. It's just now the numbers. But in the main, Gauteng is the jurisdiction with the highest referrals at 1,387. And then the Northern Cape will be the lowest at 11 referrals. This is basically because we recently opened an office in the Northern Cape. Chairperson, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask for the next presentation, and I'll just ask the members to just note the presentation as we discussed before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. We are going to do the presentation from the DPCI. Firstly, I just need to indicate that in terms of the delegation from the DPCI, we haven't included the one sitting at the back, which is the parliamentary liaison officers. From our office, we also have got somebody that liaises with Parliament to ensure that we have got the right person that is bringing the correct information. We have received the invite, and we appreciate that Section 17K1 of the South African Police Service Act provide this mechanism that the committee, Parliament, should effectively oversee the functioning of the Directorate. So we are happy to be here, Chairperson. So that should also extend to other committees established by this Chapter 6A of the South African Police Service Act as amended. Part of those committees that we have, Chairperson and honorable members, is the National Priority Crime Operational Committee. In that committee, that is where all of us sitting here, the SIU, the DPCI, the NPA, and the other entities participate. We collaborate in that space. So collaboration is one of those that is expected, that to be effective, we have to be collaborating. That entity is established in terms of Section 17, capital letter J of the law. And indeed, Section 17F dictate that we must be collaborating, working together. It is for that reason that, Honorable Chairperson, you will see when the SIU is conducting the raid and other matters, we will be there with them. It is for that reason that we have got an entity in the DPCI called the Asset Forfeiture Investigation, so that they investigate and work closely with the Asset Forfeiture Unit of the NPA. And we obviously have got the environment in our space. Those that are dealing with these cases referred to us are in two components. That is the serious commercial crime investigation component, of which the component head is sitting with me here. The other one is serious corruption investigation component, which also deals with some of these matters. So, Honorable Chairperson, the matters that we are going to be presenting today constitute 2% of the work that we are dealing with. So there are many other matters that are not coming from the SIU that are referred from other environments. As an example, you'll see that we might be dealing with a few cases of COVID-19 that were referred. But if you go and check the number of COVID-related matters, we are dealing with more, because some of them are referred from other environments, including the complainants going directly to the police station to go and report. We are going to be dealing with a shortened version of our presentation, which is a 17 slide. We have submitted the detailed report so that the members can have an opportunity to see the nature of the matters that we are dealing with. We have sanitized the information so that even if it were to land in other spaces, at least it doesn't talk the names and the like. In that regard, I'm going to allow then Major General Magignani to take the portfolio committee through. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the honorable members. Let me just start on the outline of the presentation. The presentation, there is an introduction and the purpose. There is a slide that talks about the mandate of the DPCI, slides that talks to the cases with referrals from SIU, the cases finalized, and then we conclude. The introduction and the purpose, I may not spend time here, Chairperson and the honorable members. The national leader have already talked about the invite that the DPCI has received to come and appraise the committee with regards to the status of the investigations with SIU referrals. The slide of the mandate, this slide, it seeks to inform the members of the committee and the chairperson about the mandate of the DPCI, that is to prevent, combat, and investigate national priority offenses. Those are the offenses that are in Chapter 2 and Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. And then Section 17A of the Police Act defines also what are the national priority offenses. Then the national lead in his address has already talked about the three operational components in the DPCI. Specifically for purposes of this presentation, the national lead was clear that the cases that have referrals from the SIU flow between the serious corruption investigation component and serious commercial crime investigation component. This slide, Chairperson and the honorable members, seeks to inform the members of the number of cases that the DPCI currently is handling that have the referrals from the SAU. We have 387 cases that we have currently. There are 67 cases that are pending at court. There are 2 cases that were provisionally withdrawn. There are 105 cases that were referred to the National Prosecuting Authority for decision, and 213 of those cases are still under investigation. We do have also, Chairperson indicated to the cases that are 30, which we have finalized, 7 with guilty, and then 1 case where there was not guilty, 18 cases where there was a decline to prosecute. Withdrawn in court is 2 and undetected is 2. Declined to prosecute, that's where maybe the NPA would have felt that there is no sufficient evidence or there is no prospects of successful prosecution on the matter. This slide, Chairperson, talks to the entities that are involved in the cases that the DPCI is currently handling. From these 387 cases that I've indicated on the previous slides, the DPCI has already taken 6,518 statements. That is all inclusive, which means this includes cases at court, cases under investigation, and cases that were submitted for decision. I would also want to apologize to the committee members and the chair. We have first recorded this number as 2,883. That was only the statements that talks to the cases under investigation, but in total, it is 6,518 cases. We have listed the departments and the entities where the cases come from on this slide. The charges that are there on these cases, Chairperson, is fraud, theft, corruption, contravention of the Public Finance Management Act and Municipal Finance Management Act. The next slide, Chairperson, which is actually 3 slides, it seeks to inform the members about the cases on hand, which you have already indicated, but here we are categorizing the cases per entity or per department. Once again, Chair, I can also indicate here, as the national lead have already indicated, it doesn't mean that these entities have only these cases within the DPCI. This only shows the cases with referrals from the SIU. So the first column talks to the number of cases, and the next 2 columns indicates the court cases and their estimated values. The third, the next 2 columns talks to the cases that were submitted for decision. And the last 2 columns talks to the cases under investigation. I can just indicate on this slide, Chair, that while Department of Water and Sanitation is not leading in terms of the number of cases, but if you look into the amounts, it is the department that has got more amount that is involved in terms of the cases which have referrals from the SIU. I've indicated, Chair, that this moves to the other slide, which also shows the departments, as I've already indicated, on the cases that we have and the amounts involved. The Department of Health also, Chair, is also having a high amount involved, and the number of cases is quite high. When the SIU was presenting, they also indicate that some of the cases were at the period during the COVID-19. So Department of Health and Department of Labor, there are cases, the number includes those cases within those departments that were having the referrals from the SIU. Slide number 9, Chair, also talks to the very same departments as indicated, and the columns shows the amounts involved and the number of cases. This is the last slide on that part, Chairperson, which talks to the number of cases and the amounts involved. Let me then go to the overview of the finalized cases. We have indicated, Chair, that there are 30 cases that were finalized, 7 with convictions, 1 not guilty, 2 withdrawn from court, 2 undetected, Chair, and 18 of those cases that were nolle prosequi. Now, from slide 13, Chair, we've got the 7 cases that were finalized in court and the sentences that were imposed to the accused persons. They are also reflected on the slides. Most of the cases, Chair, without going to one by one case, there is an indication that most of the cases, those of coming from the Department of Labor, those are the cases for the temporary employee-employer relief scheme. That was during the time of the COVID-19. There are cases also where, like for instance, Pretoria West Central case, where an official of the municipality was convicted to 15 years direct imprisonment. And then the East London case talks to the terrorist cases, which I've already indicated. In the next slide, Chair, we have put 3 cases there. Maybe if I can indicate that Littleton case 175 of 5/22/2022 is linked to the digital vibes. One official has already been convicted there, who happened to receive gratification of 160,000 rand. He was convicted to 5 years direct imprisonment. There is also the 2 East London cases, which I've already indicated, Chair, that they refer or they relate to the TERS. That is the temporal temporal employee-employer relief scheme. Now, this slide, Chair, this is the last slide on the convictions, which I've already talked on. Then the slide for conclusion, Chair, I think the nationality has already touched here that the DPCI has got also other cases that we are dealing with. The slide seeks to inform the committee members that the 2 components, which is serious commercial crime investigation and serious corruption, have a total of 11,359 cases on hand. That is inclusive of the cases that we have presented to the committee today. Out of those 11,359, there are 3,139 cases that are pending at court and 8,220 cases that are under investigation. Now, this now talks to the limited capacity that the DPCI is having currently. And also, Chair, the slides also indicates that in certain areas where there are specialized skills that we may not have within the DPCI is also doing the outsourcing to ensure that the cases receive the necessary attention, and the skills that we don't have, also the members get access to them through that outsourcing. That will be the last slide on our presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is the presentation from the DPCI. As indicated, is just 2% of the workload that we are dealing with. And I can also hint that it shall have been observed that some of the cases that have just been finalized were reported in 2010 and have only been disposed of in court. So we have got a lot of cases that are currently pending on the court roll, which is why we have got more than 11,000 accused persons that are appearing in the various courts in the Republic. Maybe I can also indicate that we are also working very closely with the IDEC, which is where we have also allocated some of our members to go and work with the IDEC until it got its capacity up to the level where they need to be. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, General Libya. I just need to say again, so this is the shorter version of the very detailed document that you have. And once again, I just want to know if any of the members do not have that version. We can, I'll come to you, Honorable Dagmo. In the question and answers, we can refer to the full 100-page document and deal with the matters there. But I ask for a summary for the sake of time. So if you don't have it, please let me know so that we can make sure you do. Honorable Dagmo.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the meeting. That was my point. I know I'm an alternate member on this committee, but we did receive the 98-page presentation and all the other, there were 6 attachments. Now, I just want to ask, was this shortened version, which has just been presented now, was that also shared with us? Because maybe I've missed it, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anyone, but it would be nice, because obviously this summarized presentation is very useful, and I just noticed some different summaries that were sort of presented at the end, which were useful. But if it has been sent, I will try and locate it, but thank you. Yeah.
It has been sent, Honorable Dagmo, but for completeness, the committee secretary will send it to you specifically. Advocate Bartoy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. This is the first time that we as the NPA are appearing before this committee, and we welcome the opportunity to do so. At the outset, let me thank the Chair for the very useful guidance that was provided in terms of how we proceed with this presentation. It's the first time we've received such guidance. We found it very useful, and I think it reflects positively in terms of the engagement with this committee moving forward. I'm joined by senior colleagues who have introduced themselves, and they will contribute to various aspects of this presentation. But before I call upon them to present, given that it is the first time that we appear before this committee, I will make a few introductory remarks on the work that we are trying to do so that it contextualizes the environment and the work that we are doing with regard to the SIU matters. I'm not going to go into detail about the constitutional mandate of the NPA and the different business units, because this has been sent, provided separately to the committee. If we can move to slide 3, please. Thank you. I just want to, as I said, very briefly locate the work that we have done with regard to the SIU referrals. And I think just maybe to say it very briefly, as you've heard from the SIU, I think it was perhaps a design flaw that at the time, and I think the SIU at the time was established, the DSO was still part of the NPA at that time. And so there were referrals to the NPA for the DSO to investigate. But moving on, once the DSO was shut down, that's the Directorate of Special Operations, or the Scorpions, the NPA didn't have an investigative capacity until the IDEC was recently set up. So the SIU referring to the NPA, where, as you heard the SIU say, there's prima facie level of evidence, we still needed to refer it to the DPCI to ensure that it meets the criminal standard before we enroll, and that is reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution. So I think, moving forward, that's something that will have to be looked at. But now, of course, the SIU does work closely with the IDEC in the NPA that does have criminal investigative powers as well. And so, we have, as an NPA, we've really been severely impacted, like many of my colleagues, by state capture. We've been effectively rebuilding for well, effectively 3.5 years, if you consider when the full leadership actually was in place in the NPA and post-COVID. So it's really from about 2021 March that we have really been able to start with the rebuilding process. And so we've adopted a number of key strategic initiatives in order to stabilize the NPA. The leadership has been stabilized. We've increased staff numbers by almost 1,000. There was a serious problem with capacity and capabilities. Capabilities to deal with serious complex corruption is still a challenge, but we're working on that. So we increased staff by about 1,000, which is around 25%. We've established an Office of Ethics and Accountability in the NPA to ensure that we have, the highest levels of integrity in the NPA. We also have established an ethics help desk. We have been, as an NPA, we acknowledge that there's been a lot of criticism about, the pace of dealing with state capture and complex corruption matters. We welcome constructive criticism. It helps us to move forward as an organization. And, despite these criticisms, we have made considerable strides in terms of trying to deal with these matters in collaboration with our partners. And so I'm not going to go into any detail, but, as General Labia said, the work of the SIU is a very small fraction of the work that these entities do. And as SCOPA in our first one, I just want to contextualize a little bit. We have many cases in court that involve ex-ministers, various private sector actors, CEOs, CFOs, etc., with regard to key state capture matters. And because state capture relates to 0.01% of our work, but is the one that receives the most attention in the media. So we have enrolled 39 high-profile state capture corruption matters, and beyond that, almost 700 government officials and over 1,000 private sector individuals have been convicted of corruption working with the DPCI. And now the IDAC, which was made permanent earlier this year, is really the NPA's important arsenal in terms of trying to strengthen our capacity to deal with serious and complex corruption with a prosecution-led model, as opposed to the prosecution-guided model that we work with our colleagues in the DPCI. We've also built innovative partnerships with key private sector actors without compromising our independence in order to, as the General also talked about, to facilitate skills transfer and to hire some of the best legal, forensic, and financial experts in order to deal with our cases. On slide 4, I just want to remind honorable members that prosecutions is one part of our two-pronged strategy to pursue accountability. The other important, critical part is asset recovery. And so we've re-energized the asset forfeiture unit, guided by a rather ambitious strategy and implementation plan to deal with high-profile suspects by also prioritizing non-conviction-based asset forfeiture, focusing on organized crime, international asset recovery, and an innovative corporate alternate dispute resolution mechanism. This allows companies that are involved in criminality to pay back, but at the same time, importantly, to assist in prosecutions by collaborating with law enforcement and giving us evidence with regard to individuals within the company as well as private sector that can be held accountable in terms of prosecutions. So very briefly, since 1999, which is when the asset forfeiture unit was set up, it has frozen just over 38 billion rands worth of assets. It's confiscated and forfeited 12.8 billion and recovered 11.7 billion, of which 4.89 billion has been paid into the criminal asset recovery account, that is the CARA account, and the NPA asset forfeiture unit is the only entity that contributes into this account. You may have noted that recently about 2.3 billion funds from the CARA account has been used to fund government's response to illicit mining. And of these figures that I've mentioned, almost half of it, 46% of all freezing orders, 37% of confiscations and forfeiture orders, and 44% of all the recoveries since the creation of AFU have been attained in the past 5 years, which is indicative of the new strategy that we are adopting. As I said, state capture deals with one very small aspect of this, but the second crisis we're dealing with, and which, our colleagues in the broader SAPS we work with very closely, is the crime crisis. And so, our prosecutors across the country have worked very, very hard in 3,000 murder cases per year, achieving a 77% conviction rate. We have currently 13 very high-profile gang-related matters involving 94 accused across the country, and these are very, very important aspects of the NPA work. Also with sexual and gender-based violence matters, the footprint of the Tutuzela care centers has been expanded from 55 facilities to 64. It was standing at 55 for a number of years because of the lack of funds, but we've increased it by 9 in the past 3 years, working very closely with our various partners in the SAPS, the Department of Health, Social Development, the President's GBV Response Fund, and various NGOs, and particularly with the business sector that has actually funded a lot of the new TCCs and also refurbished a number of them. We have enhanced our collaboration with the SIU, as you've heard from General Motibi, and I think the one thing we really do well with the DPCI as well is our strong collaboration also with the Asset Forfeiture Unit. A number of the figures that I mentioned is through the work of the DPCI unit that the General just spoke about. And so, we have now in the past 3.5 years been really trying to set up a fit for purpose NPA. And sadly, institution building is not something that catches the headlines, but it's really important that we leave a fit for purpose ethical NPA as we move forward. And so our focus now moving forward is to consolidate on these gains. So just giving that very broad overview, there's a lot of more detail to all of this, but that's not the purpose of our presentation today. So I'm now going to hand over to Advocate de Kock, who is the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, who will take us through the rest of the presentation, and other colleagues that will contribute. And then I'll come back for a few concluding remarks. Advocate de Kock.
Thank you very much, NDPP, and thank you for the opportunity, honourable members and chairperson. I'd like us to go to slide number 8, please, of the presentation, and we will then come back to slide number 6, which is the process flow for referrals of the SIU matters. And I do believe that the committee was particularly interested in that issue. So how does this referral process work to MPA and to DPCI? But on...
Sorry, Chair, just so that just to mention, we have a number of slides, but we will not be going in detail with all of them. We will skip through some of the slides. We don't have a separate presentation, but it is a number of slides, but we won't go through all of them. Thank you.
So on slide number 8...
Sorry, let me just see, this is the 60-page presentation in total, right? Or is it? I just want to be. It is.
55,
okay.
Thereabouts.
Just for the members to get a sense. Okay, all right.
It is one
we will summarize, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, don't rush yourself. We're still in good time. The point I'm making is that there is really lots of slides. Sure.
So on slide number 8, measures to enhance prosecutions. We talk about some of the structural arrangements that we have put in place, which are important when you work as different agencies on investigations, and the prosecuting authority has to prosecute. And so we list some of the issues on the slide. You will see some of the national structures that have been put in place. General Abeyes spoke about the NPCOC. It's the National Priority Crimes Operational Committee. And that committee is critical because that is where we at a national level, across law enforcement, are able to focus our work and our resources on priority investigations, which of course leads to our prosecutions. So, for example, when we talk about the FATF grey listing and the cases that we have to manage for the purposes of our international obligations, those matters are also then located in the discussions that we have at the National Priority Operational Committee, including the serious corruption work, and the SIU work is part and parcel of the serious corruption work and serious commercial work. And so what have we done?
Sorry, may I ask, if you don't mind, it's a request for you to expand on a particular thing that for you might be familiar and you've said it quickly. So you've spoken about the relationship with grey listing by the Financial Action Task Force. Can you just please expand on that and give a bit more context on where prosecutions become relevant to the grey listing and what the grey listing is?
So thank you very much for that question, Chair. So there is a strategic action item on the action plan that's been developed for South Africa with the FATF. There's an action item that speaks to what they refer to as serious complex money laundering investigations and prosecutions. And then they want to see particular features of that. And so they indicate, in that context, they want to see who are people that are helping the criminals to launder funds, who are professional money launderers, who are professional enablers, and are the cases involving networks of professionals. So our response as law enforcement has been that we have coordinated ourselves very well. So, and then through that coordination, we have identified collectively all of the serious complex money laundering investigations and prosecutions that we have in the country. And so this is just but one part of the FATF grey listing issue. The action plan of the FATF speaks to many other parts, including the financial sector and the supervisory role that the financial sector needs to play within our system. And members of the committee will be reminded that the FATF, the whole action plan, is really about strengthening our response to dealing with money laundering as a country. It's not just about investigations and prosecutions. Investigations and prosecutions only arise if there's a breach within the regulatory environment, or there's a breach within certain aspects of our financial sector, or offences have been committed, and then the proceeds of those offences are then laundered. And that is where the investigations and prosecutions part come in. And so what I'm trying to indicate in this slide, through the National Priority Crimes Committee that General Bayer has spoken about in his presentation, at the national level, we coordinate all our priority work across law enforcement. And so these cases that fall within the FATF context would also feature there. But of course, all other cases involving serious priority crimes, like serious corruption, serious commercial crimes, and including serious organized crime. And so some of our illicit mining cases, and other priority offences for the country, including gender-based violence, is all dealt with at a national level. And so we get a bird's eye view as the principals of the agencies. We get a bird's eye view of all the work that we need to do, including how we have to allocate our resources and our budget to be able to do that work. So coming back to the SIU referrals then, we speak about the co-location of investigators and analysts and prosecutors. So when we work on investigations, we make a decision whether or not that investigation should be project managed. And if it is, and if it should be project managed, we try to ensure that our investigators and our prosecutors and all of those involved in the particular investigation are able to work together. And so that's what we mean by co-location. So we create spaces for our people to meet and work together. That's the idea. This helps to speed up the investigations, and it also helps to speed up our processes, where we can get to a decision to prosecute and we can get a case onto a court roll. In the presidency, there is currently an initiative to help us to track the referrals of the SIU so that there can be a more holistic reporting. We do explain in the presentation, and our Special Director Advocate Kanyani will talk to the process flow issue, but this is a very complicated process flow because the SIU works off a proclamation made by the President, and that proclamation may lead to multiple referrals, in fact, and multiple investigations. And this has been recognized through the presidency, and the challenge of then reporting appropriately on the work. And so, and as we speak, there's an initiative to develop an electronic case management system. That will help this committee, and it will also help the other committees that have oversight over the work of the police, oversight over the work of the prosecution, like the Justice Portfolio Committee and other committees. So hopefully going into the future, we will have one case management system that helps us to be able to report holistically on all of the work of the SIU. In the slide, we also just explain some of the other...
Sorry, Advocate Tikoko, I just want to ask a housekeeping issue. So everyone goes for bathroom break or whatever. Can I just ask, when we leave, can we just hold the door so that it doesn't bang each time we leave? Yeah. Sorry, Honorable Nondet, I'm not just talking to you because I know people are going to come in and out. So please, if we can just do that.
All right. So, Chair, we have also, over the last 3 years, over the period that the NDPP has referred to, strengthened our capacity and our capability within the prosecution to be able to deal with this work, the priority work I've referred to. So within our Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit and the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit within the MPA, as the main mandate to prosecute corruption and commercial work. And so in March 2019, we had 259 officials in the unit, 204 legal staff, and we increased that capacity to currently 294 officials and 226 legal staff, meaning prosecutors, as at the end of 2024. And that has been a 14% increase. So the MPA is mindful then of how it needs to allocate its budget towards the priority areas for the country and the priority offences within the country. And this is part of our response, and the numbers indicate that. And of course, as we build the capacity, we also need to build the skills, and we need to then build our capability to be able to do the work. And thus, those partnerships that the NDPP spoke about earlier, sometimes with the private sector, sometimes with other institutions, that also helps us with building our capability to be able to do the work. Chair, I will now hand over to Advocate Kanyani to take us through the process flow slide. It's slide number 6. And she will then also talk a bit more in detail about the work of the SCCU. And of course, she has direct oversight over this work and the way that the SCCU is set up in the country. In each province, we have an office of the SCCU. And in each province, that office is headed up by what we call a regional head. And the bulk of the work for investigations and prosecutions will happen at the provincial level. And each SCCU, with other components of the MPA, reports to a director of public prosecutions. So we often hear about the director of public prosecutions in a province. We got to appreciate that the director of public prosecutions in a province has direct oversight in terms of all prosecutions that happen in a particular province. And that director of public prosecution has to report then to the NDPP and to our national office. And so the way we've structured this SCCU is that there's a special director that's got similar powers to a director of public prosecution in the provinces. But because this is a priority focus area for the MPA, we have special directors when there is a national priority focus area for the MPA. And that special director works very closely with the directors of public prosecutions, but then is also directly involved with that regional component, in this case, the commercial crimes component, directly involved. So she will give us the process flow, and then she'll also explain the casework that they currently have within this SCCU component. Thank you, Advocate Kanyeni.
Thank you. Good morning once more. Before I go into directly to the process flow, I just want to go to slide 5. Thank you. The Advocate Mutibi, when he spoke, he also explained that in terms of their act, in terms of Section 4 of the SIU Act, once there is, during the investigation, they see that there is evidence that points to possible criminality. It's that point then that they have to refer it to the NPA. And this is why there is a need for this criminal referral. But I want to make this point right at the beginning that it is at an early stage where they suspect criminality that they will refer, which means that at that point, the case is not a case that we could then just take to court. And it's for this reason that to get the case for it to be trial ready, we would then need to give it to our DPCI partners for them to investigate and then get the case to a point where we can put up a case in court. So the process flow also speaks to that in terms of how we do that. And so we need to get to the case where it meets the criminal standard for us to be able to enroll. We can go to slide 6 then. So the way it works is that there's 2 types of referrals. It could either come, if there's a national interest, the referral from the SIU will come to the national office where it comes to the special director, that would be me. Or if it's not national interest, then they would identify in which region it arises, and then it would go to that particular region. Advocate Gog alluded that we've got a national footprint as the SCCU. So in each division, in each region, there is a regional head who heads up the SCCU. They would be the person that receives the referral from the SIU. They would receive it in a template that we have formulated together with the SIU and the DPCI. The referral will then have the evidence pack. That evidence pack will then be reviewed by the regional head to see if whether there is, it falls within our mandate or not. If it doesn't fall within our mandate, it will then go to the Director of Public Prosecution for further handling. If it does meet our mandate, they would then say, did we receive everything? If not, that would be received from the SIU. And then once that is received, it's entered into a register, an SIU register. It would then at that point be allocated to a prosecutor.
Sorry, may I ask a clarification question? So I don't want us to get too lost down the track. So you mentioned cases where national interest is involved or something. Can you just explain that? One. Secondly, please explain what you mean by it falls outside our mandate, because to us, you're all prosecutors. So what does this mean?
Yes, so in terms of the mandates, when I say outside the mandate, I mean outside the SCCU mandate. When I say it goes to the DPP, it would be, for instance, where it's not complex commercial crime, where it's not complex corruption. That would then, it's still our mandate, so it's still the NPA mandate, but not the SCCU mandate. So it would go to the Director of Public Prosecution that Advocate Cook alluded to. So it doesn't get lost in the system. The
National interest.
The national interest. So in some cases, it's very clear that the offenses happened in a specific municipality in Limpopo. Then that would go directly to Limpopo, regional head of the SCCU. In certain instances, the offenses would be such that they span through different jurisdictions. And so this is why I said it would be a national interest and not a regional interest. Then it would come to the head office, then it would determine which region would be best suited and the approach thereof. So that's just the distinction there. Okay, where was I? So the clerk will then register the case to say, and then you would get a unique reference number, would then acknowledge to the SIU to say we have received the referral. We use the prosecutor-guided methodology, where from the beginning, when a case is allocated to an advocate, to a prosecutor, they would then plan together with the police counterpart, and a case plan would be crafted. We say you get a case from cradle to grave. So if you get a case, you start it from investigation. You build it up with your investigator. Make a decision to prosecute, it gets enrolled. If there's any appeal to the High Court, that advocate will take it through to the High Court. If it goes to the SCA, so cradle to grave throughout the whole value chain. So if once then the advocate is appointed, and also then it goes to the police, we refer it to the DPCI. DPCI would also do the same. They would then appoint an investigator. In other cases, there might already be a docket that is opened at that stage when the referral is made, or a docket will then be opened. Then now you have a team, an investigator and a prosecutor. They would sit, they prepare a case plan. In certain instances, there will be preliminary meetings that happen together with the SIU before the formal case plan is done. Once that is done, the matter will then be allocated a case, as I said, with the police. A decision would be made. So there would be back and forth, investigations would be completed, all the necessary things would be done. Once that matter is ripe, then a decision will be made, whether to prosecute or not to prosecute. If it's not to prosecute, then that's the end of the matter. If the decision is made to prosecute, then it would be enrolled in court, and it go through all the entire process in court. In other instances, the case might be one that falls within the mandate of IDEC, and then that process will be similar in that instance, that it will be declared, and then it will then go through the same value chain. Okay, so I hope that explains the value chain in terms of how it works. I'm going to go to slide 19. 18. Okay, so yeah, slide 19. Okay. No, he's controlling the thing. Okay, this is just a summary. I'll just speak to that slide then. This is just a summary. We've put in from the register that I referred to. We're able to pull in information from 2019, and that's those are the total numbers. I think I need to explain that you will see that our numbers, the numbers of the SIU and the numbers of the DPCI, all differ. This is because of two main things. One is that we're not reporting for the same period, but also the way the information is captured. So in the slide where we've put in the tracking of complexity of tracking progress, I try and explain that here, yes. So in one proclamation, there'd be one proclamation. So the state president would issue one proclamation, it would be one project for the SIU, and they investigate. As and when they identify criminality, they report. So the number of referrals in one proclamation, for instance, this is a live example in the Department of Rural Development. It was one proclamation, one project. There were 51 referrals received in total relating to this one proclamation. And it related only to 3 matters and 3 properties. In this case, there were 17 suspects that were involved, 3 of which are companies. But in the end, out of these 51 referrals, for us, for the police, there was 1 criminal docket. And for us, there was 1 criminal court case. So most of the referrals would be, as I said, it's a suspicion. They see some evidence pointing to criminality, but then that would not translate to it being a criminal case in court with someone. So that explains also the discrepancy with the numbers in terms of why there would be so many referrals and yet so little prosecutions. So I just want to put that in context so that the members can understand that you know, it's not a one referral, one case, one docket. Yes. All right, we can move.
Sorry, can I just ask, because this is important. So I'm going to share with you my understanding of what you're saying, and Advocate Motibi is here, and the understanding is a bit hazy. So please help me. So in fact, let me ask Advocate Motibi first. So, do you refer individuals separately, or you refer, when you do your counting, you refer all the individuals and companies under one proclamation as one? How do you do it out of an investigation?
No, thanks for that question, Honorable Chair. And it does happen that in one proclamation, there's various focus areas. And in one focus area, you may find that there's more than one individual involved, say more than one company. So in that case, if we find that all of these individuals, there's evidence pointing that they committed a criminal offense with regard to that focus area, then our referral would say, this is the focus area we're investigating, and we believe that there's evidence pointing to criminal action with respect to individual 1, 2, 3, company 1, 2, 3, in one referral. It does happen that there's one individual, one company referrals, depending on the investigations evidence. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let me take this further then. So in other words, when the referrals get to I'm trying to get to the point where the number drops. So let me give a scenario. And the scenario is that 5 members of the committee, and I hope it never happens, but let's say 5 members of the committee, you know, in the view of the Special Investigating Unit, have committed criminal acts which warrant a criminal action, basically, which is not your remit, it's the remit of the NPA. When you report here to Parliament, do you say you've made 1 referral or 5? That's where it gets to. I want to get there.
Thanks for that question, Chair. In that case, I suppose we become explicit and say it's 1 referral with in case where it includes several individuals and several companies in 1 referral letter. We count referral letters that we've sent, indicating individuals or companies or individuals. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're going to have to, at some point, just iron it out, because my sense appears to be, and it might perhaps simply be my misunderstanding of it, that so let me just, as an aside, one of the first lessons I was told when I became an editor was that if you're going to insult somebody, you better intend it. Because if you tell them later that you made a mistake, they will not believe you because it was a very public insult. Right? Which means you must always write what you mean. Right. Okay. Now, why am I saying this? It feels like, and we might need to clear it up later, that when there are 5 individuals referred, we count that as 5 referrals. Right? There is a possibility that this is what happens. We count that as 5 referrals. The referral gets to the NPA, and between themselves and the investigating officer at the Hawks, they decide, no, we actually need to deal with these members together. We need to deal with them as accused number 1 to accused number 5. In which case, what was 5 referrals becomes 1 case. Is that what we're talking here? Because it's really important. Otherwise, we're going to have conflict later on about what happened to all of the cases. So are we agreed between all of you that in practice, this is what happens? So you'll identify specific companies and individuals, and it may be any number. You refer them together, but in your own data capturing, you note that in this investigation, there are 17 people and entities that have been referred for criminal prosecution. But between the Hawks and the NPA, they may deal with all 17 as accused number 1 to number 17, and therefore in the reporting, it shows 1 case. But under that case, there may be 5 convictions and 3 acquittals, and the other people, there was not enough evidence to proceed with the prosecution, or they became witnesses or whatever the case is, and therefore the numbers resemble a funnel that at the end. Are we clear? So I just want to make sure everybody's okay. Okay.
Well captured, Chair.
Agreed. Thank you.
Yes, and that's the point I was making with this specific example, that there were 51 referrals, but ultimately 1 case docket, 1 court case now. 1 court case. So that explains the discrepancy. And Chair, perhaps this is an opportune time to speak about the initiative that it's happening with the presidency and the DME, Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. It was explained earlier that the SIU has different mandates and to track the progress of the different proclamations that the state president issues. The tracking system that is now in development will seek to do that, to be able to get the president to see what has happened to the proclamation he has issued, what has been the progress, what is the outcome. And the pilot is now going to be on criminal referrals. So the system is built, there's a POC, proof of concept, that has been developed to do exactly that. And it is hoped that once this is it's live, it's done, it will alleviate all of these issues. The idea is that once the system is operational, you should be able, with a click of a button, go to Proclamation 32 of 2020, and Proclamation 32 of 2020 will say this is the proclamation for the National Lotteries Commission, and out of these, there were X amount of criminal referrals. This is what has happened. This is an outcome. You can generate reports, and then there will not be issues also in terms of numbers. Once the system is developed, it will then be rolled out to other areas that the SIU is responsible for. So it will same for disciplinary proceedings, for referrals in the regulatory body. So hopefully once the system is done, we will not have this issue of trying to tally the numbers and to see what happens. So you'll be able to see a referral is linked to a proclamation and what has happened to that. Okay. Here is just a slide that shows the different state-owned entities and the referrals that we've received over a period of time that we have. We can go on, and then we've also then just put in a slide to show in terms of municipalities the different municipalities, the top municipalities and their numbers. So you could see, for instance, the Mopani District Municipality in Limpopo has higher numbers of referrals, and the Nelson Mandela Bay has the least. So we just included that so that the committee can just have a sense of the referrals in the local government space. The next one is the national and provincial departments. As you can imagine, the Department of Health has the bulk of the referrals. This is also due to the COVID-19 pandemic, where there was a lot of fraud and corruption that happened in that space. So we've just put in the top 10. You can see the Department of Public Works is next, and then the rural development and the like. The next slide, we just put the National Lotteries Commission referrals. So that happens to be Proclamation 32 that I made an example of. So these are the referrals that come from the referral of Proclamation 32. These matters are under the investigation of the serious commercial crime in the DPCI. All these matters also are being dealt with as one project in the NPA. So to be able to deal with them holistically and not in a piecemeal fashion, because most of the modus operandi in these cases, it's the same. They all relate to non-profit organizations whose details were used, applications were made, and the money was not used for what it was supposed to. So these are the cases for the national lotteries that I've just included also. I spoke to the Department of National Health that that's the highest national department with the most referrals. This is just a snapshot that shows cases that have been done in the Fusion Center. It relates to the COVID-19 investigations. We've had 71 guilty convictions since the matters were handled by Fusion Center. And I've just put in the breakdown of sentences that whilst the bulk of the cases, people are given fines, there is custodial sentences that are being issued. Yes, in other cases, it's imprisonment with an option of a fine, but there's also imprisonment without an option of a fine, where it's direct imprisonment, and just put in the breakdown there. And also to show that it's significant imprisonments term that are issued. We put in a slide there just to show the different reasons where we did not prosecute, in terms of where we did not have sufficient evidence to prosecute, or whether in other instances where in the second block where we don't have the evidence anymore. Because of the passage of time, documents have gone missing, and then we don't have the source anymore to prosecute. And the other breakdowns where we've used people as witnesses and so did not prosecute them. I'm going to then move on to just some of the convictions that we've made. In these cases, we've put in the details because these are cases that are already, we already have convictions. It's in the public domain. And also just to demonstrate some of the successes. In this case, we were able to get a conviction and a term of imprisonment of 20 years. It's employees of ESCOM that were found guilty of offences, fraud and corruption of over 35 million. And as I said, the term of imprisonment, the sentence there is 20 years imprisonment, direct imprisonment. We've put in others as well. I'm not sure if I'm doing well for time, but I'll just speak quickly. This is in ESCOM also. This is in Mpumalanga Meta, where we've had successes both in the criminal court and also with asset forfeiture. The details are there. Again, also we have in one of the accused was sentenced to 17 years imprisonment. And there were 3 accused. There's just one where it's still awaiting sentence. There's a new attorney on record. And the next one again is on ESCOM, where a former finance manager was also found guilty and was given a 8-year suspended sentence and was ordered to repay the money that was stolen. The next one is in Prasa, where the former head of engineering was also convicted and sentenced to a term of imprisonment of 15 years. The next one, it was also in the presentation of the DPCI. Also, in this case, this was a municipal employee also, was also given direct imprisonment of 15 years. The next one is in King Williamstown. The accused, also this is a TERS fund case where the manager used falsified employees. This is when government had given some relief to employees, so falsified people as though they are working for him as employees, and between that period, he then submitted the forms, the claims. He was fined or was given imprisonment with a option of a fine. I've just put in also just a summary of my time. Okay, a summary of cases that we've drawn and the different reasons that are there, and then we also have a summary of cases that are in court at different stages. I just want to go to the challenges. Just quickly, 2 minutes. Just speak to about some of the challenges that we have. Slide 40. One of our biggest challenges is the time lapse that happens between the commission of the offense and when the proclamation is issued and when the matter is then referred. In this, in the proclamation 32 that I spoke about, the offenses happened in 2019, I think. And when the offenses, when the referrals were made in 2020, by the time the matter gets investigated, there has been such a long passage of time that you struggle to find witnesses, that you struggle to find the documents, and that's just some of the challenges that we need, that we meet. So the loss of documents and evidence through the passage of time is one of our biggest challenges that we have, and then you, again, also because of time, you don't have witnesses available. And in certain instances, you have lack of cooperation from entities and state departments. So the investigations take long because you then have to use subpoena powers and to get the documents and the evidence that you need. The last one I want to just allude to is that what I spoke about, that the burden of proof in a criminal court is that of beyond reasonable doubt. Now that's very lower to when you have on a balance of probabilities, or when you go into a civil court on a balance of probabilities, or for asset forfeiture and others. Sometimes it's difficult for us to convert that has been referred to us into what would be admissible for the purpose of a criminal court. And those are just the challenges I wanted to highlight. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to IDEC now for their part.
Good morning again, Chairperson and honorable members. On the IDEC referrals, we have up to so far 10 matters that are under referral, 8 are under investigation. We have 2 that are before court. We are involved in investigations of Transnet, ESCOM matters, and the matters relating to Transnet relate to unlawful activities there, and with the entities like Neotel, Cutting Edge, and SAP. I'll move on to these specific matters that are under investigation. In relation to ESCOM and Transnet SAP contract, the contract value there, it's 545 million for Transnet and 558 million for ESCOM. We are asked to provide reasons why the investigation is taking long. In all these investigations are very complex investigations with a lot of documentation to go through and extensive data that we have to go through in the investigation of these matters. We have also involved, as we normally do in our investigation, the asset forfeiture, and there's been a corporate dispute resolution in relation to the SAP matter in relation to that matter. And then on the ESCOM ABB impasse contract, the contract value is 1.58 billion, and we working with the asset forfeiture unit in terms of the recovery in that matter also. In terms of the Transnet Neotel, the contract value is 834 million. We're also working with asset recovery whilst we're conducting this complex investigation. In cutting edge contract, it's 84 million contract value. We also working with asset recovery to ensure that we recover those assets. Transnet Netbank loan swap, it's also the contract value still to be determined, but we're working with AFU to get to recover whatever monies was lost also there. In Dinel, it's the similar situation. We are busy with the investigation. We are at an advanced stage here in terms of the investigation. And we're also working with asset forfeiture for the recovery. And then on the SSA, SAT, ARR, and JM Aviation, Swissport, the value involved there is 1.2 billion. We also reflect that it's a complex investigation, and we're also working with AFU to recover that money. It's the same thing with Alexco. Alexco is one of those complex investigations that we're dealing with. The investigation also in this matter, it's at an advanced stage, and we're also working with asset forfeiture to recover there on that matter. Now, these matters are matters that are before court. It's the ABB gratification matter, as we call it. The matter has been postponed to the 3rd of February for pre-trial. We've got the following accused before court: Vernon Pillay, Andran Pillay, Mohammed Isop Mueddin, and Raisa Mueddin. And the AFU obtained a provisional restraint order in this matter to the value of 583.8 million. And the other matter is a Kusile matter. The matter has been postponed to the 3rd of December for the accused Trinidad for admission to the psychiatric hospital for mental observation. We were also able to successfully extradite Mr. Michael Lomas to the country, and the matter will be going to the High Court. Linked to these matters, Chairperson, as part of our prosecution strategy, we work with SARS to also follow on the tax compliance of these individuals involved. And in relation to that, we've got a matter against Hassan Komeswani, which is on the court roll, and it has been postponed to the 24th and the 25th next year for trial. And then we have another matter, a tax-related matter against Mr. Franz Tlakuri, and the matter has been postponed to the 26th of November for continuation of the trial. The matter is part head. And then we've got a matter against Jacqueline Lehwabe. The matter has been postponed to the 17th of January for the outcome of the representation by the accused. That is all from the IDEC chairperson. Thank you.
Is it forfeiture?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start the presentation by referring to the letter that the NDPP wrote on the 17th of November, where she really was summarizing the mandate of NPA and the different units within NPA. So on page 4 and 5, she dealt with asset forfeiture unit. So we get our mandate from first the Constitution, which says the National Prosecuting Authority will prosecute criminally investigated matters and also do that which is incidental to prosecution. So I do that which is incidental, which is to recover assets. So, but the practical application then came from the passing on of the POCA legislation, which is the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, promulgated in 1998, and Asset Forfeiture Unit was established in 1999. So in terms of POCA, therefore, we do non-conviction based and conviction based asset forfeiture proceedings. With conviction based, we have to wait for the finalization of the criminal case, even if it takes 5-6 years before we can finalize the matter. Non-conviction based, you get a freezing order called preservation. After 90 days, you move to forfeiture stage, and then the matter gets finalized quickly. Then if we start on the first slide, and I'll be very quick, Chairperson, which is slide 42 for AFU. There I make the point that we get SIU referrals through SCCU, the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit, but we do get matters as well direct from AFU. The other point I want direct from SIU, AFU, SIU, yes, sorry. So the other point I want to make is that we don't provide end-to-end services. We get referrals. We get referrals from all investigative agencies as well as within prosecution. The next slide, which is slide 42, shows the total summary of referrals AFU got from SIU since inception. As I said, we've existed since 1999. We got a lot of matters, 84 matters which were with confiscation and forfeiture. Matter were finalized to the value of 4 billion. Freezing orders to the value of 12 billion, got 115 matters, and recoveries refers to money deposited in the criminal asset recovery account. The next set of matters, ESCOM matters, which my colleague from IDEC dealt with, we get from IDEC. We didn't get them from SIU, as I've explained. So we got 8 referrals from IDEC, and the biggest recoveries come from some of these ESCOM matters referred, like the Hlakudi matter of 1.4 billion and the ABB matter he referred to, where there was a 2.5 billion deposit into the criminal asset recovery account and a further restraint order of 584 million. We're currently waiting for the criminal proceedings to be concluded so that we can do the finalization of the forfeiture. We are now on slide 46, which is one of the matters under the ESCOM referrals, the Tegeta Optimum Colliery and Templar, which is the Gupta mine that was seized and forfeited to the state the beginning of this year. Then slide 48, PRASA matters. We deal with these matters as a collective in law enforcement. It's one of those matters that earlier Advocate de Kock referred to. we've got SIU, prosecution, and AFU involved with these matters. We finalized one matter in the PRASA matter referred to in slide 48, which is the 5.58 million matter. Then we've got referrals on water board matters. And slide 50, there we got direct referrals from SIU, direct to AFU. In total, we've now received 27 matters from SIU on National Lotteries Commission, and I have grouped them here, but we gave a breakdown and attached the annexure of the breakdown of the 27 matters on the annexures to our presentation. So again, just dealing with the issue around the numbers on referrals. For instance, where I deal with Lottery 1, which is AFU obtained a preservation order of 23 million, and now we're busy with forfeiture proceedings. The matter relates to 4 immovable properties, 3 luxury vehicles, including a Rolls-Royce Phantom. So because the modus operandi, as my colleague explained, is the same in these cases, we just group the matters and have a couple of defendants as we go to court. That's how we refer to the case. If it's motor vehicles, it's instruments of crime, it would be the NDPP versus that instrument of crime. So, and then on the second leg, where we've got 56 million freezing order and forfeiture proceedings, we are now in the process of doing the forfeiture proceedings. It's 9 immovable property and 9 immovable property and one movable property. So the breakdown of all those cases is then contained in the annexure that we have attached to the presentation. So these were direct referrals from SIU to AFU. On the next slide, I've lost track of my slides. On the next slide, we deal with the matters, the Transnet matters. They were referred through IDEC to AFU. We've got a 1.68 billion restraint order. We're waiting for the criminal proceedings to be finalized, and then we can do confiscation proceedings. And the next one, which was a resolution that we entered into working with DOJ USA, we worked with SIU, and we were able to recover 1.8 billion. The other matters that we've looked at are referrals from DPP offices that I will not deal with, but I think the slide just demonstrates that both slide 52 and 53 demonstrate that we also get matters through DPP's offices, which is through NPS that we deal with. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the indulgence in terms of time. Just as a matter of concluding, before we take questions, just to understand the challenges, Chair, all of the entities, and particularly the DPCI and the NPA, have really been struggling with capacity and capabilities to deal with complex corruption matters. I hate to say this, but run-of-the-mill matters like murders, rapes, robberies is extremely good competencies and capabilities. But these types of cases really require very, very specialized skills, which even if we can actually hire them, we can't pay the salaries that these types of skills requires to play. For example, the NPA, we are part of the public service, and so we are actually we are limited by public service salaries. And, some of the other entities, like the SIU doesn't have that limitation. They actually, we've had where we train people, like in the AFU and in the IDAC, financial investigators work with us. We pay them, and they get then taken by the SIU and paid 3 times the amount that we pay them. Literally 3 times the amount. So within government, we and the NPA are the ones that supply private sector and other entities in government. And building capacity under those circumstances is extremely difficult. So the IDAC, we know we're going to have those challenges moving forward because we don't have a different salary dispensation in the NPA. So trying to rebuild post-state capture, even in the DPCI, with financial investigators, Advocate General Labia, yeah, he is Advocate General Labia, doctor as well, I believe, will be able to talk to those issues. So I just want to, highlight that a lot of work's happening, there's a lot of good collaboration, but there are serious challenges within the system that needs to be understood in terms of how we're trying to deal with these matters. And I think I really want to make the point that a lot of money is being spent, but there's a really awkward truth to all of this, and that is that in as much as we will do all we can to prosecute, prosecution is not going to solve the problem in our country. And this is for 3 reasons. Firstly, investigating and prosecuting these matters is very slow for various reasons, I've explained. And one of the reasons is powerful people really keep arm's distance from, the obvious criminality. And their defense teams, once these matters are in court, exploit every possible avenue you can imagine. So for us to get a conviction and then for asset forfeiture to move in conviction-based really takes a long time. And, secondly, even when we have successful prosecutions, but these focus on specific individuals and specific acts. They don't actually focus on institutions. And so they often leave systemic corruption in place, allowing new crooks to come into these institutions and to exploit it. And finally, I think fundamentally is prosecutions come from the outside. And so, unless you have institutional practices and cultures within these departments and ministries that actually ensure that there's reform agendas, without a committed and ethical leadership and good governance in the ministries, the various governments, municipalities, we will do all that we can, but we'll just be, it's like the mouse running in this little circle. We're not going to solve the problem, but that doesn't mean it's not important. We recognize the importance of our work, and we will do all that we can to ensure that there's accountability and we recover the assets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Batoi. So I'm going to, thank you to all of you. Thank you, General Libya, and thank you, Advocate Mutibi. I am going to suggest that we take a break. It's now 11:10. Can we please get back at 11:25 for questions from the members? Thank you. Yeah. That's right. No, I was actually going to do that. Sometimes I feel bad for them. Sometimes I feel bad. See, they're waiting. No. But they had to correct, and then they had to... Oh, you mean earlier? Yes, I had to go to the... And he has to approve everything, and it's done. Yeah. And then I sent you some WhatsApp messages. I'm going to... I leave my phone there because it vibrates. Oh, no, that's okay. And so I tried to tell you that. I tried to tell you not happy. Yeah. Not nice. And in fact, it was actually so what I'm going to start is, because there is a certain, so in the SIU, I picked up something I knew would be a problem, right? Which is a prima facie. We hand cases which are good. No, but it also suggested that the information is prosecution grade. It's not. You need witness statements. So it needs to take the form of an execution form, which can handed over to the advocates. And when we begin, I'm really going to sort of just sort out these things. So that's one. The second one, which is why I ended up, I don't know if you were here, ended up asking all of those questions, is because I know when we get the reports about how, so the NPA guys talk about matters, which means one file with 10 people is one matter. For these guys, they say we've referred 10 individuals. So it feels like we need to then have 10 prosecutions. Okay?
But they do it all together.
But they do it all together. So these little things are really important. And I'm going to start at.
There's so much questions actually to ask them.
I'm going to start at this thing of the fight because the mandate of the assembly is not putting together.
But they do a good job, I must be
No,
honest.
of course, they do a good job on a civil, on a civil level, right? But the point is, when you've seen paperwork that says tender process is not followed, somebody was involved in too many instances where they were trying to get around the system and that sort of thing, when you're putting together a case, you need, as long as you say, to show up as a witness and say, I was present in the meeting when it was decided that he will do this. That's not what they decided. You know what I mean? So I need to clear this up because I looked at the last time these guys were here, and the issues hinged around these issues about why don't you take it straight to court? You can't in my view. So, but I am going to ask a couple of questions to clarify these matters because when I looked at those numbers, I was like, something is off.
Also, the presentations, there's so much missing on our presentations. They put in different slides here, like this last one. Then not all of it is here in our presentations.
Oh, you mean in this?
Yeah.
This final one? Yeah, I'll have a look when I rename it.
Joining us today as well.
Jane, they followed me.
I know.
And
They all know this is really exciting. Yeah, this is really exciting.
Thank you.
yeah. And as I walked, they were coming. They sit behind the podium.
Just your must aircon. Singathi be oma ibe cold hayi ngulando lo just le gqibela andiyazi nowethu ushushu utheni uvele wahamba wajust
I have that nothing. I've just worked on it. We'll probably get it this afternoon. But last time you indicated the chair wanted to meet with us what? That is what I was referring to when I said.
Those changes, basically,
Okay.
Then he said they would sort of by print early.
Yeah, because as I understand, all they want to do is to include there that you guys can refer
Yes.
complaints
Sure,
to
Judge.
us in terms of broader proclamations that emanate from your work. So that I've now, it was captured, but I've enhanced it. It's just that I'm now connectivity.
Okay.
Eh,
Shame on that
but
connectivity.
manifike hotel and
Shame.
connect.
Sounds
Not
like
even
fun.
inansika man.
Sounds like fun.
No, iphutha elami. Iphutha elami.
No.
That's exactly. I just happened to look at myself while talking. So they can't say, even with, remember Peter for was it AG, yeah, he had 2 years.
shall we get back on the saddle? Is everyone okay? Let's just give it a minute. Okay, thank you very much. I'll just ask some questions for clarification from the presentation, but they're really on technical matters, because I do want us to be on the same page with regards to what certain things mean in practice. And I'm not doing this as an academic exercise, because you know, we just need to proceed forward, especially at question time, along the same lines. There appears to be, or let me preface my question in this way, that there is a term that Advocate Mutibi used, which was prima facie case. And I need between the SIU and the NPA to get on the same page as to the use of that term in this context, because it goes to the heart of the things we may differ about here. And that is, there are two options here. Either the file that the NPA receives from the SIU can simply be registered as a case and taken to court. In other words, it's got witness statements. It's not just a paper trail. It's somebody saying, I was present when so-and-so said to so-and-so that if you do me a solid, then I'll sort you out later. And so I need you to help us walk through just that bit. Because there is a complaint generally, which is, sure, it takes long. These matters were referred to you in 2021, and it's now 2024, and that matter is still not in court. What is going on? What are you people doing there? Why are these matters not in court? Because the file that you got in the public consciousness was ready for prosecution. So I want us to clear this matter up so that we speak on the same thing. So I am going to ask Advocate Mutibi to go first. What does it mean when you say prima facie case? What do you mean? And then I will go to the NPA and ask, when you get the file, what specifically is missing that makes you refer it to the Hawks? And to the Hawks, if when you get this information, it's ready for prosecution, what are you investigating? The investigation is done. So I want us to clear this matter up before I open up for questions. So let me start with you, Advocate Mutibi, so that we're on the same page as to what these matters mean.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. The departure point is the provision of the legislation. And of course, we accept that the legislation doesn't use the terminology prima facie. The legislation says when the evidence points to the commission of an offense or to a criminal offense. I'll restate again the wording of the legislation because it's really important. So, yes, as soon as practicable, it has obtained a evidence referred to in subsection 1, or the subsection 1 says evidence regarding or which points to the commission of an offense. Really, without going into a lengthy address, our investigators, including the acting chief national investigating officer who was presenting here, are trained in gathering evidence, whether in this case, criminal evidence. And they are trained in a manner that they are able to determine whether evidence points to the commission of an offense. And the training it varies, some of them, of course, have been previously in the DSO and so on, So we're talking about, investigators that are trained here in identifying that kind of evidence. When they investigate and then they're able to say if it's corruption, right? They're able to say, does it meet the provision of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act provisions that we referred to in the powers whereupon the president can refer a proclamation. Subsection F specifically refers to Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities provision, and that's a criminal offense, right, in the main. And there are other legislations like PFMA, which establishes a criminal offense, right, from managing the finance in a manner that contravenes PFMA. And there's other relevant criminal offenses like fraud and so on. Now, Chair, the use of the prima facie terminology in our presentation, it's simply based on the fact that at the time when the investigators investigate and the evidence points to the commission of fraud, corruption, and so on, and we are satisfied, at least from our side, that that evidence on the face of it shows the commission of that offense, then we hand over. And that is why we go at length in compiling evidence. That's why we go at length in compiling evidentiary material. We don't just send a letter and say, in this case, we believe that, evidence points to a commission of an offense, and it ends there. There's a file of evidence that we present. And it is then our view at that time that it complies with Section 41D that says we have found evidence regarding or which points to the commission of an offense. Then we hand over, right? And then, of course, NPA would deal with it in accordance with how our colleagues have indicated. Thanks.
Thank you. In other words, if we were to use violent crime, there is a dead body here. It has bullet wounds. And the last people that were with this person were these three people. So we know the person is dead. We know they have bullet wounds. And in our view, a murder has been committed because you are trained to look at a set of facts that say, well, this does not appear to be a natural death here. There are just some markers to what has happened here that point to a criminal offense, right? What then the NPA is going to do, because you need to convict someone, right? Now, they need to make sure that the two determinations are made. The three people that were with the deceased, we know, we can prove that either all of them or one or two killed the person. Someone needs to make that determination, but as far as you are concerned, there are the elements that pass a certain threshold that say definitely it appears that a criminal offense has been committed here. Our mandate is not to investigate, and build criminal cases, but in terms of our expertise and in terms of this legislation, it appears that a certain crime has been committed here, right? And in the case of corruption, same person, same supply chain, the same people get the sort of get awarded the tender, or co-directors and so on, and you're like, in terms of POCA and PRECA and so on, there are just too many mutual gratifications going on here, right? We need to hand it over to these guys. Right, okay. I'm happy. Let's get to the NPA. This is important. Let's get to the NPA. What happens?
Chair, you've asked an extremely important question, and you've almost answered it. So I think that is a very, very good analogy that you make with the murder case. And the SIU, I have to emphasize, does extremely, we all know, extremely good work in terms of unraveling some of this and unraveling evidence that points to criminality. But it's not, they don't have criminal investigative powers. The DPCI has criminal investigative powers. And now in the IDAC, they have criminal investigative powers. So the prima facie, the analogy, I don't think I can do better than that. It's on the face of it, you know, that's the Latin term. It's on the face of it, there appears to be a crime committed. When we receive it then, we have to make sure that it's not just prima facie, particularly when you're dealing with very serious, complex corruption. The last thing we want is to enroll a matter and then find that there's not, we have to either investigate more after arrest, for example, or we find that, you know, it doesn't meet the standard. So we will enroll a case when it meets the standard of reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution. And that is a higher standard than prima facie. You know, you could just, you know, your example is the best thing. Or prima facie is someone say so. Like, for example, the Zondo Commission, there's a lot of prima facie evidence where someone just comes and says, this is what happened. You then need to make sure that you have corroborating evidence that supports that. On the face of it, prima facie, there's evidence against somebody. On the standard of prima facie, you could potentially arrest someone and one person say so. But that's not enough for the criminal standard. We run a risk. So that is the key difference. And even not just the NPA, General Labia will be able to expand on what they actually have to do after cases are referred from the NPA to the DPCI so that we can meet the standard. But I emphasize the work of the SIU, hugely important, and that is why very often when the criminal investigations continue, you'll find that the teams will work together, will still engage with the SIU. And I'll ask Advocate Koch just to expand a little bit on this so that we have absolute clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. Just to add on to what the NDPP says. So think of it this way in terms of the analogy of the chair. So there is the body. We all see there's the body. The question is that we need to go to a court to prove, one, which body was that? How did that body die? Who killed that body? Etc. So even though someone as an investigator may be able to make the determination that a murder has been committed, the requirement of the law and the requirement of the Constitution is that we must now present all the relevant, credible evidence to a court. And that is where the mandate of the MPA kicks in. So although in the SIU, an investor may be able to make that assessment, when it gets to the prosecution, it's our job to ensure that we are able to take the credible evidence to the court in terms of the requirements of the Constitution and the law. And that compels us then to proceed with a further investigation. So in case of the body, you sometimes need the ballistic report, the ballistic evidence, which may not be at hand at that stage, and you may need additional evidence. And that is where the police's mandate kicks in. So we got a similar analogy with the SARS, South African Revenue Services. The South African Revenue Services also have investigators that investigate certain crime types relevant to their mandate, tax offences, tax violations, etc. They then engage with prosecutors in the NPA. But in all of those matters, we refer those cases to the DPCI, in all of them. So there's a procedural aspect to this. We as the NPA cannot just elect on receipt of an affidavit to bring people before the court. We have to follow a procedural process where the police are mandated, because the police must ensure that their records are correct. They open a docket, they have to have a profile of the suspects, etc. When we make a decision to prosecute, then there's procedural aspects that kick in at the police. And so, who are the people that arrest? Not prosecutors. Prosecutors don't arrest. Police arrest. So it's for all these reasons that the referral then must happen to the police. Even though on the face of it, an SIU investigator may be convinced there's enough in this document I've presented to bring that person to court. So it's a number of issues. The one, to be sure that we have all the relevant evidence to present to the court, but then there are also these other procedural aspects that I've just spoken about that kicks in as well. And that creates some of the challenges that we are dealing with. So if the SIU, for example, had full criminal investigative capacity and they have full criminal investigative powers, which they don't have, it may be a different case in terms of the referral. But as it stands, the SIU investigators don't have full criminal investigative powers and full criminal investigative authority for the criminal process. So, Chair, I hope that's helping the committee understand. Yeah. And again, I think we don't need to go down this road with this conversation, because at the end of the day, the MPA has the authority and the mandate to make a decision whether the evidence that's presented is sufficient. And so I think it becomes a bit of a red herring if we do that. We've got to respect each other's mandates, and if the MPA believes the matter still needs further criminal investigative power, criminal investigation, we must respect that. You know, often when we meet sometimes in the international meetings we have, I spoke about it earlier, there's also a lot of pressure on us to prosecute. And even at that level, I've explained before that as the National Prosecuting Authority, even the NDPP sitting here, and me as the deputy, we don't have authority to instruct a prosecutor what to do, or a director of public prosecutor what to do, because there are individual rights at play of people, right? And that is why it's so important that if a prosecutor is assigned to a particular matter, investigation, believes that there must be further investigation done, we got to respect that, and that is the independent role that the prosecutors play every day in our country. And as the managers here, sitting here today, we emphasize that independence to the lowest level within our organization. And I'm sure the committee members will understand that's the correct way to do it.
Okay, no, thank you, Advocate Tikok. I don't want us to kind of go down a rabbit hole here. I wanted to resolve an issue, and I don't think there's an issue of the SIU not respecting your independence. I have not experienced that. They have not said so, and they've also not suggested to us that they, they've got that level of reach. So I don't want us to kind of misdirect ourselves. I'm really resolving this issue because the members are going to start asking questions, and the big issue is the delays and so on, both for the public and for us. That's the only thing I need here at a high level, right? I just want General Libya to kind of tie it up for us, because with all of these matters having been referred, at which point then does it go back and we start seeing cases in court? What needs to be in the file?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. I think that they shall have indicated initially that when we conduct the investigation, we do what we call prosecution-guided investigation. So the prosecutor and the investigator sit together from the beginning and agree as to what is that which is needed. As an example, if one was to go and check our bigger report, you'll find in slide 13 where we are talking about one matter registered in 2017. In that matter, it needed 813 statements to be ready. And if you were to check the counts that we will put in one matter, some of them exceed 1,000 counts. In a sense, each count is supposed to be a crime on its own, but you don't want to be split in this. You have got to be put in one. So there is a lot of evidence that is required to be deposited into the file, such that the one who's going to prosecute, which is the National Prosecuting Authority, should be satisfied that I have got sufficient to be able to present a convincing case to the presiding officer to make a determination. So ours is guided by the available information. We gather all that which is required, and then when the NPA is satisfied, then we know that the matter is ready for trial or whatever. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, no, thank you to all of you. Advocate Mutibi, I'll just give you one more, and then I'll tie up and hand over to the members, because the members need to come in.
No, thanks, Honourable Chair. I thought this would really assist as questions would arise. I mean, my colleagues say, and Advocate de Kock in particular, SIU does not have full criminal investigation. NDPP says do not have criminal investigation powers, and so on. Chair, I think it's really important to highlight that point. Again, back to the legislation, right? Section, and I really don't want to go into too much detail, but just to indicate that the President may refer matters to the SIU, of course by proclamation, based on the allegations from A to G. That the F that we showed, again, is the President may exercise the powers under subsection 1, which is to refer matters to SIU, on the grounds of any alleged, and number F says, any alleged offense referred to in part 1 to 4 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, right? So there are allegations, and this would be allegations of corruption, right? According to the legislation, it would be allegations of corruption. And it says SIU can investigate that, right? Now, if you go back to section 4(2), it says, and this is what we have just saw, that if we find evidence pointing to an offense, right? It says, as soon as practicable, after SIU has obtained evidence. How do we obtain evidence except through investigation and so on, right? As soon as we have obtained evidence referred to in subsection 1, inform the relevant Prosecuting Authority, whereupon such evidence must be dealt with in a manner that best serves the interest of the public, right? So this is where we are. This is the legislative framework within which we operate, right? So if in any way we were not, by the legislation, authorized to investigate corruption, this Section F would not be in here, right? That's our view. But of course, when we obtain that evidence that points to corruption, according to legislation, we need to refer it to NPA. That's where we are.
Thank you so much. I think we are all clarified, and I'm going to give over to the members. I think we're all clarified because I really needed to in the questions, deal with the questions that the public has. This is being televised, so please bear with me. Deal with the questions of, so people will say, you spent R1 billion on the Zondo Commission, not one conviction, as an example. These are important matters because there's public funds involved. The thing that really makes people really upset is, no man, like, this happened in 2012 and the person is still walking the street. Why are they walking the street? And that's why we're here today. So I really needed to do that. I think from your three explanations, here is the chain, therefore. There will either be a whistleblower or a newspaper article, usually, that points that something fishy happened there. The people in that institution will not necessarily go to the police station and report. They will tell a journalist or whatever the case might be. There is enough information on the face of it in public to make the case for a proclamation to be made. The SIU goes in there and they go, they've now been 3 cases where senior officials have taken part in meetings where they shouldn't be, and the outcome has benefited the same people with the same shortcomings in terms of PFMA and then so-and-so bought a car for so-and-so, and that's where we can see they're driving it, but it's in another person's name. Then you decide there are a few pieces of legislation here that have been breached in our informed view because we are lawyers. The NPA needs to look at this. NPA goes in there and they say, actually, yes, we need to get those statements and paperwork and this kind of thing, and generally BA gets involved. And once all of that together, the prosecutors have got enough information, so the file is no longer 235 pages, it is now 15,007 pages of evidence. Now it goes back to a prosecutor and then it goes to court. I wanted to clear that, okay? So usually, members, I begin on this side. I won't today because I might be accused of biases. And Honorable Dagmore, this is your day because I'm starting on your side of the... I'm starting on your side. I do want to recognize there are 2 honorable members there, Honorable Wakeling and Honorable Burke, who are alternates on the committee. So what I'm going to do is I am going to give, that's what we did yesterday. So I am going to give you 2 honorable members, Honorable Trollip and Honorable Beasley. And then we take answers. And then we start with Honorable Dagmore and we move this way. So that's how we're going to do it. Otherwise, it takes too long for both the questions and the answers. Can I ask that in order to accommodate one another in terms of time, so we've got an hour and 3 minutes to lunch, we're going to come back thereafter, in order to, so can we get straight to the question? I know we want to say what's on our minds to all of the officials here. Can we limit that to a few comments? You can still do that, but give them a very clear question for them to answer so that we serve our purposes here. Thank you very much. Honorable Wakeling, you go first.
Good morning, Chair, or is it good afternoon? Yeah, thank you, Chair. By way of introduction, as you said, I'm Honorable Wakeling. I am a member of Appropriation as well as alternate to Scope. I have got a few questions, if you allow me, Chair. The first one relates particularly around, and I'm going to do it by way of an example of what's happening, and then there's a broader question to the comment. It relates to the Rooiwal matter in the city of Tshwane. where SIU had received a declaration, did the investigation, and then invoiced the council. And I want to get a sense. I think it was 10 million rand for the case. It leads me to a broader question on the cost implication for local government in 267 municipalities and 9 provinces. The cost implication of charging them excessive amounts of money to do investigation, and still today there's no status on that matter. If they can respond to that specific matter and give me a broader understanding of cost implication to our own very own state organs to pay for investigations, to prosecution, or for at least to have an attachment order. That's the first question. The second matter I want to talk to relates a little bit to National Treasury, but the blacklisting or the restrictive listing of current suppliers that works for all government entities. Do we see an intervention from NPA or from SIU, at least on that, to say, but let's list these people in the interim, as opposed to them continuing business with the state? I mean, we've had, and there's a number of examples, which I don't necessarily want to do here, but where these guys just continue in perpetuity to draw money from us. The third matter relates to just a broader question. We saw the statistics, Chair, and we saw the results, some very good results and some not so good, but my concern lies around against what? We don't have a clear picture, particularly around the Zoning Commission. We spent 1 billion rand, over 1 billion rand on the commission, and we saw some results, 14 billion on freezing orders and the likes, but it's against what? I'm concerned that we don't see the real picture. It could be trillions. I don't know. I'm just using a very simple example, but you get my point. But the gist of the question is, can we please in future see a presentation against a specific benchmark, a caseload in particular, and value of money if can be? Then the last one is more a process question, and more to your point, Chair, is the matter of mandates and legislative requirements. SIU, and I think that's where some of the time frame issues come in, is when they do investigate a civil matter, the approach is obviously much different than the approach that NPA will take. Could we not just reverse engineer that argument a little bit and say, from the onset, investigate for prosecution in any event, and then decide if we're going to prosecute or not? Because my concern lies in the time delays, and that's part of the time delays. And then just maybe if NPA can give me the views on the backlog or the backlog we are receiving currently in courts. Is there an intervention currently happening? Because we got matters sitting at courts for years now. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Just Honourable Wickling, so I just want to be certain, because I might want to take one of your questions out of their remit, because we dealt with it at length. Were you asking about entities that have been flagged but continue to do business with? Okay, I will deal with that question. So please don't, because we've now spoken to everybody, presidency and so on. I'll give the answer. You were not present at that time. Thank you. Honourable Beck.
Thank you, Chair. Full disclosure is that my eldest brother spent 10 years at the NPA and has the highest regard for the colleagues sitting here. I too share that respect. I have heard Advocate Patoy say over the last week similar sentiments to what were expressed here today, which is that prosecution cannot solve South Africa's problems. And while I think there's some truth to that statement, I would contest that we should trust each other, as a colleague said, to solve things that are outside of the remit of prosecution. But you can certainly do your part. And it seems to me that one of the biggest contributing factors to our grey listing is our inability to prosecute financial crimes. So my question there is, what are we doing to accelerate the pace of the prosecution of domestic financial crimes? The second question is, what is the average length from when you receive a referral to when you make a decision to prosecute or not to prosecute? And how has that time changed in the last 5 years? I hope that question is clear enough. And finally, how many of those matters in the Zondo Commission that were flagged for investigation by the NPA have indeed been investigated by the NPA or the SIU or others? And how many of those Have a decision been made on to prosecute or not to prosecute? And how many of those are before the court, or has there been a judgment? I'll rest my questions there, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Trolip.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to ask questions in this committee. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the efforts made by the NPA post-COVID and post-state capture in the rebuilding to address design flaws and all the other things that went before. But I want to also start my input by saying that I was taken aback by the NDPP's comment about can't prosecute our way out of corruption. Yes, you went on and you qualified that by saying it requires a fundamental shift in emphasizing the need for ethical leadership to prevent corruption resurfacing. Well, there's a dearth of ethical leadership in our public service, and corruption hasn't resurfaced. Corruption is here. It's surfaced. And extortion is on the increase. And, you know, we read about construction mafia and all the consequences of that. And in the light of that, prosecutions are very, very important because they are a strong deterrent. So I would like just some qualification perhaps on that. And then around asset forfeiture or recovery or confiscation or freezing, to the man in the street, they don't really understand the difference. If an asset has been acquired through corruption, they expect it to be taken back. Now, there's a case where Mr. Hamilton and Glorville displayed arrogant ostentation, and you guys went after him, well done. There is a forfeiture order, and there's just oblivious contempt. That doesn't sit well with the man in the street. The man in the street wants action. When you read stories daily that basically say that ostentatious lifestyles of public representatives and politicians doesn't stand out in the crowd because this kind of ostentation has become commonplace. Let me illustrate that. A member of parliament, backbencher, earns 1.2 million rand a year. Their take-home pay is around 60,000 rand a month. You cannot live in a 35 million rand house. You cannot drive a Bentley. You cannot have multiple sports cars. We talk about lifestyle analysis and audits. It doesn't happen because it doesn't even stick out in the crowd anymore. So what are we actually doing about people that live visibly way beyond their means with public ostentation at any given time? I would venture, and I would like to hear an answer about freezing orders, forfeiture, confiscation, etc. The buck stops when you take the bucks away. Why don't we see more of that? Then I see there are two different scenarios that define corruption. One is intentional loss, which should be theft, not loss, of public money. And that's become commonplace because of the scourge of the attitude it's my turn to eat. And the other one is negligent loss, stroke theft of public money. Negligent loss is incompetence or unqualified people, etc. But there's also, that too should be differentiated because there is intentional neglect. And you find it everywhere, especially at the lowest form of government or at the coalface, local government. Intentional neglect. So that if you're caught out, you say, oh, I made a mistake, but actually it wasn't a mistake. It was by design. I must say I was quite shocked to hear that state capture comprises 0.01% of the NPA's work and that it gets most media attention. And then you explain to us about murders, gangs, GBV-related crimes, etc. But state capture is at the pinnacle or the Maslow's hierarchy right at the top. And we want to see the fight against corruption starting at the top. We're tired of hearing about minnows being prosecuted, but the whales float away. Then just for my own sake, so that I can understand it and maybe explain it to constituents, there's serious corruption versus corruption. I believe all corruption is serious, but serious corruption versus corruption, serious organized crime versus crime, serious commercial crime versus crime. Do you measure it in hundreds of thousands, millions, or billions? Because billions have become commonplace. Then, has the NPA identified the main corruption siphons? I looked at some of the reports there. Department of Health is a corruption siphon. The Lotteries Board is a corruption siphon. Eskom is a corruption siphon. Have you identified all the main siphon areas? Because if you do that, then you can start focusing on corruption in those siphon areas. Then I've heard many references, Chairperson, to barriers of success. And clearly many of these barriers can only be fixed by improved legislation and legislative environment, like the IDAC, for example. The independence of IDAC, is that not a concern? Because it's not a Chapter 9 institution. If it becomes inconvenient, it can be done away with, just like the Scorpions. Is that not a barrier that should be presented to Parliament to say, you need to look at this? Because unless you do that and bring it to Parliament for serious consideration for improved legislation, you'll continue to come back and tell us these are the barriers to success. I recently asked a question to the Minister of Justice through the parliamentary question process about state capture report and those cases referred for prosecution. I was told, Chair, that there were 1,400 cases, but many relate to hearsay, so they couldn't be prosecuted. NPA, DPCI have identified 200 for investigation to be prosecuted, and IDAC is dealing with 146 of these. 53 individuals and 3 juristic entities have been enrolled in criminal court. So 1,400, 146 are being prosecuted. It's 10%. That's alarming. That concerns me. Then my last question. The Director of Public Prosecutions in a provincial jurisdiction. In fact, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to speak to a specific case. The DPP in Gauteng decides not to prosecute in a case against Mr. Zizi Kodwa on the strength of new information that has come to his notice. But he had embarked on a prosecution against the same person on the strength of evidence that they did have. Now, I know the NDPP has taken a decision to take that matter under review. My question is, how long will that review take? And if there are irregularities in the decision that was taken by the DPP, what are the consequences? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Trollip. Honourable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair. I'm mainly covered, but just a few questions and comments. I think in the NPA's concluding remarks, it talked about confidence in the various institutions, and I think the reality of it, there is a lack of confidence in the institutions. And then the NPA talked about a lack of capacity and skills. What would it take to address those capacities and skills? Is it throwing money? Do we have the skills? Will we ever get the skills? Are those challenges? Can we meet those challenges, and what would it take to meet those challenges? And then I think the point about grey listing is very well made. There's a reason why we're on the grey listing, and hearing what I'm hearing today, it sounds like we possibly will stay on the grey listing for some time, and that does have huge implications to our economy. And then the SRU, there's 3,320 cases referred to prosecution to be followed up. it'll be nice to have a recon of that, because I think there's just so many figures bandied around. But of the 3,320 since 2018, where are we actually sitting with all of those? And then in the Hawks presentation, it said 104 cases waiting to decide whether to prosecute or not. How long does that actually take? Is that not a bottleneck in the system? Because it sounds like the evidence is produced, it's ready to prosecute, and they're still sitting on the files. And then also at slide 11, it did surprise me that and there were a couple of cases on that when the financial loss was 14,940. I mean, surely there's a cutoff of what cases we actually, to go to all the costs and expenditure for 14,000 Rand does seem a bit, seems a bit immaterial.
Sorry, Honourable Beasley, on which, on which?
On the Hawk slide.
On the Hawk slide,
yeah,
okay.
There were numerous cases that were being prosecuted that the materiality was below 100,000, and that just seems a waste of state resources. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. So we're doing well. So, Honourable Dagmo, if you are ready, because I couldn't see Honourable Maduna in there, so we're gonna do this 5, then 4. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair, and once again, thanks for all the presentations. I must say, sitting from where I'm sitting, that we are hearing reports which show a serious commitment to the mandates of the SIU, the NPA, and the Hawks. And in particular, I think we should also acknowledge that whether there are those who pretend that this form of state capture didn't happen, because there are still people who I refer to as state capture denialists. I'm also of the view that different forms of capture happened before the Zondo Commission as well. But if you look at the impact of that and the effect that had on our institutions and the rebuilding that needed to happen, and I'm referring particularly to the NPA, I think we have to bear that in mind, that it has been a process. But what I think you get from these reports is definitely a commitment and progress that is being achieved. I would like to ask, firstly, you know, there's a narrative that somewhere, somehow, the President or the Minister of Justice is sitting somewhere, you know, saying what should be prosecuted and what should not be prosecuted. I would just like to ask, in particular, the NPA and the other institutions, whether they have got or received any instructions about whether to prosecute or not from politicians, or whether they, as is publicly said, and Advocate de Kock spoke about the issue of the independence of prosecutors, that based on evidence, they then decide to prosecute or not. Is that what we can believe? That it is that there are not instructions coming from any politician about whether to prosecute or not. I think that's a fundamental element in terms of assuring the public that there's prosecution without fear or favor. In regard to the SIU, I would also like to ask, I think it might be linked to a previous question, is a request to the President to issue a proclamation, is it informed by whether there is a prospect of recovering of funds? And do you then not request a proclamation if you feel that there's actually not a prospect of recovering funds? Because that concerns me a bit, that I understand that one wants to recover funds, but it's sometimes, so I just want to ask, is that a criteria when you ask for a proclamation? And then in the presentation, Chair, by the SIU, there was a particular slide there which was very open and honest on the prevention side, which described what's happening there as uncoordinated and disintegrated. I mean, that's a very serious thing. So you have all the efforts, but the real issue about how we prevent that, I mean, there could be a long argument about being consistent with prosecutions, consequences, examples being made, and so on. But in the view of the SIU, what if they were literally, you know, could make a recommendation direct to the President, how would you then coordinate and integrate the prevention strategy? What exactly is needed? You know, is it a law specifically dealing with corruption and efforts? Then we hear that there were 276 proclamations since 2001, and this presentation focused on 147. I would just like to ask a question that's coming from my constituency. One of my constituencies, was there ever a formal SIU proclamation issued in regard to the Swellendam municipality, whether from 2001 or 2018? There are massive numbers when you say reference for admin action. I think I counted there's like 40,000 or a huge number. Could you just give us an example? I mean, is that like a letter to, individual letter to a department saying, discipline this one? I mean, it just seems a huge number of administrative actions. And then the NPA said that, amongst other things, in terms of gender-based violence, they're trying to get a list of the top 10 serial rapists in every province. Now, to be honest, I wasn't aware that there are serial rapists, even 5 or 10 of them in every province. So is it literally a situation that each of our provinces has 10 serial rapists? I mean, you know, I would actually like them to clarify that. And then on IDAC, we know there was legislation in 2019, and then there was a proclamation, and then only in 2024, you know, the actual establishment of IDAC. So I just want to ask, what happened in between 2019 and 2024? Was it just a directorate that was working, and now it's been formalized? So what happened in the 4 years' time? In reference to the prosecutions, ESCOM execs, there's a reference to ABB, but there's not the names of the ESCOM executives. Can you give us the names of the ESCOM executives that are implicated in the ABB matter? It just says they're ESCOM execs, it doesn't give names. Alex Core, if you could just, there's one reference in the slides there that have been made, but the information that is out there is basically saying that there was a Gupta-linked company that received a contract from Alex Core called Scarlet Sky. It was named in a Gobodo forensic investigation. Why has this contract, even in the context of Gobodo investigation, saying that the contract was flawed? Why has the contract not been set aside? And it is alleged that 6 billion rand in illicit diamond trading took place through a company that had no diamond license. We also know that the Alex Core chair had informed another standing committee, you know, that there was actually an SIU investigation concluded. So is that true, and where is that report into Alex Core? And then to the last question I would like to ask, Chair, and thanks for your indulgence, is that we've obviously come here to look at all the SIU referrals and how these are being dealt with. But what does a member of the public do in an example, for instance, where the mayor of a municipality in the Western Cape, the mayor of Hessequa, is being recorded in terms of encouraging housing beneficiaries who don't meet the criteria to commit fraud on their housing applications. There's a case number, but now that hasn't been SIU, it's not been there, but now the public is asking, a criminal charge was laid in 2023. Now, we are members of parliament here, there are counters. What is the correct procedure to follow to ask either the Hawks, who I believe are investigating this matter, or the SIU, without compromising the integrity, that here is an allegation, there's written transcripts of what was said, but since 2023, there's, according to the public who've approached me, there's no, what should they do in a situation like that? Finally, salary disparity, I didn't know about the SIU and the NPA. Are there proposals about how to deal that? Because clearly we need the best prosecutors in the NPA, we need the best investigators in the SIU, but what are the proposals to actually deal with this problem of salary disparity? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I go to let me just deal with the question you asked, Honorable Wakeling, because we have dealt with it. I don't want a long conversation. Short version is this. So we had the presidency here. There are two issues in the main at play. The first is that there is a process, call it a disciplinary for suppliers, basically, that must take place. So that when the said supplier is removed from the vendors list, they cannot take the decision to court on the basis of purger and then have themselves reinstated. So there must be a process where the decision is rationally connected to what is said. However, there is an issue with cooperation from various entities across all three spheres of government. So when the presidency was here, because they're supposed to have that dashboard that tells us some of the conversation we have here today, but also cases where people are supposed to be blacklisted as employees, suppliers are supposed to be blacklisted. They're going to come back to the committee in the new year. They were here last week to say, where are the disciplinary cases lagging? Who's not taking action? What are you doing about it? By when are we going to clear those cases out of the system? So it is in hand, but I thought it's important for the public to know, the committee members know. I will ask that we go this way. Advocate Patoi, you and your team go first, and then General Libya, and then Advocate Motibi, and then we'll go back to further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and honourable members. I'll take some of the questions, and then my colleagues will deal with other aspects, and then if there's anything that I need to sweep up at the end, well, of this round, I'll deal with that. The first one, let me just perhaps deal with the first question on inability to prosecute financial crimes. That's Honourable Burke, I think. I think this has been, and I'm really glad that Honourable Dugmore reminded us about what happened during state capture and the undermining of institutions and where we found ourselves in 2019, and then COVID hit us and the world stopped, and trying to actually rebuild. I think in terms of the NPA, and I completely get Honourable Trollop's points, and I'm going to deal with them specifically. What we've achieved in 3.5 years is, I think, nothing short of, I hate sounding like we are self-serving, but it's quite, I can't believe sometimes what we've managed to achieve in the circumstances. 3.5 years, let's be very clear about that, 3.5 years, with no money in the country, a very fiscally constrained environment with no capacities, capabilities, and people expected post-Zondo that there were cases ready for us to take to court, and they were just going to be. In fact, I'll be honest. When I took this job, I thought, how difficult can it be to get one big case in court that's going to turn sentiment around like that? I realize now how difficult it was. I didn't think it will be difficult. That's why I can understand the people of South Africa feeling the same. Why are you taking so long? It should be easy. But when you're in the boxing ring, it's different from shouting, on the sidelines. But I'll deal with those challenges specifically, not just broadly in the way that I have. So the ability to prosecute financial crimes has been one of the really huge challenges in the system. And General Libya will talk about, and we are also, as I mentioned earlier, we are training people that get taken away by the private sector, and particularly trying to deal with transformation, Black African women and men. If you train them and they get stolen by the private sector very, very quickly. And so we are constantly trying to build capacity, and you can't stop people from leaving. So the ability to prosecute financial crimes, and General Libya can talk about that, because in the IDAC, what we are now, we still, the salary dispensation issue is there, and I think that's got to be a collective, in terms of government, how do we deal with this disparity in salaries? So, the NPA, particularly in the IDAC now, we can hire people at better salary scales. Otherwise, it makes it very, very difficult to build capacity that we want to within government and within the NPA in particular. With regard to, I dealt with the Zondo Commission.
Can I just ask you to maybe assist the committee and the public? So what are we talking, what differentials are we talking here? Just give us a typical case where, don't have to name the person. So I don't know. Maybe the person has been at the NPA for, a decade. Let's say they've reached a certain level. Give us information like that. Tell us how much you're paying them and what the offer from outside the NPA then looks like, because part of what we have to do is to write reports, obviously, for Parliament, for adoption after these kind of hearings. And we need to be clear what kind of differentials we're talking about here.
Well, the financial investigators, I think there were 3 or 4 from the IDAC now. I think 1 from the AFU that were earning around 300,000, and they were hired by the SIU at over $1 million. So, and they were in our space for a couple of years. Yeah, 3 years. Sorry, 8. Sorry, I'm corrected. 8 now from the IDAC that have been, we've lost them. So we've, that's what we're looking at. So unless the salary dispensation issue is dealt with, in the NBA, particularly in the IDAC. And I think General Lubia will say he's having the same problem. So in government, if we want to deal with financial crimes, we have to have a dispensation that allows us to attract the right skills and to keep them. So that's basically what we're looking at.
And private sector? You've mentioned the SIU, and I don't want to give the impression that the SIU are the culprits here.
I think, the private sector, as we have had people that are also, taken by the private sector. Sorry? It's even more, the IDAC colleague. We can give you figures later. Maybe we can send it to you.
Please, that would be very helpful, because it just helps us to put things in context and not speak in generalities.
And I think it's really important, because to understand the challenges, and that's what we would appreciate, a committee that understands the challenges and helps us, those that are really committed to trying to fight the good fight, to give us the capacities, capabilities so we can do it. So we really appreciate this level of scrutiny and asking these questions, because it helps to understand the critical challenges that we are facing. I'll ask colleagues, I think if we got the Zondo Commission figures, we can deal with those in terms of referrals and the numbers. On the issue of we can't prosecute ourselves out of corruption, I don't want to minimize the importance of prosecutions in terms of holding people accountable, both in terms of, whether it's imprisonment or, whatever the outcome is. So accountability, prosecution's critical, and we've said it's a two-pronged strategy to dealing with these types of crimes. One is prosecution's accountability, and 2 is another aspect of accountability is bringing back the stolen money. So these are 2 critical parts to our strategy, and I really want to emphasize, I do not want my comments to be misunderstood, to seem to suggest that prosecutions are not important. It is a critical aspect of government's response to dealing with corruption. It can only be truly effective if it works hand in hand with a very, very clear strategy to deal with the prevention aspects up front, to ensure that we have good governance, to ensure that we have ethical leadership. Then the impact of prosecutions will be even greater. So I want to really make that clear, and that is why it's very encouraging that our national anti-corruption strategy focuses very much on the prevention aspect to ensure ethical leadership. And so that, but of course, I want to emphasize prosecutions is a strong deterrent. People do not like to go to prison, but that is why they will also fight us. We as the investigative arm, unlike the Zondo Commission or the SIU, we hit at the heart of the people that human beings treasure most, their freedom and their money. And they will attack us in every possible way to make sure that they don't lose that. So what happens in court cases is they will fight us, even those cases that are in court. People ask, why not one conviction? 37 cases in court, and I'm only talking about Zondo Commission. On the other major corruption cases that are outside of the ID, we can talk about that. They are on the court rolls because we are being fought at in every possible way to delay. Stalingrad tactics, I've said, is a serious risk to the rule of law, and it is. And we need perhaps greater, management of cases in court to make sure that there's a fair trial for the accused, but there's also a fair trial for the victims. And in the case of corruption, the country is a victim. So I think, I really want to be very clear that we will do, prosecutions are important, but I give the idea of the Italian example. There was a clean hands, mani pulite, the prosecutions, there were thousands of prosecutions. I think it destroyed the two top political parties in Italy. There were politicians that committed suicide, and it was a massive, massive prosecution campaign. At the end of all of that, what happened is Silvio Berlusconi came into power, and we know what happened. So people that actually want to protect themselves, prosecutions are important, but if you don't instill ethical leadership and good governance, then it creates, it will only move the dial thus far. But in terms of, you'll deal with those cases. The independence of the IDAC, that's a critical question that Honourable Trollop has asked. I want to be clear that a Chapter 9 institution does not necessarily guarantee true independence, and so it's a higher degree of independence. But I want to say that in very few countries in the world, if any, a prosecuting authority is not in some way accountable to the executive, in some way, I say. So in very few countries, that is the case. And so the Glenister decisions have said that you must have sufficient degree of independence. And so I think that perhaps the one aspect where a Chapter 9 entity is stronger in terms of independence of a prosecution authority is the fact that you can remove a head of a Chapter 9 institution by a 2/3 majority in Parliament, whereas the head of the NPA, ultimately, it's a simple majority after any process that the President wants to put in place. So maybe if that is strengthened, I do agree there needs to be, a strong focus on the financial and operational independence of the NPA and looking at how a national director is appointed, and not just national director. Let me inform the committee that there are 4 layers in the NPA that are presidential appointments. 3. It's a national director, it's the deputy national directors, and then it's the DPPs, the heads of prosecutions in the regions, that are all appointed by the president. The next layer, which is the deputy DPP, and most of them are in the regions doing prosecution work every day, they are appointed by the minister. So there are 4 layers in the NPA that, and that has to be looked at. There has to be legislative amendments that address the appointment processes. We know it's in the Constitution, it's the president's prerogative, but in my appointment, the president, decided on a process. These are things that Parliament has to look at to strengthen the independence of the NPA. And then dealing with the financial and operational independence, the DG of Justice is the accounting officer of the NPA. I think it is the only anti-corruption structure in South Africa that the head of the institution is not the accounting officer. And that creates serious issues when it comes to effectiveness, to be able to deal with procurement quickly. There are a whole lot of things that need to go to the DG for approval. It undermines the leadership of the NPA, and it creates inefficiencies. So this is something which the previous Minister of Justice, the issue was debated, came up in the context of the parliamentary discussions on the IDAC bill, and the Minister of Justice committed to Parliament, the previous minister, that they will introduce legislation by January of 2025 that will deal with the financial and operational independence of the NPA. At the moment, I'm concerned because I don't see much movement. And we do not legislate, but the department does the legislation, and it's something we're trying to push for, but we need support of Parliament to be able to do this. And then dealing with the other issue, the other question, I think it was Honourable Dugmore that talks to independence, the question of whether the executive gets involved in the decision, any prosecutorial decisions. I think we as a country can actually be very, I'm trying to find the right word. Glad is very, we should be grateful that we have a president that respects the rule of law fully. And we have never, ever, as the NPA, had any, the president has been supportive in terms of what are the budget, we've received the budget, so the executive's been very supportive, but neither the president nor the minister, I've worked very little with the current minister, but the previous minister and the current minister, to the extent that we have worked for a couple of months, there's been absolutely no interference or suggestion that we prosecute someone or turn a blind eye to this. It's your job, do it properly, and you'll be held accountable. So I think the country can be truly proud that we have an executive like that truly understands the independence, because we know what happened in the past. You can have constitutional independence. That's the de jure independence. It says you're independent, you must act without fear, favor, or prejudice. But the de facto independence, what happens every day in your engagements in the executive, it was non-existent in the past. Well, not non-existent. It was, let me say, at certain levels, there were problems with that. But I think we are in a very good space in that regard at the moment. And then the other issues, I think Honourable Beasley about, what will it take to enhance capacity and skills. I think, what I did mention is that we've done a capacity review, a capability review, a capacity review and capability enhancement initiative in the NPA in order to understand what exactly is our capacity, how do we actually enhance that. We've been certainly recruiting, I mentioned it earlier, a lot of recruitment, but we've also, in order to actually build the skills, this I've talked about, and I'm not going to go, we are training, lots of training initiatives, etc., but we are also supporting this by using Section 38 in terms of the NPA Act, appointments of private counsel in order to support. And this is not a sign of weakness of the NPA. It's a sign of strategic strength. And so we are utilizing outside counsel, particularly when the defense come with, really very highly paid counsel. We need to match that. And so we are getting counsel to deal with, to support the gaps, to plug the gaps in capacity in the NPA. But what I should also say is with the IDAC, we have engaged with business, and in the context of the presidential initiative that is supporting Transnet, Eskom, and crime and corruption, the three streams, business is actually setting up a state-of-the-art digital analytical data, forensic analytical data capacity. I got that wrong, I think. But it is basically a forensic data analytical capability that will really support, because today, evidence is on laptops, cell phones, and so this is also a very expensive capability that we need, that we are engaging the private sector on to do a lot of this work. And so this is going to certainly enhance the capability of the ID to deal with, that type of evidence, which, encompasses a large portion of crime and the cases relating to corruption. And then the issue of the top 10 serial rapists, I think it's just to explain. I think we probably have a lot more than that, but the way this project came about was that with the police, there was a lot of DNA evidence outstanding for a long time, thousands. And I think my colleagues can give you the exact figures. But in the past year or two, there have been, I think, around 40 to 50,000 DNA reports that the police actually processed. And I must really commend them for working. We work closely with the SAPs to get these reports. A lot of these cases were being withdrawn because of this evidence was not available. But what they did is the team identified cases where one person is linked to 10 cases through DNA. And so we said if we can try to be strategic and target those people that are serial rapists. So that is basically what the project's about, and Advocate de Kock can speak more about that if we'd like. The IDAC, in terms of legislation, what happened prior to legislation, 2019, the position in 2019, as you correctly said, was by proclamation. And so it was not a strong legal framework to deal with the kind of capabilities, and also it could be shut down by proclamation by a president at any time. So in order to make it a permanent entity, the change from ID, it became the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption. There were changes to the NPA Act that actually made it a permanent entity. But the one important thing is the ID in prior to the IDAC, it was actually premised on being supported by skills and expertise across government. So it was not able to hire criminal investigators. As you heard General Labia, we had to go to the police and other entities to try to get these capacities. Now, when the Hawks themselves don't have this capacity and capability, how can they, and no one wants to give their best people, to another entity. So it was premised purely on secondments from other entities, and it was not working. I think we had about 15 members of the Hawks. I think it might be 12 now, General. I'm not sure exactly how many, but it's thereabouts. So it's not an astronomical number, but we were dependent, and that was one of the challenges with getting the skills and capacities, and now with it being permanent, we're able to now recruit and hire those. So I'm going to hand over to my colleagues, and if there's anything else, I can come back.
Sorry, before you do Advocate Patoi, so you mentioned that, is it the top 4 levels of the NPA are appointed either by the president or the minister, correct?
Yes,
what
that's
happens when you need to take action against either of those people? Whose decision is it?
So let me say that these 4 levels, the national director is different, but with the DNDPPs, the president appoints, but on the recommendation of a national director and the minister. And so with the national director, there is a process. I mean, the president can decide on any process, but it would, and I think the same applies to DPPs. Right, the DNDPPs, that's the second and the third layers. Those are presidential appointments. So the president can decide on a process and then take a decision. He takes a decision, and ultimately, with regard to, it must come to Parliament for ratification, so to speak. And so, the president, that's within the president's. Of course, if it's a DNDPP or a DPP, the national director would have done some level of investigations, him or herself, and made a recommendation to a president to instill and to either suspend the person and to begin some kind of process and inquiry. That's not clear in the Act. The president can decide, what he wants to do. And then with regard to the next layer, the deputy, the DDPPs, the 4th layer, that is an internal NPA process, and our own disciplinary processes work in that regard. It's not an external process.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to make a statement. You then tell me if it's true. And that is, you appear, my understanding is that the provincial heads of public prosecution are really important in the prosecution of many of these crimes in under discussion here, these cases under discussion here. When you have an ineffective or compromised provincial head of public prosecutions, you need a politician to get rid of them.
Short answer, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If we can maybe, Advocate Rabaji.
Sorry? I'm sorry, Chair. I did not get your answer. You asked a specific question.
Yeah.
That says, since the president and the minister appoints these people, how then do they deal with when they are in the wrong? I think that was the question. I didn't get an answer from that.
Okay, I don't want to answer on behalf of Advocate Patui. I understood to just switch off your mic. So what I heard from her, and please correct me if I heard wrong and I'm misleading. Just switch off the mic, Honorable Plus. So unless I heard wrong, in those cases, the president has to determine a process by which that person is going to be held accountable and disciplined, and basically have some disciplinary process, a board of inquiry or some such. In other words, you don't take them to HR and HR do their thing, you get somebody and they're out of the system. That's what I understood to be the question, hence my follow-up question. Am I correct? Am I misrepresenting you, Advocate?
No, that is correct, and it's in the law. That is the process. Well, it's at a high level. The president can determine the precise process, but it's in the law.
So is the president or minister then empowered to say, notwithstanding all of that process, the recommendation, I'm assuming that this structure makes a recommendation to say, Director of Public Prosecutions X has failed in this way, and they need to part ways with the NPA. Is the president or any relevant member of the executive, i.e. the minister, if that's how it works, I'm not very well versed on these matters, are they then empowered to say, sorry, I don't agree, that person is staying? Or does the NPA Act compel them to accept the recommendations of that? How does it work? Just explain that. Where there's disagreement between the outcome of the process and the view of the member of the executive.
Look, we haven't had a practical example of that, but once the president takes a decision, the matter is then referred to Parliament that ratifies the decision.
Okay, so in other words, in the case of a provincial director of public prosecutions, if the board of inquiry says yes, so I'm just now trying to have an understanding for even for our own processes with regards to legislation and independence and so on. So basically, the outcome of the inquiry goes to the president. What I'm asking specifically, can the president make a decision on at that point, or is the president simply asked to transmit that decision to Parliament? How does it work? That's important.
Chair, we're going to look, as far as the legislation is concerned, currently, there hasn't been a situation where the president has initiated a process and disagreed with it. So, whether the president, I don't think there's anything in the law, I don't think, we'll have to check it, that compels a president to accept a recommendation of any, board, any panel that he may have put together. But it's not in the law, we're checking that. But practically, we haven't even had an example of that because the president has, acted in accordance with, like the Mohoro Commission, which recommended the dismissal. He's acted in accordance with that. But we've had instances where, national directors in the past were asked to leave and given some handshakes, golden handshakes as well.
All right, thank you. We can deal with this. Please, can you please ask, because we're going to come back after the lunch break, can you ask somebody to look into that? Because
yes, we are,
it's a factor of what does the law say, not what has happened historically. But thank you.
We are doing that as we speak. Can I hand over to, are we?
No, please, and we're going to finish the answers and then we're going to break.
Okay, thanks. Advocate Rabaji, Straba.
Thank you, NDPP. Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members. There was one question around, I think it was from Honourable Dagmo around the Hamilton in Ndlovu matter. The matter was done by SARS, but what I can say is that in cases that are done by Asset Forfeiture Unit, the whole process of disposing of the assets and putting money into the criminal asset recovery account is handled by a curator, which is predominantly professional people from your top auditing firms like chartered accountants. So the process gets finalized because, the curator also has to get paid. Now, I think you've said what more can be done? There's a lot more that can be done, and in fact, the NDPP alluded to it on slide 4, where he said that we are re-energizing the AFU through non-conviction-based forfeitures. So we're going to focus on cases where we don't have to wait for the finalization of the criminal case. Then she also referred to international asset recovery, where we have appointed 4 service providers that are going to trace assets for us internationally, that's outside our borders. And then we've also embarked on corporate ADRMs. Now, which is basically non-trial resolution, where we've already done 2 big matters where we have taken back the proceeds or tainted money that where contracts were tainted from corporates. So there's a lot that's happening to ramp up on making sure that we bring back money. Just in terms of whether, what is this 14 billion, what is the benchmark? What are we looking at? What is stretch? We have, in the presentation that I think we present to this committee on the work done on state capture, we do say, from the evidence that was ventilated at Zondo Commission, this is like 59 billion that was stolen, so much from Transnet and Eskom, and then we break down progress by the different agencies on what has been recovered. So that information is available. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the question, I just want to expand on the question regarding the MPA's inability or alleged inability to prosecute financial crimes. The NDPP has explained what informs our current scenario where people may be moving around. But I don't believe, because the question was couched in the context of the FATF grey listing. We did not become grey listed because of the MPA's inability to prosecute financial crimes. In fact, if you look at the work that we are doing in our specialized commercial crimes court, there's huge volumes of cases on those court rolls, as well as commercial cases that are prosecuted in our high courts. And we measure success against an outcome that we receive in the court. So if we decide to prosecute, we then look at the outcome and we then make a determination of success. So in commercial crimes and in corruption cases that are prosecuted, the conviction rate is close to 80% of persons are convicted once we make a decision to prosecute. So I think that we should bear that in mind, and we can submit to the committee the actual figures of the current cases on the court rolls. I think it is important that addresses financial crimes, and then give the accurate figures in terms of convictions in our commercial crimes courts, which are located at the regional court level. So that's the level just below the High Court. And in each of our provinces, we have established dedicated commercial crimes courts, which also indicates that we have an ability to prosecute those cases. And so within the prosecution, we have developed over the years prosecutors who are specifically trained to prosecute commercial and corruption cases. And they are then located in this unit that we've been talking about the whole morning, the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit within the MPA. And then in our courts, we have a specialized commercial crimes court,
where the majority of those cases are prosecuted. In fact, those prosecutors of the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit are normally located in the same precinct where that court is. That was the model. We put together with the SAPs, the police, the investigators, and the prosecutors are normally, the actual model when we set it up, are to be located in the same building. And in some provinces, like here in the Western Cape, the court is in Bellville, in a building, and the prosecutors and the investigators are located in the building just next to the court. And so that model, we believe is an effective model, and we have the stats in respect of the efficacy of the court. So I thought it's important to emphasize that. It's not correct to say that because we didn't have the ability to prosecute financial crimes, therefore we got grey listed. And if we look at the action plan that was developed for South Africa in terms of the grey listing, there are 22 action items that goes across the supervisory agencies, as I said in the beginning. So the banking sector, the financial sector, the FIC that has a supervisory role over the banks. And so what FATF did was they examined our system, and then they came up with deficiencies. And that was during what they called the mutual evaluation process that happened in 2018, 2019. And then we responded by addressing most of that. Originally there were 67. We responded by addressing most of the deficiencies they identified, which led then to a final conclusion in February 2023, the so-called grey listing, where they said there were still outstanding areas that they thought needed to be strengthened. And so they came to 22 areas, and that is what we've been working on as a country since February 2023. And we've made significant progress. At the last meeting in September, with the FATF assessors, they have now indicated that there are only 6 areas that must still be addressed. So we've moved on 16 of those action items to addressed, what they call largely addressed, 16, and then we have 6 left. And some of that does relate to law enforcement. In that I explained earlier, that is what is now the serious, complex money laundering investigations and prosecutions. And we are working hard as officials and as the country to address all those outstanding areas, including the principals of all the agencies who are directly involved in that work as well. So we're making good progress. We are still confident that we are going to get over the line, and a lot of work is happening as we speak. So by my calculation, I think we've addressed 72% of the, if it was 16 out of 22 areas we've addressed. So I think that is what I wanted to add in the PP. Chair, if there's anything further on the grey listing issue, or the FATF issue, because it is really a separate area that requires perhaps a proper report.
Sure, I'm actually going to deal with that, Advocate de Kock. Look, your answer is defensive. Your answer is extremely defensive, and I'd like to ask you not to do that. I have some familiarity with the Financial Action Task Force issues. It's okay for you to correct that it's not just the NPA that is a problem, but the FATF evaluation said that our proactive investigation and prosecution of money laundering and those kind of crimes is deficient, which is true. It has an impact in the area of illicit flows and theft from the public purse and elsewhere, as well as the financing of terrorism. That was the gist of the evaluation. They also make reference to the weakening of public institutions, whether it is the police, it was the NPA, and so on, at a particular point, right? Which is why we've spent some time in this conversation talking about the rebuilding of the capacity. You're not being asked to defend yourself. I think part of what you must try and do, Advocate de Kock, is to also empower the public with knowledge. I get the issues. Matters get referred to the Financial Intelligence Center. In terms of FICA, nothing happens thereafter, right? To the extent that financial institutions have to exit people because the authorities right across the system are not able to do things. Now, you are at the end of the process, which is the prosecution. But substantively, for anyone looking at our ability to prevent financial crime, is also going to look at whether we, if we're not investigating, we're not prosecuting. So I just want to ask you not to be defensive. I think the substance of the question that was being asked was really around this issue, and you didn't need to feel the need to defend yourself. So I'd like to move on. I think General, okay?
Chair, I'm sorry.
Just let me quickly come back. Chair, we were being objective, but I did add towards the end of my explanation that in order to answer the question correctly and properly, we are happy to provide additional information to the committee. That would really help us a lot. So I was just being objective by explaining exactly what the FATF did and how many action items there are to correct a possible misinterpretation that it was only as a result of not a weakness within investigations and prosecutions. So we are correcting that. That is why I'm saying we're working hard on delivering those cases that they want to see. And there's a lot of progress. We've got numbers. We can tell you how many cases are on the court rolls, how many cases are under investigation. That speaks to the particular issue that you raise. So that was my point. So I wasn't trying to be defensive. I apologize if I came across that way, but I was really trying to contextualize and also saying the FATF is a discussion on its own. It's really a lot of detail in the FATF work. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair, there's one or two others that we don't want to be accused of not dealing with the questions. So I think we were asked about the time it takes from referral to decision with SIU matters. I think our colleagues must please look at that, and we may not be able to provide it now. If not, we'll answer, we can send it in writing if the committee agrees. I think the one question that Honorable Trollop raised about what are we doing about people that live beyond their means, I think this is a critical issue. And, with asset forfeiture, it's part of a criminal process. I think what we need to do is we need to have legislative changes that speak to unexplained wealth. And we really need to strengthen our law in this regard. We have, some countries in Africa, like Zimbabwe, for example, who followed our POCA legislation, have in fact got better legislation than we do on this aspect. So we really need to look at strengthening the law in that regard, because you're absolutely right. The buck stops when you take the bucks away. So, we support that very much. In terms of, I think, I'll ask the ID. Well, you asked the question is, have we identified the main, corruption siphons? And I think that's been a large part of the work of the ID now, is to really identify, because, we won't be able to prosecute everyone. Or seize the money from everyone. We have to be strategic in terms of how we apply our very, very scarce resources. So there's a lot of work that's gone into ID in terms of really looking at those state-owned entities mainly, identifying the ones that are the key drivers to corruption, and then focusing our efforts there. We've also brought on board recently Advocate Paul Pretorius, who's been on and is really driving our very, very focused strategic approach in order to ensure that we have those most responsible. Because we agree that getting the minnows, although sometimes I think it's important for the country to understand that you have to arrest the lower level persons, because as long as there's no and sometimes they decide to become state witnesses. There are things like that. So you have to sometimes look at strategically starting from a lower level, so that, because people at the top very rarely, get involved, directly make their hands dirty. You have to often have people that are so-called insiders to actually be able to get the evidence against those at the top. So, there's a very clear strategic direction by the ID to make sure we do specifically that. And the colleagues might find that we're not prosecuting all the charges, we are not prosecuting all the people, because we have to be strategic. So, that we might come in for some kind of criticism for that as well, but that's the reality of the situation. And then I think the question on the ex-minister Kodwa was raised. That is a review process, and in terms of how long it will take, there is a process that is legislated that requires the national director to get inputs from the ex-accused person, interested parties. So there will be a lot of, and we don't know who would consider themselves an interested party that might want to make some kind of inputs to a national director in this consideration process. So it's very difficult for me to put a date in terms of how long it will take, because it just depends on this particular process. And with regard to irregularities, if there are irregularities, of course, if DPPs, don't, it depends what those irregularities are. So, depending on what it is, the consequences will follow. But it might be that, there's in the prosecution process, sometimes reasonable minds differ on issues. So it's got to be a material issue that would require some consequences. And I think the ABB one, in terms of names, was asked. Somebody asked. I'm not sure if we can deal with those issues. Matthew, are you able to deal with some of those issues? Thank you. That's a matter in court, so we can reveal that.
Thanks, NDPP. I think, let me deal with the issue of the state capture matters and to what extent we're dealing with the state capture matters. At first, it's important to understand that as the NPA, once the commission had finalized their report, we facilitated the establishment of the task team so that all law enforcement agencies that are supposed to deal with the Zondo recommendations are working together to ensure that we deal with these recommendations. We looked at the entire report and we identified those recommendations that must be dealt with by ourselves. But it must also be understood that the Zondo recommendation is just one part of it. Zondo listened to a lot of evidence, some of which there were no recommendations that were made. However, we as law enforcement, we also dealing with those allegations that were made where there were no specific recommendations. Now, we've identified 200 recommendations which required investigation and prosecution. As Honorable Twelip said in our response to the parliamentary question, we indicated that 146 thereof are dealt with in our space. But of the 146, the IDEC deals with only 124. And then 122 of them is a collaboration between ourselves and the DPCI. Now, those 124 recommendations, they amount to 35 cases that we're dealing with in our space. And then we have a further 57 cases which are Zondo related. So there was evidence that was put forward at Zondo, but there were no recommendations. So we're dealing also with those matters. With those matters where there are no specific recommendations, we still have 6 matters that we are processing. We have 25 matters that are under investigation. We have 26 matters that are before court. Of those 26 matters that are before court, we have 52 entities that have been charged. We have 169 accused persons that have been charged. In relation to those that we have specific recommendations, those 35 matters where there are 124 recommendations, we've got 1 matter which has been finalized through a guilty plea, but that recommendation still has other accused that we're still dealing with. And then we have 5 cases involving 14 recommendations that we're still dealing with, or they're in the process of authorization. And then we've got 21 cases involving 87 recommendations that are under investigation. And then we've got 23 recommendations involving 8 cases that are before court. These matters that are before court involve 15 entities and 32 accused persons. Now, in relation to the matters that are before court, just a moment. So the matters that are before court, specifically in relation to the ABB gratification matter, I did indicate in my presentation the accused persons that are appearing in that matter. Vernon Pillay, Andraj, Arandia Pillay, Mohammed Isob Moedin, and Raisha Moedin. Now, it must be understood that these investigations are broken into different legs. So you'll find that this ABB matter of gratification, on this one we're focusing on these individuals, but you'll find that there are other matters where we're focusing on other individuals as well as state officials or SOE officials that were involved in approving this contract and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, General Libya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. From the DPCI, there are 5 questions that we have noted, and should we have omitted any other, we can be reminded. The first area is the inability to prosecute financial crimes, which also goes to the inability to investigate financial crime. I think that they shall have touched on this. As a point of departure, I want to say that the people that have been properly trained to investigate serious financial crimes in South Africa belong in the serious commercial crime environment. That is the area where most of the members are highly sought after. You will find that people are recruiting from those areas. You'll find them in different environment, even in different government departments. You'll find very few where you do not have members coming from this area. And this month, from the 1st of November, we have lost 33 members who have been appointed elsewhere, promotion and the like. And so every month we look at the number that we are losing. But I must say that it is not a matter of ability to investigate. It is a matter of the load of work that they are carrying. If we look at the, comparatively speaking, if you look at the number of prosecutors that we shall have indicated they exist in this specialized environment, and look at the number of cases that are being handled, you can see that the volume is high. So that is the concern. We don't say that everyone is have reached a top level of being an investigator. You can even see the constables, the type of cases that they are cracking, complicated ones. So one is to a certain extent satisfied with the capacity, the ability to investigate. We just need more personnel. That is one area. The second area is the cases relating to Zondo investigation, inquiry. The NPA shall already have touched on that. That there are matters that the NPA, the IDEC, is handling. It is an area where we say that we have also allocated our investigators to work there. They don't report to us. But there are these other cases that are handled by the DPCI, which the NPA is assisting. So in this regard, the matters that are handled by us, we have already secured 35 accused persons in the various courts. So, and 3 of those have already been convicted. As an example, you have got the matters of asbestos in the Free State. It may have surfaced in the media when one of the last accused person was being extradited from the US. You have got the SA Express in the Northwest, where 400 million rand have already been taken in terms of the asset forfeiture. So I just indicate that we have some of these matters. The conviction relate to someone from PRASA, someone from SAA, and someone from another project that was handled, Free State Housing Project. So those are the convictions that have already been secured. The next question was the question of serious organized crime, serious commercial crime, and serious corruption, and how do we distinguish those, and what are the measures? I think that firstly, the legislature have crafted this law of the Prevention of Corrupt Activities Act. In that act, they did not define what organized crime is. And then when they come to again amend the South African Police Service Act, they now included the serious organized crime, serious commercial crime. So those have also not been defined in the Police Act. What do we do? Then we said that in order to avoid confusion, because also in the law enforcement we had to establish this, we then created a mandate which we signed on the 1st of April 2022, that in order to avoid confusion, there will be matters that will be regarded as falling in the mandate of the serious commercial crime. We put the certain criteria inclusive of the amount of money involved, that is 500,000 rand. So you'll see most of the matters that we are dealing with relate to more than 500,000 rand. Those matters that appears to have a limited amount, they are series. If you look at those, you'll find that they are a series relating to the same individuals. There's about 7 of those. The amount may be less than what we expect in the DPCI, but because they are series and then their complication nature, so they ended up with the DPCI. The next question relates to the, I think I've already touched on the low value, which came on the hawks. And then the next one, which is the last, is the issue of the salary disparity, which my colleagues shall have touched on that. Maybe my approach will be say that there are good laws that are in place, especially an attempt to solve this issue of compensation. In amending the South African Police Service Act in 2008, Section 17, capital letter G, was incorporated in that specific act. It's 16 years now, and that particular provision still needs to be implemented. And then that is the area where it is supposed to also deal with the issue of compensation, so that it slightly differs to protect the capacity that we have from pursuing other area. So there are specific provisions that if implemented, maybe we might be able to retain some of the capacity that we have. I think that I have, in brief, touched on the questions that were directed at the works. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members.
Thank you. So I'm going to beg your indulgence, Advocate Motibi, because I'm also managing a couple of things. So the logistical arrangements, I spoke about the energy in the room, because I think people are exhausted. But I'll also beg everyone's indulgence that we don't break for an hour. We break for less, if that is okay. We break for 45 minutes. And so it's 25 past now. What is 45 minutes? My arithmetic fails me. I think we get back here at 10 past. At 10 past 2. If we can adjourn until 10 past 2, then we will start with you, Advocate Motibi. I just want to thank you, Advocate Patoi, and your team so far, and General Libya as well, for the answers that you've provided, and to the members for your patience and the clarity of your questions. Thank you. The lunch is downstairs. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members and our guests. So we had Advocate Motibi to complete the questions. So I am going to try and get us out of here in a reasonable time, which means I will just ask that as important as the questions are, let's try and get to the nub of the question and answer it. Basically, right? If the members feel that they have not been adequately addressed, then we will deal with that. But let's get to the nub of the question first, and then say because, so that we can complete the questions from the members, because we're still in round one, and I wouldn't like us to leave here at night at the same time. So, Advocate Motibi, just deal with the questions that pertained to you. And then we'll, give the members a question time again. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honourable Chair and honourable members. I'll go directly to the questions. There was a question around the Royal investigation, which my colleague will address. But in that question was the issue around the excessive rates. I think it was called excessive. The honourable member is not here. So honourable Chair and honourable members, we want to assure the committee that our rates are not as excessive. In fact, we presented before at Portfolio Committee, can't recall if we presented at SCOPA our rates and how we come to our rates. In terms of the investigation itself, my colleague will give an update. Then the issue around blacklisting, at what stage does it happen? At least for matters that we investigate, and we find that any company participated in wrongdoing or is pointed by evidence, we then, there and there, almost like we do with the referral of evidence pointing to a criminal offense, we would take the evidence that points to wrongdoing by the company, we'll take it to the state institution, because they are the ones who should run the administrative process of giving the supplier or the company the right of hearing and so on, that administrative justice process. And of course, we inform the National Treasury so that the process can be dealt with timely and the company can be blacklisted as appropriate if the evidence and the process points to that. There was a question around the length from SIU referral to prosecution. Not sure if it came up, and this is where I would like to also just render some comment to say we've observed, and I mean the first time we raised this issue in 2017, Honourable Chair, is because we had observed that the matters took long to be processed. Let me put it that way, that it took long to be processed. But of course, there's been discussions now in terms of the process. But this is yet another opportunity for legislative changes, reforms, in terms of how is it that this space can be dealt with. Well, our view, of course, it's a view that we have that in matters that are investigated, by the Special Investigating Unit, right? There could be a consideration that for those matters, there be powers vested in SIU to ensure that it investigates criminally as much as IPIT or DPCI or so on can investigate. But that's our view. It may not be a view that fits the bigger system, but we are saying to save time and resources, it's important that part be considered. Now, we had a bit of a chat during lunch with my colleagues General Libya and NDPP around this. It's an area. It's really an area that requires, a set of rethinking and possibly legislative changes. There's a thought that says no, it shouldn't really, change what works at the moment. How is it that you can probably just get, either SIU focusing on civil and that's it, but how is it that it's so? We're just putting forward the thoughts. It's an area that requires to be thought through. The Hamilton in Ndlovu, I know that my colleague, Ms. Advocate Rabaji, has responded. We also investigated a matter involving Hamilton in Ndlovu. In fact, he participated in an irregular contract at the National Health Laboratory Services, NHLS, during COVID. We investigated and we found that there was irregularities. We freezed some of his assets, and SARS also came in and freezed some of his assets. But the point made, I think, was that he was found to be in contempt, and I think the court or the special tribunal has ruled that he is in contempt, and that there's actions that's going to be taken. And there's a question around lifestyle analysis and lifestyle audits, which we really agree that it's something that really needs to be done and intensified. In the investigations that we do, and we find that it points to certain individuals, and the observation of which are that they are sort of living beyond the means. We do initiate lifestyle audits. We initiate lifestyle analysis. But the bigger picture here is, how do we just initiate, lifestyle audits, either as SIU or as SARS, or, so this area really requires attention and probably legislative attention in terms of how to deal with unexplained wealth. The issue around the reconciliation of the cases, my colleague has got a pointed response on that. I wanted to just comment around the prevention, Honorable Chair. The prevention, as I said in our slide, that prevention is something that really requires attention. It's happening in pockets. DPSA is doing, the ethics, relating to public servants. As SIU, we're doing, some of the activities. But particularly in our investigations, we also focus on systemic improvements. Right. So again here, it's an area that, as a country, we need to really look at and ensure that it's addressed. And I did mention that we are at the moment driving the development of the National Corruption Risk and Prevention Framework. But it's happening under the committee that General Libya referred to, which is the NPCOC. There's a program there that SIU is responsible for, and is dealing with all of this under that. Although there's some elements of our value chain in terms of systemic improvement, but we really require legislative reform to ensure that the prevention part is appropriately attended to. And I know that the National Advisory Council, National Corruption Advisory Council of the President, is seized with this question. So we are expecting that a country strategy on how to address this will come out of the work of NACEC, which is National Advisory Council of the President. At the moment, of course, we want to emphasize that we really are satisfied, and I'm sure, of course, and that's why the special tribunal was proclaimed, that we speed up the recoveries and the asset freezes. And that's really the part where we are satisfied that we are doing well. But of course, it could improve. The issue around skills and really salary disparities, Honourable Chair, without taking it really too far, is that we are satisfied really that as a Schedule 3 entity, we are able to put together our strategy and the model that will drive the mandate of the organization. And that would include strategy around recruitment and retention and the remuneration policies. We are satisfied at the moment that our REM, although we still lose members to private sector, but at least our remuneration is sort of market related to an extent that it enables us to a large extent to retain our members. Okay, I'm going to pause here from my side, and then my colleague can come in to finalize on the other items. Thank you.
Thank you, HOU. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I think I want to start with the Royval matter. The charge outrates, Chair, that we do recover from institution is in terms of the SIU Act. It's a legislation issue in terms of Section 5(1)(b). And the cost escalation in terms of the Royval investigation is based on the fact that that matter is a very technical matter, and we have involved engineers in the process. So we've got quantity surveyors that we've deployed in that investigation. We have already made some referrals in this instance. We have 4 referrals that we've made referred to the NPA. We have SAS referrals, and we also have some administrative actions. We are currently dealing with 4 specific contracts on the Royval matter. And out of the 4, we are at the stage now of quantifying value for money, and our investigation is still ongoing. On the reconciliation of 3,320 matters for the NPA referrals, Chairperson, we can provide this information. We can package it and collate and also brief the committee in terms of the outcomes on each of the matters. That can be done, and then we can provide feedback on this maybe in about a week or so. In terms of then the administrative action, there was a question around this one. Yes, over the period of 6.5 years, we have referred about 133,000 administrative action. These are referrals to SARS, Competitions Commission, professional bodies, regulatory bodies. So in terms of now the contraventions, in terms of those standards in those professions. Then there was a question on Swellendam municipality, Chair. We have investigated Swellendam, but it's an old proclamation. It's a 2012 proclamation, and the investigation is done, and we have reported to the President in terms of this one. That matter was finalized. In terms of Alexco investigation, we do have a presidential report, but it's in a draft format at the moment. We have put this investigation on hold, Chair. We received legal counsel from our CLU office in terms of then the mandate. There was a name issue in terms of Alexco. There's Alexco SOC and Alexco JV. So in terms of our now mandate, then there was that constraint, and we are currently amending the proclamation to correct then the naming of the entity. I think I'm covered, Chair, in terms of the questions that I needed to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give more members an opportunity. Honourable Trolip, is there a question that was skipped?
No, just a very brief follow-up around the Royval matter. I think, fees are excessive. It's a relative thing. Some people will think they're excessive, they're not. But they certainly are excessive if there's no outcome. If you spend 10 million rand and there's no outcome, and in the Rooival matter, the contractor is blacklisted. His company is blacklisted. And now we're still investigating and asking this and spending money on engineers. When do you get value for money? When do you get the information back? Because if it's not forthcoming, it's always going to be expensive and excessive.
No, thank you, Honorable Trollip. We take that into account. Honorable Chair, you would know that, and the committee and the honorable members, that Rooival has actually attracted huge public interest. And simply because the irregularities that occurred there also one way or another contributed to the poor water supply in the surrounding community, in particular at Hammanskraal. So we don't take it lightly, or of course like any other investigation, but this one in particular. Honorable Trollip, yes, the municipality had done some investigations before we got the proclamation, and we do take that into account, Honorable Chair. We don't re-investigate when the reports are there that we can sort of use and rely on. But of course, we still need to satisfy ourselves that proper investigation was done. So the extent to which there will be a requirement for an engineer or an quantity surveyor and so on is because of areas where they are necessary for purposes of quantifying what the municipality has lost. It's not an easy exercise. It's not an easy exercise. It requires expertise, but we are really dealing with this investigation as a priority. We're actually at a stage where the findings have been made. Once the quantification is completed, we should be able to present back to the municipal manager and possibly council in terms of the outcomes of this investigation. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Advocate Motibi. So can I give Honorable Nondenja, Honorable Nilmei, Honorable Maduna, and Honorable is Honorable Blosse coming back? So if he comes back, then we'll give him a chance. If not, we'll go to Honorable Atkinson. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My first question goes to SIU to say, were all your cases from 2018 to, let's say, 2022, were they all referred and resolved? And if not, how many are still outstanding? And I would also like to know, once you have referred these cases, do you track them or it ends on referral? My next one goes out to the Hawks. Out of 27 cases, only 7 were convicted. What were the reasons for NPA to decline to prosecute? This one goes to both NPA and the Hawks, declining prosecuting 16 cases. What were the reasons? And what were the reasons for the ones that were withdrawn at court? And the last one on you is, what do you mean by cases that are undetected? To the NPA, how was the NPA weakened and fractured by the state capture, as stated in your presentation, and what were the challenges? And were there any convictions on the state capture? If there were any, how many? You talked about prosecuting high-profile politicians and senior government officials. Were any of those convicted? And is it possible that the committee can have the list of the convictions in these areas? And you said there was a list of 333 convictions. Is it possible that you can share that information with the committee? My next question is, how does the NPA bring justice to the victims of GBV, considering that perpetrators seems to have more rights than the victims? How do you now bring justice to the victims of gender-based violence? The last one is the head of NPA stated that the president and the minister appoints at some levels, I think at 2 or 3 levels. Would you say this would have been better if, as a Section 79, you were given that job to do, if you were the Section 9 institution was appointing rather than the president and the minister? Would you be performing better in that environment? Because the deduction is that maybe the loyalty of those appointees might lie somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Neil May.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's this time of the afternoon when I think everybody is a little sleepy. Chairperson, and there's not many questions because a lot of the questions have been asked previously that I also had in mind. For the SIU, how many proclamations are currently, how many requests for proclamations are in the Justice Department waiting to be sent to the President? Coming to the Hawks, this is an area which is not so much, but it is of interest to South Africans. There was an insurrection that happened a few years ago. Has anyone been brought to book for the July insurrection that happened, started in KZN? Because that actually brought our country to the knees. If you think about the Grey Report, I think that was one of the areas that the one is looking at, and one would want to know, is there any progress? Because there's nothing being said about that. The other area is is there any movement? I'm not sure who's doing the VBS Bank. I couldn't see it, and maybe I missed it, if it's in the Hawks or with the NPA. Any progress on the prosecutions or bringing those to book on VBS Bank? The other area is for the NPA. I think in all the reports that has been coming to SCOPA, medical, legal, the RAF, legal aid, what specific strategies has the NPA taken to monitor the collusion between prosecutors and lawyers? I mean, in those areas, as my chairperson once said, it's a cottage industry for lawyers. And what some of the things that we've heard is that public prosecutors make deals with the lawyers, well, the state attorney makes a deal with the lawyers, and things, they decide this is how it's going to go. And I think those are some of the areas that I thought. The others are all questions that have come earlier. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Honorable Maduna, I just want to get clarification from Honorable Neil May on the question of the state attorney. Is that Siri? I wonder if that goes on the record. No, I need to get clarification, Honorable Neil May, as to what you mean. and please correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues from the NPA. Are you asking in terms of internal disciplinary processes, or are you asking if the NPA is monitoring as a factor of, as an avenue of crime, of commercial crime, this collusion? I just want to be certain, because I think the Office of the State Attorney accounts elsewhere within the system, but not to the National Director. I just want to be certain what you mean.
And thank you, Chair. The area that I wanted to ask was the monitoring of the State Attorney with regard to prosecutions of, when they come to making deals with regards to should they, and we're talking about medical legal. Those were areas where we saw that lawyers would bring cases to court to sue for claims, and then they would sit down and then come to an agreement. And that is where there was a lot of collusion coming through in that line. But the other area was the internal areas with prosecutors, that where you see dockets disappearing. Is there a strategy that you monitor? Do you monitor the lifestyle of some of your prosecutors? I see a prosecutor in my area driving a Mustang, and I'm wondering how is he managing. So do you also do lifestyle audits with regards to your prosecutors? The other area, sorry, Chair, I do think, and I'm not sure how, but judging from all the reports that have come through here, at some stage, the proposal on salary disparity is something that we need to maybe take in another committee, because you can't be having one investigation unit using state-of-the-art, cream of the crop, and then it must come back to another part of our legal areas where you are under state salaries, trying to get the same standard as those that are in the SIU. So I think that is something that has come out of here that we definitely need to look at in whichever avenue we as Parliament have to look at. Because one of the areas that the people of South Africa want is they want to see cases prosecuted. They want to see the results of the Zondo Commission. But not only that, people want to have faith that when something comes to court, they know that their cases are going to be dealt with in a fair, transparent, and good manner. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nilmay. Honourable Maduna.
Thanks, Chair. I greet you, Chair, even though it's after lunch. I know as South Africans were still happy after a comfortable win yesterday of the national team. We saw that they are doing very well. They are learning something from the Springboks. They've stopped being bunch of losers. They are a bunch of winners now. So we must clap hands for them when they are doing well. Yeah. No, Chair. I'm partially covered by my colleagues on many things I would have wanted to raise. But I think I'll have about 2-3 questions. To the SIU, given that your investigations, they often involve financial analysis and digital forensic. So I just wanted to check, how do you, as an organization, do you continue to enhance your investigation capabilities, particularly in relation to the cryptocurrency currently and money laundering? And perhaps what investments are you actively making in technology and skills development to ensure that you stay ahead of the sophisticated corruption schemes that we see lately? To Hawks, perhaps I would have wanted to ask the question about the more than 50% decline of cases to prostitute. I think my colleague would have asked about that, and I'm just hoping that the undetected, those cases that are too undetected. It's not that thing when we grew up, we were told that and so on and so on. I don't think at this age is still the case. So, but I think my colleagues would have asked for clarity. I also would want to, but again. To Hawks, the SIU has made a number of referrals. Perhaps one would want to check the strategies again, you Hawks now, that the strategies that you employ to prioritize and ensure you expedite the investigations, the referrals they give to you. And prosecute the SIU-related cases, particularly those that involve financial crimes and high-profile individuals. And perhaps do you have any mechanism that we use to ensure that the Directorate ensures an effective communication and collaboration with such as with NPA and others to ensure that you achieve a success in conviction? And lastly, to Hawks, one would want to, I think it relates to the above as well. How you work with other law enforcement agencies and government departments, given that if you notice most of the SIU investigation often uncover systematic corruption and institutional weaknesses. So I just wanted to check on the preventative measures. How are you working with other agencies and departments to implement preventative measures and address these variable identified through these referrals that you get from SIU? Because I believe that we need to in line with what was said in the presentation, just as a summary, we need to try and prevent these things from happening rather than wanting to focus in terms of how we'll prosecute them after how they have happened. And to the NPA. Taking into account that you have a number of referrals from SIU as well, I think I wanted to check, do you have any specific strategies that you implement, maybe, because I think in the past there have been, or it appears like there have been delays in finalizing SIU-related cases, particularly those that involved financial crimes, and I think in line with what I was asking, high-profile individuals. And if so, how do you then ensure an effective communication with the SIU to ensure that you streamline cases referrals and you are able to prioritize? Secondly, I think as the NPA, you would know that you have previously faced criticism obviously around the issue that you would have spoken about, inadequate resources and skills. Now, one would have wanted to check how are you ensuring that you enhance your procedural capacity to tackle these complex corruption cases that we see in these days, particularly in relation to financial analysis and forensic accounting, digital forensic and cyber crimes investigations, and international cooperations and mutual legal assistance, and perhaps just to go further to check the investments that we are making in training, technology, and general human resources to support these efforts, if you have any. And lastly, given that, I think we would agree that there's a feeling that there's always a delay in finalizing cases. And delays at times can undermine the public trust in the entity. Now, I will just make an example of a case of a high-profile individual, the former mayor of eThekwini. I think it was one of the articles that I would have saw that a judge there was complaining that the state would have submitted incomplete documents and what. And it's been years since the case would have started. Now, I just want to check what measures you employ as NPA to ensure that you take transparency, accountability in case management, including regular progress update to stakeholders that are involved in those particular cases you are prosecuting, timers disclosure of critical information, active case monitoring and review, and how do you continue to make sure that you address the concerns around, I think in line with what Honorable Neil was speaking about, your procedural independence is, I think my also colleague would have, and potentially undue influence. I think, Chair, that was it. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Matuna. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to everybody for all your presentations today, and thank you for what you're doing to help protect our country from corruption as well. It's it is a great and important task. First of all, I'd just like to ask a question about the capacity at the MPA. We know it was with the greatest height of cynicism that the NPA was effectively defanged under the Zuma administration so that widespread theft could happen in the state. And as you say, you've had basically 3.5 years to try and put it all back together again. How far are you along that process? Do you still feel that there's more that you'd like to do to make the NPA stronger and more effective? Do you feel that you kind of back to where you should be? And I asked that question because initially when I saw the amount of cases that had been referred by the SIU, I think it was about 3,600, I thought it must be quite a lot to have to deal with, and then I realized the total amount of cases you're dealing with. So it probably is just actually a drop in the ocean, but it's really a question about capacity, about do you feel that the NPA has got enough capacity and where do you need to grow from there? And then the other point was I noticed in the cases to do with the National Lottery Commission, you had National Lottery Commission case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Were they all similar things that had been done, similar illegal acts that had taken place? Because the reason for my question there is once you identify something like it and you see a pattern or a process, is there any way then of basically going back to that entity or organization and saying, look, there's something wrong with your process, you're not checking X or something, this is how people are taking advantage of your organization and stealing? Because what the point I'm trying to make is there any feedback to the entities about how they should change their structures or their reporting or the way they actually do their business to close the loopholes for people to be able to steal, basically? And then the other thing was I noticed that apart from the Department of Health, the other department that had the major referrals from the SIU was the Department of Public Works. And I know now that it probably does relate a lot to leases that shouldn't have taken place and various other things. But I also noted that one of the areas that had the highest level of referrals was Gauteng. And if I work Public Works and Gauteng and probably KZN all together, one red light does pop on, and that's the construction mafia and extortion, and that's been very much in the news in the last couple of days. So I think it was reported in the news that the Durban Declaration was signed between the Minister of Public Works and the Minister of Police and another number of other ministers in the government, particularly about extortion and about the construction mafia, which is an absolute cancer in this country. They're talking about the amount of projects that have been affected and everything. So the question I want to ask, and it's probably a question for everyone, is there a particular effort to deal with this particular issue? Because I think the police now do need to or do appear to be taking more seriously. There's also, I think, a greater need for intelligence as well, so we know exactly who the people are that we're dealing with and how to deal with it. So this whole issue of extortion, of violence, and all that sort of stuff, dealing with the construction industry, has become a factor of great concern. So as much as state capture is a concern for people, that is something in the past, but in the present that we're living in, this extortion and the effect of the construction mafia are very much with us and really need action. And this really links into what Honourable Neil May had to say when she spoke about the Durban riots in July 2021. Because it would appear it's probably a similar group of people, or the same group of people, who involved in that construction mafia as the people who got involved in the Durban riots. So, again, the question there is there any investigation taking place? Has anything been sent to the SIU? Has there been any presidential proclamations about this? I know I have read that there's been an attempt to try and get to the bottom of this, but we don't seem to be getting anywhere, and we basically 3 years on, and it was basically an insurrection against the state. So it's very important that we make sure this never happens again. And I think we're all looking at you to help find the answer to that. But yeah, that's my comment. Just about everything else I wanted to say has been covered. You know, by the time you're sort of the 10th or 11th MP, just about everyone else has brought up your issues. So thank you very much, and thanks for all the hard work that you do for us.
Thank you, Honourable Atkinson. I'd like to just get clarity on your last question. You mentioned a presidential proclamation in relation to?
No, I was just asking whether there's been any presidential proclamation to the SIU to deal with aspects of the July riots, basically, of what went on in Natal 3 years ago. Because I know there has been an investigation to what's been going on. I'm just wondering whether SIU or any of the entities here have been involved in it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. You feel you can answer that question? I am battling to draw the link, Honourable Atkinson, between the SIU and riots. That's why I'm.
All right.
I need you to just assist me here.
Let me give you the link. The main issue here was around the construction mafia and around the fact that the Department of Public Works and Gauteng and KZN are very much, amongst the proclamations being pushed out, being very much under investigation. And my point is that the people involved in the construction mafias in KZN were pretty much the same people, one would believe, who were behind the July riots. So, you know, as Neil May said, you know, I think she also asked the question, what's been going on with that? You know, what kind of investigations have taken place about the July riots? It's because the two, in essence, are connected in a big way, basically.
Okay, let me give them a chance to answer. Maybe I will get clarified in the process. Can we get some answers? So we'll follow the same order: NPA, DPCI, and then SIU. And can I please ask for conciseness, please?
Sorry, Chair. Okay, so I will deal with some of the questions and then hand over to my colleagues. I think on the weakening and the fracturing of the NPA, Honourable Nontenja, I think the biggest problem in the NPA was, during that period is that they didn't act with, the leadership didn't act without fear, favor, or prejudice. And I emphasize the leadership because thousands of prosecutors worked hard and did what they needed to do in the regions. But at the leadership level, they were seriously compromised. So you didn't have a truly independent prosecuting authority. And when you have a leadership like that, it impacts on the entire organization. So weakening, there were various, there was no recruitment for many, many years. The aspirant prosecutor program had been stopped. Their vacancy rate at that time when I took office was between 25 and 28%, particularly in the critical areas of the NPA that needed to be dealing with high-level complex corruption, state capture. But of course, state capture was not on the agenda at the time. So that was the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit and the Asset Forfeiture Unit are the two ones that were particularly under-resourced. There were certain structures that were done away with. There were leaders that were doing well in certain areas like asset forfeiture that were simply removed from there because they were not seen to be, going along with the state capture project. There were prosecutors who were disciplined and removed. There were people that were being charged that should not be charged. There were people that were being protected that should be charged. For example, the asset forfeiture unit was at one point an international best practice in the NPA. And it was doing exceptionally well. But when state captures started happening, there was no, I mean, the units that were doing well at dealing with corruption and recovery of assets were weakened. And so, for example, the DPCI and the NPA were co-located in the NPA VGM to deal with asset forfeiture cases. And that is a good practice. But of course, my predecessor decided that was not a good idea and then sent the investigators back to the DPCI prosecutors. So there were various things that happened in the institution that actually made it very, very difficult and not conducive to delivering, justice in certain key areas. Again, I emphasize, it was mainly corruption within government and asset recovery. And so, the challenges at the beginning stem from that, was actually making sure we got sufficient budget. Budget advocacy was a huge part of our work in the early days. Making sure that we started the aspirant prosecutor training again. I've spoken earlier about all of the different efforts we've made to bring in the numbers and the people, but also to start building many disgruntled prosecutors left the NPA. So, there was so all of those challenges at the beginning, in terms of just restoring, a seriously demotivated staff, and fractured, traumatized. I've used that term as well. So it was all about rebuilding all of this before you can get to a solid platform. And that was only after COVID that we could really start doing that with a full leadership, because understanding as well, the only thing that changed when I was appointed was a national director. Nothing else changed in the organization for close to 2 years. 18 months, these 2 deputies were appointed, and the third one was 6 months after that. So, and we were in COVID. So all of these challenges, leadership, when you don't have a solid leadership, and I can say one thing right now is, we are, it's tough. We are not moving as fast as the country wants us to, but I can say that across law enforcement, we have leaders of integrity that are really doing the right thing and really trying to make a change. So I think that in itself is, something we can be, at least proud of. But we keep working. We need to work harder. We know it's not fast enough. And then on the issue of, I'll allow my colleague to the DPCI on the July riots. There have been cases, and General Labia will deal with those. But I think to say that it is so, we have not gotten the ones at the top of the chain, the ones that planned, organized, financed. They've not been arrested, and that is a challenge. But a lot of work's gone there, but we've gotten sort of not right to the top where we should have, and that remains a problem. In terms of the president to appoint, would it be? I think Honourable Ntenja was talking about the Chapter 9 institution. You mentioned Section 9, Chapter 9 versus NPA. In terms of I think I explained earlier why the fact that it is a Chapter 9 institution does not necessarily guarantee that institution will in fact be, or the person that leads the institution will act without fear, favor, or prejudice. I mean, we've had a Chapter 9 head that has been impeached. And so there's absolutely no guarantee, but I explained earlier why, in terms of the 2/3 parliamentary majority that's required to remove a Chapter 9 head, as opposed to an NPA appointed a national director. But let me say that whatever institution or entity to fight corruption, wherever you put it, if it's an entity within the NPA, like we had the DSO previously, we've got the IDAC, if you do not have systems and processes to make sure that the people that are appointed to these entities, that there's a process to ensure that you get the right people of integrity at the head of these institutions. If you don't have it properly resourced, so it doesn't matter if we can't in the NPA get the resource. How are you going to do it in a Chapter 9 entity? So the resourcing is a critical aspect, and it doesn't matter where these are located. You're going to have the same challenges with resourcing. But I just mentioned the one advantage, and I think that can be cured by making sure that an NPA head can only be removed by a 2/3 majority in Parliament. And that can be easily done by an amendment to Constitution and the relevant legislation. So I think in terms of GBV, I was just trying to understand the question about, how do perpetrators are seen to have more rights than victims. I think in many cases that we feel this way as prosecutors, and that's why we make the point that, it's a fair trial means not just fair to the accused, and a fair trial is important, but also fair to the victims. And so we've actually, we've done a lot we have a Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit, short form SOCA, SOCA unit, set up in the NPA, that really supports all of these drives the prosecution strategies, policies in these matters. We've also, I mentioned the Thuthuzela Care Centers, which is a global best practice in terms of a one-stop center for the victims of it used to be it's not just sexual offenses, it is all types of gender-based violence. We're seeing a lot of domestic violence matters coming in there. We're seeing a lot of substance abuse cases coming in. We just refer them to the relevant authority. But we can send a whole presentation on the Thuthuzela Care Centers. A lot of good work going in there in terms of, and the conviction rate of sexual and gender-based violence cases that come through this system increased in the past 10 years or so, from about 60% to now at about 78%. So a lot of good work is happening there. But again, that is only with regard to cases that are prosecuted. It's not about reported cases. If you compare the conviction rate against reported case, it dwindles down to under 10%. So there's a gap there, and there are various reasons for that we can talk about as well. In terms of the monitoring collusion between lawyers and the state attorney makes it look. Let me say, there's been a number of cases, General Lebiel, where lawyers have been arrested. The state attorney's office, like many other government departments, master's office, you name it, serious challenges with corruption, with collusion. And, there's been a number of arrests that have been made. There's investigations taking place in many of the, involving many of the offices of the state attorney. So I think with the prosecutors monitoring, we do have a process in the office whereby we are required to actually, disclose, in terms of the financial disclosure. So we do this disclosures, and of course we check to see if there are any red flags. But of course, if you see prosecutors driving Maseratis and Mustangs, let us know, because we need the communities to tell us about these things so that because sometimes these things are in names of other people, so we don't know. But, of course, it is a red flag. And then I think I'm just going to call, in the interest of time, I'll call upon my colleagues to deal with some of the cases, and then if there's anything else, I'll come back to it. Advocate Call.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'm just going to answer a couple of questions that came from some of the members. In terms of the convictions, that we were asked about the convictions that we've had and details about that. The details are included in the presentation. So for each case, we have a slide on that, mostly, and it's both in the NPA and the DPCI presentations. It's those PRASA and ESCOM matters that I alluded to, and I also gave the sentences that are there. So the details of the convictions are there. And in terms of the cases that we have we withdrawn, we were asked about what were the reasons for declining to prosecute. There's different reasons, but with the one of the Amatola, it was a case where the matter was already in court. We had taken a decision that there is a reasonable prospect of successful prosecution. the accused made representations where they raised their defenses, and when we evaluated what they brought to us, we then the presentations were successful, and then we withdrew the matter. With the second one, the Department of Water and Sanitation, the accused in that case, also we had evaluated the case, felt that there's a case to answer, but fortunately or unfortunately, depending how you look at it, the accused died. And then the last two cases that are listed, National Department of Forest and Fisheries and CIBD, it was also a case where that we had initially felt that there is a case, but later on when we evaluated the case, we felt that we would not be able to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt, and the matters were then withdrawn. The other question that was asked was regarding the other case was the VBS case, and the reason for that is that it was not included in the presentation because it was not an SIU referral. And so this presentation only gave SIU referrals. This case came as a result of what was termed the Great Money Heist, the report that was done by Advocate Terry Mutau SC. And the cases, I don't have the particulars with me right now, but there were cases that were finalized, and some are still in court in different stages. But that's the reason they were not included. We were also asked about whether there is some feedback that happens to the entity. The reference in this instance was the National Lotteries Board to say, has there been any feedback? Did we see any similarities in modus operandis? We are engaging. They are aware of the issues that are there. There is a new board, fortunately. Well, I don't know if I can still call them new, but there is a board that came after the tenure of those incidences, because a lot of the matters, a lot of the offenses happened around 2014, and this is the point I was making earlier, that sometimes when the time between when the offense is committed and the proclamation is issued and the matter finally comes to us, it's quite a bit of time. But there is a new board. The management that was implicated, most of them, if not all, are not in the institution anymore, but they are aware of the systematic issues that were in the organization. And they were, previously when we engaged with them, we were informed that they were also doing some internal, they've taken some internal steps in terms of vetting their employees and doing lifestyle audits so they can see if there's red flags in that. The other one, we were asked also, a number of the members spoke about the delays that are seen in getting the matters to court, and I think it was Honorable Brixley who also still made the statement that why are there still delays, as it looks as if the matters are ready for court. But I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we did make the point, and Advocate General Libya explained in just one example where the matter was referred, but there were over 200 statements that were still obtained in order to bring the matter court ready. So those are some of the delays, but what we're trying to do from our side is that we have increased capacity in some of these matters, where we have brought in a prosecution team to look into the cases so that they can have more momentum and have enrollments. The biggest issue we have in those matters is just getting the financial investigations concluded so that we can show where the money went and who were the beneficiaries ultimately. But I can just give assurance that we are giving them the SIU referrals priority. In most of the matters that they refer to us, significant amounts of money that we're dealing with, and so we are, from the NPS side, giving them priority. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. I think there's just some question about any convictions and state capture, and I think prosecuting high-profile politicians and other senior officials. They've been, and we must remember that this presentation is only about SIU referrals. It's not this. It's a small fraction of the work that we do around corruption generally, and so there's been a number of senior officials and that have been in municipalities at the provincial level, and I think some of the figures were given, but there's more because those are only SIU figures. And there's certainly politicians that have also been arrested, some that became politicians after the arrest. And so, you know, it's, yeah. And I think there were other questions about delays, yes. I think, and I think Honorable Maduna is not here. He raised a question about resourcing and skills. I did deal with it in quite a bit of detail earlier on. And unless the chair wants me to repeat that in terms of the resourcing and skills, and I see the honourable member is not present. But I think in terms of the other points he asked about some of the, you know, cases, like he mentioned the mayor of eThekwini and comments made about the prosecution not being ready or disclosing. Sometimes the media, you know, selects on certain things and makes reports on comments, etc. And when we ask for reports, then we get, you know, an understanding of what exactly the position is. So these matters, for example, the one involving the mayor, these are very, very high-profile matters. We have very good teams that we put together to try to make sure that we're not embarrassed in court, that at the end of the day, justice prevails. And, you know, that doesn't always mean a conviction, but we certainly, that's our work. But, it's, you know, we put the best teams together, we make sure. And the DPP in the division is the one that is actually monitoring these cases on a daily basis. And Chair, just to be clear, I think because some colleagues don't understand that the National Director does not decide to prosecute cases. It's the DPPs in each division that take that decision. And it's a very important distinction to understand. The National Director is a review mechanism and must therefore, you know, not, you know, stand away from the original decisions to prosecute, and the original power in terms of the act vests in DPPs. So all of these cases are being managed on the ground by DPPs. Matthew Sissoko, is anything you want to add? I think on state capture, there was one or two questions.
No, I think the question was whether there were any convictions on state capture. I did indicate in the presentation that there is one matter where there is a conviction, but that is linked to a particular recommendation where we're still dealing with that. So the convicted person is now going to be a witness in those matters. That's why we cannot delve much into that conviction to protect that witness. Thanks.
Over to you, General.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. I'll touch on the questions that are directed at the DPCI. Firstly, the first set of questions regarding the withdrawal, the convictions, the undetected, will be dealt with by General Maginyan here. I will touch on the issue of the July insurrection and what we have been doing on that one. There has been 68 persons that were arrested in terms of the July unrest. One has already been convicted. Mdumiseni Ketazuma, 36-year-old individual, has been convicted in the KwaZulu-Natal High Court and sentenced to 12 years imprisonment. The remaining 65 are currently on the High Court roll, and the charges include terrorism. So this additional serious case charge has been added on those. The one we know that there is one that is pending decision, which means that that number possibly might be added. That is how we have dealt with the July unrest. Those that have not been arrested is those that we do not know, we do not have evidence. And the manner in which this was communicated required intensive investigation. So if there come evidence to link others that are supposed to be on a higher level, we will not hesitate to deal with those. The next question is the issue of the VBS, which my colleague from the NPA, Advocate Ganyane, has already hinted on. In terms of the VBS related matters, as it did not form part of the referral, we have already secured before the various courts 35 accused persons that have appeared in various courts. Already 4 have been convicted, and I think 1 has already finalized the sentences out now. So the others are still protesting. There are other matters that we are obviously investigating. There are already more than 2,000 statements that we have obtained in the various cases. So there is a lot of work that is being done there, but that is, we did not bring it because it is not from part of the referral. The issue of prioritization of the matters referred by the SIU, generally all the matters that are handled by the Directorate are called national priority offenses. So there are times when we prioritize within prioritized matters. And you could find that each environment that you are dealing with, there is an expectation that you prioritize. Indeed, they are receiving the necessary priority attention, but as I have indicated, the volume of the cases is the one that suggests that the speed at which these matters are finalized does not represent what we would like to be seen. If we can have more personnel, we'll be able to finalize more. We had to put 20 investigators in one matter so that we can speed up the investigation process. But when you do that, it means that other areas slow down. Collaboration with other environment. Firstly, we shall have indicated that there is this body, National Priority Crime Operational Committee. In the government, various government entities, we collaborate very well. We work very well with the investigators from the South African Revenue Service. You'll see a number of cases, prosecutions that are coming. We have indicated the SIU, the NPA, and the IDEC, a number of government entities, institutions we work with. When we deal with home affairs, there is a lot of investigation that is taking place within, and when it comes to us, to a certain extent, investigation is already, evidence is already packaged. With regard to engagement with the public to try to deal with the prevention part, Advocate Mutivi shall have already hinted on other methodologies. We work with them in that particular bodies, committees that are being established, be it municipalities and the like. So we work together. Stakeholders engagement, you'll see us regularly in different municipalities where there are engagement, we are there. Where the minister call the public to come together, you will also see us present there. We indicate what we are doing. Even in some schools, we do that one. The last area is the issue of extortion. In this regard, the extortion matters are handled by the detectives. Within the detective environment, there is a component called organized crime. That component deal with those matters. Some of those that emanate from there, if they go to a specific level, level 3, that is when the interaction with the hawks come into place. So we work together, but they will be handling those matters because we deal in terms of levels. You'll find that the extortionists operate in a particular level, which is in a particular environment area, which is why the levels, level 1, 2, 3, up to 5. But that is how I can shortly say, then my colleague will deal with those withdrawal and the matters that I have indicated. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. I will just add on what my colleague from NPA has already responded to on the cases that are finalized. The cases where there was, where they were accused were found guilty. Yes, the slides are showing per case what was the case about, and the sentences are there. And then we had one not guilty, where the evidence submitted in court could not really get to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the offense was committed. And then there's also the cases that are declined to prosecute, which the honorable member wanted to know what led to that. In the previous, in the presentations, it was indicated that we do have what we call PGI, Prosecution Guided Investigation. When we do the investigation, we'll be doing together with the guidance of the prosecutor. But at the end of the investigation, where it is found that the evidence collected could not really, maybe there is no prospect of successful prosecution and the likes, those cases are then indicated as declined to prosecute, and they are closed. Now, those that are withdrawn in court, my colleague has already dealt with that. The cases undetected is not, as the honorable member indicated, where there's a lost docket. No, undetected is also a manner of closure by the police on matters where evidence could not be found, which can be maybe submitted to the prosecution for decision. So it comes very, very little in our environment, but these two matters we close as undetected. I think that is the part which the National requested me to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Advocate Motibi.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Honorable Maduna asked about the investigations involving financial crime investigation, and specifically asked around the skills. We have and continue to skill ourselves based on the developments in the environment in which we operate. When we sought to reorganize and set ourselves on a new strategy, we specifically said we want to skill our members for the future requirements. Because, Honorable Chair, we've really realized that the criminals continue to perfect their craft on how to siphon money, how to hide the money. So we need to be ahead as best as we can. So we do skill ourselves. We have skilled the Special Investigating Unit with the, an adequate number of forensic accountants and other related financial skills that are required. On the digital and the cyber, we've got a department, a cyber forensic department that really deals with all of this imaging of gadgets that we seize from various institutions. Because without this cyber skills, you are not will not be able to really crack some of the investigations because the gadgets get used, whether it's laptops, cell phones, or whatever the case may be. We've also skilled and appointed the data analytics and specifically predictive modelers. And that was with the view of building towards, assisting the state institutions with this systemic investigations. There was a question particularly around cryptocurrency. It's possibly an area that we are still really and understanding, and our members are working on that, including what's called, well, I suppose amongst others, because they are the ones who mentioned all this to me. There's something called dark web, which I wasn't really aware but because they are experts in that, which is a World Wide Web that exists on darknet, I'm told, which requires specific softwares, because it's been used particularly to commit some of these crimes and hide. But anyway, this is really just an example of what the team is preoccupied with. So we've skilled ourselves around that. How do we work with state institutions to implement systemic recommendations? We've got a section at SIU that deals with the prevention side of our work. And when the investigators have investigated and they pick up systemic weaknesses, they hand over to that team. And that team analyzes the outcomes of the investigations, and we do write specifically to state institutions at all levels. And the team works closely with municipalities, state-owned entities, to come up with a plan to then improve the weaknesses. There's various of these examples that we can really submit and share with the committee. With regard to the questions relating to the data that we have referred, cases referred, are they being resolved? I think from the discussions we've presented today, clearly that there is traction. Some cases are resolved. Some, of course, still do require attention. Do we track these cases? Correct. As far back, we started as far back as 2017. And that's why we had to enter into a MOU as far back as then, that because we wanted to track where these cases are. And we are beginning to see an improvement, particularly with the 2022 MOU. There are improvements that we are seeing. And I mean, there's various convictions and trials that are underway at the moment, coming from various cases that we've also referred. With the July unrest, of course, my colleague General Libya has indicated that there were some arrests. I mean, they're investigating that from a criminal perspective. But we have now a role to play because we've received allegations relating to the insurance that was sort of paid out and so on. Those allegations were pointing to insurance administered by Sazria. So we processed the proclamation, and the proclamation was issued on the 8th of November under Proclamation R214 of 2024. So we will be investigating the insurance claims and that happened in that space. The motivations that are still with justice, as at the 15th of November, we have 25 that are still waiting to be processed to the presidency. We are really glad and pleased that the proclamations are beginning to be signed off now. The call it backlog that was at justice. At some stage we're sitting at the 40s, but it's been processed now, including the latest ones that have been signed off recently, including the Sasria one and so on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I am going to make a point here because you may have noticed I tend to be a stickler for definitions so that we do not misdirect ourselves. So state capture is a real thing. We had a case here in OR Tambo where the suppliers even have staff in the mayor's office to smooth things there and make sure that things and they've taken over the procurement, some of the procurement and so on, so that it doesn't go through the MFMA processes and so on. So what I'm trying to say, I want to preface what I'm saying in that way, because corruption in South Africa has taken on a particular character right across all levels. And I think even in instances where it's not a hawks matter, because it's localized, the detectives can deal with it, you find pretty much the same characteristics that we see. So I just want to say I recognize this phenomenon. For the ease of us following up, etc., because there is no statute that basically criminalizes a thing called state capture, okay? I always encourage people to specify, at the very least, the time period you're referring to or the instances where these characteristics may be. Because what I don't want to inadvertently communicate to the public through these hearings that we have is that the phenomenon of people outside the state being able to take over and influence state processes is over. It's not. That's the nature of corruption in South Africa. Public sector corruption has a significant amount of that. It had it at varying levels way before, a long time ago. It's a phenomenon that continues. So I just want to encourage caution around a generalization, say a state capture case, because then it takes us to, did these characteristics of state capture happen? It's a rabbit hole I don't want to get into. I am not saying, we can't use the term, we can, because it's a real thing. But I have before, even in the case of members of the committee, said, just tell us which years you are referring to. Don't just give a blanket statement. Tell us which years you are referring to. And so that we know, we can have a more focused conversation. So I'm just wanting to just say where this is necessary, you can make reference to the time period or the instance, whatever the case is. But this is in the character of corruption in South Africa that at least I have observed as a thing. So it's just a word of caution and advice. Honorable Blosse wasn't here. So we're going to give you a chance. Honorable Atkinson has already asked his question. So it's going to be Honorable Blosse, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Madlala, and then Honorable Kupeka. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. What's happening here? See, I'm technically challenged now. Okay. Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon to the team and members. We note the time, so we'll try to be brief. But maybe, Chair, just as a side issue, you know, the NDPP advocate Batoi, I hope I pronounced it correctly, my apologies. No, man, I think, Chair, she must avoid with the political jabs. I've noticed in her address, there's been a lot of political jabs, and we are the politicians here. So she must not step in the arena, because we're going to have to respond, and we want to maintain the decorum of this meeting. And also, Chair, just to get into these issues, you know, I don't understand why the NPA would feel that they need to defend certain things that were raised today, especially with Advocate De Kock, and you did call him out earlier on one of the issues. So you did a demonstration on the process flow from SIU referrals to the NPA to DPCI, just to get a full understanding, because we rely heavily on the SIU as this portfolio committee, heavily. The SIU, the AG, those are the people that we heavily rely. And when we get a feeling that the work of the SIU is hindered in some way, that's why you guys are here. Because we want to understand the process flow, because there is a feeling amongst us as members that the work of the SIU does take long. And it's not a feeling, it's factual. So you can defend it with the process, which is correct, to say this is the process and this is how it is. I think there was a case reported by the Hawks that was resolved just now. That was a 2010 case, if I'm mistaken. 14 years. So we can't have such a situation as this administration. And our interest, therefore, is to say the SIU work is being hindered somewhere. It's not reaching finality in an acceptable time. Do we need to have legislative changes to assist all of you, to assist us? Because we don't want to sit here as an administration, 5 years later, we've not achieved anything in terms of accountability. It cannot happen, not under our administration. So I get excited, advocate, when you speak about legislative reforms that's supposed to assist your institution to do better. And that's what we need to take up and then say, as part of our own committee engagements, Chair, how then do we assist? I mean, you spoke about your accounting officer sitting outside of your entity, which then hinders your procurement and everything else. And you want a legislative reform around that. So that interests us to say, how then do we assist you so that you can achieve your targets? And again, Chair, I don't want us to be like the minister, the former Minister of Justice, who then made a promise that that bill will be passed in 2025 when he knew very well he was not going to be there. I mean, how do you make a commitment outside of your administration as if you've got guarantees in this parliament? So I don't think it's something we are going to do. Everything that we are going to plan will be in this 5-year period. So I just needed to get that out. Now, the SIU says they are proposing, and I want to hear the comments of the NPA on this. They are proposing that the cases that they investigate, if then they see prima facie evidence of corruption or crime, they are proposing that they must be given legislative powers to criminally investigate those cases. So what's the opinion of the NPA on that? Do you agree, do you support that, or do you feel that it is not necessary? That's one. Two, these referrals that come from the SIU to NPA, there was discrepancy in terms of numbers, Chair. And I didn't get a sense that SIU says this is one proclamation, there are 5 referrals. Therefore, they report that as 5 referrals, which then, but then when the NPA receive it, they receive it as one case. Therefore, the discrepancy in the numbers. But I get that the SIU that say it's one case, one proclamation, but there are 5 referrals, but in their reporting it's still 1. So I just want the clarity again from the SIU. Do you report this as when you're doing your report, even though a case might have 5 or 10 referrals, but do you account for it as 1? So that we deal with these numbers, because I also when they explained it, when you asked it even confused me even more, because I really didn't understand why these numbers were not matching up. But if then that's the discrepancy, so say that SIU referred 1 proclamation with 5 referrals and they report like that, then we'll understand. But I just want to get that sense from the SIU itself, if that is the case. And Chair, so you know, if we can assist the SIU to be given the powers to criminally charge or to criminally investigate, I mean, we are going to cut down on these time frames, and I don't understand why the law or the constitution allows this, that you have one case that is investigated at least three times. Now, the SIU investigated, refers to the NPA give it to the Hawks, and sometimes it goes to the IDC, and this is one case. So we must not just, go after these people for accountability measures, and tick the box for processes. But we must be able to do these things within the reasonable time so that the general public is actually can take comfort that there is a work that we're doing. And maybe the second last one, Chair, is this MOU the amended one now? Is it working? Are you guys comfortable with this memorandum of understanding between all of you? Is it working? Is it bearing the fruits that you guys want of it? And then the last one to SIU as well. Section 42, are you happy with this legislation in its current form in terms of how it's written? And would you want any proposal or any amendments to it so that it makes your work a bit more effective? Yeah. Oh, and then I was asked to ask the NPA about the SIU raised this in terms of the cyber things. If you guys have got any skills to deal with those things, and then do you have any capacity for intelligence within the NPA, the intelligence unit? Is it within the NPA? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Blose. Honorable Skosana. It's been a long wait for you and Honorable Madlala and Kupek.
No, thank you very much, and good afternoon to all honorable members. The SIU team, as led by Advocate Mutibi, the NPA, as led by Advocate Batoi, and the DPCI, as led by Lieutenant General Libya, and all other stakeholders present. Yeah, Chair, I've noticed that today, honorable members who joined the meeting late, they were the first to get an opportunity to ask questions, and they were the first to leave. So it reminds me of a Bible verse that says, the first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. Yeah, that's on a lighter note. Yeah, to the SIU, well, just one question, because we've been with the SIU a number of times. With regards to the issue of the MOU, because the MOU that you had in 2017, it was between you as the SIU and the NPA. But then the MOU of 2017, it also it's extended to include DPCI and SAPS. I just want to understand what is the rationale behind that, because in the ecosystem of handling these cases, it looks like SIU is referring cases to the NPA. So it's the NPA that will then take those cases and give to the DPCI to do further investigation. So why was it necessary to include the DPCI and the SAPS in the MOU? What are the advantages of that? Because I think as the SIU, you are working direct with the NPA. I don't know if there are instances where you work with DPCI without the involvement of the NPA. Maybe you can clarify that. Yeah, in relation to DPCI, I don't have a question, but just a comment. Because I've heard Lieutenant General Libya indicating that these SIU proclamations, they only constitute 2% of your work. Meaning it will be unfair if we can judge your performance on the basis of the SIU referrals, because there's 98% of your work which does not depend on this referral, which is, I think it's a fair point that we have raised. And the fact that there are about 11,000 accused who are currently appearing in different courts. However, I just want to emphasize the fact that the issue of referrals, since this matter starts from the Department of Justice, go to the presidency, then there's an involvement of the SIU, and then it goes to the NPA, then it comes to you. Now, there would generally be high expectation from the public. Once the public knows that there's a proclamation issued there's a high expectation that such a case will be dealt with within a reasonable period of time, as much as it only constitutes 2%, but the issue is the general expectation from the public. Even in cases where SIU would deal with the case, visit some of the accused or suspect, but when you find that after that, it will take some years before there's any decision that will be later taken by the NPA after your assistance as the DPCI. So the significance of this 2% of work is that it's got high publicity. Because it involves the Department of Justice, the presidency that issues the proclamation, the involvement of the SIU. So the public is likely to judge you on the basis of this 2% of work of proclamation. So as much as we, I think at our level, we can't judge you on the basis of that, but it is important that we need to make sure that there's you put more dedication in terms of attending these cases of referrals. Yeah, coming to the NPA, I've also heard from Advocate Batoi indicating that, especially with regards to the issues of state capture, that state capture cases constitute 0.01% of your total cases that you have. Well, also the same principle applies, that the fact that these matters were ventilated in the Zondo Commission, there's a high expectation, because I think for the public, they see it as low-hanging fruits. You see, if Zondo Commission has dealt with matter, people were there giving evidence, the public was watching, the expectation would that, no, but it's an almost concluded thing. So they would expect something to be done. If it takes another 5 years to 10 years for such cases to be concluded, I think it sends a very negative message to the public because of its publicity and the fact that the public was following those cases in the Zondo Commission, and they would keep on referring to them to say, but there was a Zondo Commission, so much billions were spent, but there is nothing happening. Obviously, the public may not know that there's a certain threshold that we need to reach in order to be able to prosecute and stuff like that. But I think we need to be seen doing something about those cases and having feedback to say, no, this is how the matter has been concluded. Here, there's no enough evidence, therefore we can't prosecute. But there should be a way that such cases are concluded so that the public can see the law taking its course. Yeah, on the referrals from the SIU to the NPA again, I've seen that Transnet, I think it's one that it's having quite a number of referrals. There are quite a number of referrals that involves Transnet SOE from the SIU to the NPA. And when I look at your slides, I think I see some of the cases are appearing there, but I think they are categorized under complex nature of investigation. So I just want to find out how complex are they? Because you see, an entity that like Transnet that is having so much challenges, and it had so much challenges in the past. And when we have so much referrals regarding it, obviously the expectation from the public is to see something being done about such cases. But I see that almost all of them, they are classified under a complex nature of investigation. So how complex are those cases? Then my last question is with regards to the challenges that you have highlighted as the NPA. One being that the fact that the lapse of time between the commission of an offense and the issuing of proclamation has an impact in making you not to succeed in prosecuting because of the lapse of time. You find that you can no longer get some of the documentary evidence and stuff like that. So I want to find out as to where exactly is the delay. Is it the delay in the presidency, that the presidency takes time before they sign a proclamation, or the delays with the Department of Justice, or generally the public, they don't report these matters on time, whether being in a form of anonymous people or stuff like that? Do they take time before they report? Where exactly is the delay? Because I'm just imagining if a case goes through the ecosystem, but at the end, you can't, you take a decision not to prosecute because some of the documentary evidence is no longer there and stuff like that. So where exactly is the delay? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I think that might need to be also dealt with maybe by the SIU. Maybe they take different bites, but it feels like an SIU sort of area. Thank you. Honorable Madlan.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the delegation. I think you've been greeted a lot today. I almost thought of not greeting, but it would be against my culture. And also to thank you for the work that you do and for the report that you have given. Because we barely have the other colleagues except the SIU here, maybe I'll take a second to just express that our adopted approach as the committee of the 7th administration has been that we come as a partner to these institutions for them to tell us the truth of what is happening and where the problem is. So that when we understand where the problem is, we can then be able to structure ourselves in terms of our legislative role as Parliament and assist them to deliver. Because if we then do that part, we then anticipate a situation where they are able to deliver as expected. And they cannot blame the law and all of that, because all of these things are within our decision making. You know, the problems are not created by God in heaven. If the problems are legislative-wise, they are created by people, and they must be resolved by people with the necessary speed. So we can't sit with a situation in the country where we can't cap the scourge of corruption, and we're saying the problem is the legislation, as if someone must come. You know, biblical people know that there's a time that Jesus will come back, as if someone will come at some point and change legislation. Legislation can be changed tomorrow. There are processes that enable for legislations to be changed. So we come from that point. So when we ask certain questions, it is because we want to get to the bottom of the problem and to know exactly what role do we need to play, so that we don't go around in cycles dealing with the same issues over and over again, year after year, without coming to finality. And as a student of Amilcar Cabral, we believe that some of us, we hide nothing from the masses of our people. We expose lies, we tell no lies, and we mask no difficulties, mistakes or failures, and we claim no easy victories. So we want facts. We deal with issues as they are presented. So number one, I still need clarity on the prioritization model. I know that this question was brought forward. And this is the reason that I'm interested in it. Because the prioritization could be in terms of the value of the case being referred by SIU to the NPA, so it takes priority, or it's just according to the numbers. When was it brought forward? Or it is about the profile of the people involved, or it's a combination of factors. What is the structure and framework? And I want to draw a quick example on what Advocate Batohi, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, was saying with regards to, which also I find it very fruitful, because we have the issue of the state capture, or the so-called state capture, a debate for another day, which we, if I was sitting at home, looking at the projected magnitude of it, I would have thought that in the problems of the country, it composes about 99%. So we're getting a briefing that it is 0, not 0.1, but 0.01% of the work of the NPA. However, it consumes quite a lot in terms of the resources involved in trying to deal with it. And that could be because of the media attention, how the process arriving at it was derived. And that also brings me again to the prioritization of the matters. That does the media then drive the narrative? Does the media drive the prioritization model? Or the public interest, maybe rather, which from a different thinking would be able to clearly link to the media, which we understand that is privately owned and made some instances of its own agendas, of what becomes priority to it, because that is not regulated by government. It's regulated by the auditors. I think the chair would understand better how the media prioritizes issues. So that's the clarity that I need on that part. So that we can we can deal with the issues in context and take the public into confidence, because as we speak here, politicians as we are, it is the voices of the millions of people who stand in line to vote and vote for us. So as you respond, you also respond to those people. Those are the people who seek the clarity that is much needed in taking this country forward. The other issue that I wanted to deal with is what the head SIU spoke about, which is what I like, and I think we're getting somewhere. So that's why, Chair, I'm not worried about being here waiting for long. I'm getting very excited about this discussion because this is the room, all these stressful reports we get of high levels of corruption, maladministration that we deal with on a daily basis, and we even feel that we need psychologists for. This is the room that is supposed to provide the solutions to them. So even if we take 3 days, if it's not a tick box exercise, it must be able to come out with some fruitful recommendations and insights shared to ensure that we move forward. And I've asked this to the SIU and in other platforms about the philosophy around the turnaround strategy to end corruption. Because as the advocate Batohi said, which I agree with, I know some of my colleagues did not agree with, no amount of arrest is going to, or prosecution is going to end corruption. You're dealing with an issue of a culture. There's a philosophical issue around this matter, which says what kind of an individual do you produce as a country who feels that it is okay to take 18 million of claims from a child that is disabled and not send a single wheelchair there. Take the entire money, go and buy a car for 14 million and continue living a lavish lifestyle. So how have we arrived at that? And some of these individuals are individuals who are probably 30-something, who were born in 1994. So as a democratic government, we should be able to be fully accountable for the kind of education system we've imparted on this individual, the entire social environment we've created, which has built this kind of a thinking. Because if you were to look at the number of issues we're dealing with, even if you were to multiply the staffing in all these entities, you'll still will not be able to deal with the matter. So at a philosophical level, it is important that we have a strategy to turn around the situation, create a particular kind of a culture that is able to ensure that we're not as selfish and as individualistic as we are. And maybe in a different platform, we'll discuss whether, to what extent is capitalism as a system affecting these realities. And maybe we'll do benchmarks in terms of socialist countries and other countries and see what mode or what thought or ideas or school of thoughts work better. But at least we're sparking a discussion. But at least I think I am at a point where at least I admit that I accept that this government does not have currently a philosophical strategy to curb and end corruption in the next 30 years or 40 years, even if you don't end it, but to curb the scourge of it, because we're dealing with massive scale at this point, which any other department will drown. And to increase budgets in prosecuting, new people who are implicated are born as we speak. and who are going to be engaged in corrupt activities. Arrests will be made, not that people don't fear jails. I've made this example about the issue of Mkwana's case, and I like what he's doing there. He's doing a very good job. But people are on the street today robbing as well. And how do we deal with the social issues of how the socio-economic realities, the philosophical thinking, the education as part of the non-cohesive arm of the state, and how have we produced an individual that thinks in this particular manner over the period of 30 years? And in the next period of 30 years, what kind of a symbolic individual are we speaking about? In this particular case of corruption, we're even speaking about educated people who have a salary and who have means of living. So we're not speaking about unemployment being the cause of corruption, because in the main, these are highly educated CEOs, highly educated people, ministers, people who have businesses, who have some money, you know, but for some reason who find it necessary that they must expropriate as much as they can, even if the rest of the society sleep on empty stomachs and starve to death. So there is a philosophical discussion that I like that we're venturing into. And as a government thinking systematically, we must be able to respond to some of those issues. The stats here are good to express and to show the levels. But for me, at this level, I think I'm more concerned about what is the thinking that we want to impart as a systematically thinking government to ensure that we have the necessary responsible citizens and we're able to end this. But also, I like what, towards closure, Chair, because I've tried to time myself. I know some people may be exhausted. Also, again, I liked what Advocate Batohi said when he spoke about the culture and ethical leadership. And this brings me to my last set of questions, because I agree with you 100% that the leadership always sets the tone of a culture in a particular environment. That is why you'd find that one employee employed by company A could behave in a particular manner, and if that person is employed by company B, their behavior totally changes. We have experienced it as professionals in different areas. You find that one person is employed by a government, they come in late, what. Immediately they're employed by a private company, they change totally. So the problem is not the person, it's the culture, it's the environment that cultivates the kind of a laissez-faire attitude or the kind of a hardworking and disciplined person. So when you speak about leadership, we take serious that statement, Advocate Batohi. And we believe that the leadership in the country then must set the tone of ethical leadership and leadership that is able to be accountable to the people. And these are the following questions I want to ask in that regard. The decision by the National Prosecuting Authority not to prosecute President Ramaphosa, in light of the findings of the Section 89 independent panel, obviously has left South Africans with quite a number of questions. And the public does deserve some explanation around these matters. So we're sitting with you today, and the entire millions of people are sitting with you today, and would like to have an understanding around the following matters. In relation to undeclared foreign currency, how did the NPA handle the issue of foreign currency that was not declared? And this is in the context that the South African law requires the declaration of foreign currency above a certain threshold to the South African Reserve Bank. The public must understand the rationale of not prosecuting this apparent breach of financial regulations. That's number one. Number two, the South African Reserve Bank stated that the transaction involving the foreign currency was not perfected. Effectively meaning that no legal transaction took place. Why then was this not considered as money laundering? The context of the question, the chair said we must start with the question and come to the context. The context in this particular question is that when in incidences of money laundering, it will involve dealing with funds derived from illegal activities or obscuring their origins. If no legal transaction occurred, the possession and handling of the foreign currency may meet the criteria for an investigation under anti-money laundering status. The third question is, why did the NPA choose not to act on Section 89 independent panel's findings that Mr. Ramaphosa had violated Section 34(1) of the Prevention of Combating of Corruption Activities Act? And the context thereof is that this particular section referred to here obliged certain individuals, including those in positions of authority, to report corrupt activities involving amounts above 100,000. Was this obligation fulfilled? If not, why was it not prosecuted? The second last question relates to the accountability of the president as a sole member of the close cooperation of the firm. And the question goes, Mr. Ramaphosa, as a sole member of the CC of the Palapala farm. How did the NPA reconcile this fact against accountability for the action and irregularities tied to the farm, not now to him, but to the farm operations? As the sole member of the CC, he bears ultimate responsibility for its compliance with the law, including handling of its finances and reporting any irregular activity. The last question is, why has the NPA not found it unlawful for an individual to possess such a substantial amount of undeclared foreign currency? The possession of these large amounts, and I think we indicated earlier, without proper declaration, raises concerns about compliance and exchange control regulations and anti-corruption laws. Why was this not pursued as a prosecutable offense? And these questions, again, I want to contextualize them. The issue is the leadership tone. The issue is the leadership presenting itself as accountable leadership and as well as ethical leadership, which sets then the tone for the entire government sphere. And I understand that at some point you said there's a strategic direction to arrest people at lower levels. Obviously, you said with an intention or with the hope that they are going to, there's going to be a link of evidence to people in higher authorities. But those in higher authorities of government must be the first ones to exemplify what ethical and moral leadership. And with your suggestion that there must be an amendment to how the appointments to the NPA are done, and you say that it is in order to ensure that we deal with the financial and operational independence of the NPA. And on the same breath, you've mentioned that neither the president nor the previous ministers have interfered with your work. So the question then is, as a last question, Chair, if the president and the ministers, or the president who appoints the three levels at the NPA, does not interfere or has not interfered, why do we need to make amendment to ensure financial and operational independence? Why is there a need to do that if there is no interference? If right now the NPA enjoys total independence with that provision being there, why do we need to then make amendments to it? Unless if obviously we're saying that there is some level of limitation of that independence as a result of that. Or if we want to then derive the lack of independence to individual interferences, at whatever point we want to make an assumption of, then we must deal with the issue of ethical character of leadership that we are able to place in positions of authority. But it does not then necessitate that we must change legislation. You know, that is the last question, Chair, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, and Honorable Gupega, just indulge me with 1 minute. So I understand there are people with planes to catch. So I just want to say to the committee, we are going to take all the questions, deal with the answers, and then be done for the day, if that is okay. I've already begged for indulgence, at least from some teams have split, others staying and others leaving. I don't want the committee room to be empty of people when members are still on the floor. So over to you, Honorable Kupe.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the teams gracing us with their presence today. I would like to piggyback on what my colleague just spoke about now, because I think what he just said and what I've got here is more interrelated. Even though bulk of the questions have been asked, I think the first question would be to all three departments or entities that are visiting us today. On the Zondo Commission, over 1 billion rand was spent, and given the lack of prosecution, does the SIU, the DPCI, and the NPA believe that this was money well spent? And this is speaking now to the over 1 billion rand of the Zondo Commission. Was this money well spent or not? That's the first question. And the second one is, according to the same three entities as well, what do you guys think is the media's role in this so-called State Capture Commission, given the prominence in society of the commission, because this thing is being aired and flighted all over, versus the outputs of the commission? and versus the fact that 0.01% of the work done by, for instance, the NPA relates to state capture? And what is basically the role of media according to the various teams, to all three spheres? What do you think is the role of the media here? Are the media pushing a certain narrative? What do you think? What is your position or posture on that one? And then I think moving on to the NDPP. The NDPP is appointed by the president. And again, piggybacking on what my colleague spoke about earlier, can the NDPP be trusted to be entirely fair and impartial when it comes to issues involving specifically the president now? Can the NDPP speak to that? Given, and I ask this given what happened to the previous public protector that we had, when she went and she asked a couple of questions, she sent them to the president, and I think we all know what happened after that. Can the NDPP indulge us on that one? That can she be trusted to be entirely fair and impartial when it comes to issues involving the president? That's the one question. And then the next one is, the NPA has a duty to carry out its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. This means that impartiality is critical for the NPA. However, there have been several concerns and discussions on the impartiality of the NPA and the potential conflicts of interest that may arise considering their private donor funding model. Now, given the private donor funding model and that there is funding that comes from the private sector, what is the impact on the investigations that is there, given that they now have people who are funding them? Can they still continue to be impartial? And please, when you indulge us on that one, please note that we've heard that the argument that the NPA does not receive donor funds directly and that they are channeled through the National Treasury. Let's understand that that argument is weak. Please don't go to that one, because I say that the argument is weak because it falls flat until we are given the names, or there's a listing of the names of the entities and or the people who are the private donors is made available to the public. Can the NPA speak to and comment about this? And then thirdly, the NDPP has made representations to the State Security Agency to vouch for the NDPP's deputy. And after he was denied, and this was after he was denied top security clearance in October 2024. This was now, he was denied the security clearance chair because the deputy NDPP holds dual South African and British nationality. So basically he's a citizen in both countries. And I think for this reason, he was denied clearance, as this poses a risk of foreign influence over prosecuting decisions within the Republic. I think with that being said, we need to understand that when we as citizens know this, what are we supposed to think, what are we supposed to see, what are we supposed to understand about having someone at that high level in government holding a dual citizenship? I think that's a problem. I would like another comment by the NDPP on that one. And then the next question is, what happens when a proclamation is received? And I think this is for the SIU and the DPCI. What happens when a proclamation is received on an issue? And then while investigating that issue, there are more issues that arise from that investigation. Is the investigating team allowed to expand the scope? Are they allowed to change the terms of reference and investigate all of the issues that they are finding, that they are now finding there, that were not on the original scope? Or is it a situation where the investigating team must let sleeping dogs lie, given that whatever issues that have arisen do not fall in that scope? I think then onto the slides from the DPCI. I think congratulations needs to go to the teams that are investigating here. ESCOM, ABB is being investigated, and IDEC and AFU recovered 2.55 billion rands from ABB. That must be commended. The question there is ABB still doing any work with ESCOM currently? And if so, what is the value of those contracts, and why would they be still working with ESCOM? On slide 22, top municipalities. This is slide 22 on the SIU to NPA slides. The top municipalities, SIU referrals, municipalities. We've got a lot of municipalities here, but I don't see our major metropolitans. Durban, Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Cape Town are not there. What does this mean? That's the question. Does it mean that there's no corruption in these cities? And then challenges, on the slide that says challenges for the SCCU. The lack of cooperation by state entities and departments. The question to this is specifically to the SIU. Does this not need Parliament to give SIU more prosecutorial powers? And then slide 50, again, SIU to NPA. There's a company, SAP, Systems Applications Products, that works for Transnet. Their recoveries relating to corrupt contracts to the value of 1.08 billion was recovered from SAP. The question there is, does SAP do any work for government or any government entity or department? And if so, why is that? And is SAP blacklisted? On to slide 50, SIU NPA, Transnet Regiment's Capital. AFU obtained a restraint order in the amount of 1.658 billion, and a confiscation order will be sought after the conviction. Another question, is the regiment's capital blacklisted from working with government? And is the regiment's capital currently doing any work for government and its entities? That's a question there. Slide 26, SIU NPA. Reasons for, slide 26, it says reasons for decisions not to prosecute. And I think 81% of these were insufficient evidence. I think this now speaks to our issues that we have when it comes to finalizing these prosecutions, and these prosecutions taking 10 years to prosecute. There will be this issue if we don't conclude and we as this House do not find ways to speed up the prosecution. Because, and I think one of my colleagues earlier on said, we need to give the SIU prosecutorial powers so that they don't have to hand over investigations to be reinvestigated for another 2-3 years to the NPA or the DPCI. If 81% of that says insufficient evidence, I think we need to look at that, and I'm not sure who would speak to that between the three entities. And then just lastly, Chair, slide 43, ESCOM matters. We've got Tageta, Optimum Colliery, and Templar. The AFU secured 2 settlements to the value of 480 million, and to date, 19 million was recovered. The question here is, have these owners of these companies been sanctioned? And have these companies been blacklisted? And are any of these companies doing work with the government? I think, Chair. Okay, wait, no, just there's another one. I didn't write the slide number here, but it was cases under investigation for rural development and land reform. Cases under investigation, there are 0. I'm not sure I understand that. Are we saying that the department, the rural development and land reform is clean, there's no issues there? Transnet, 995 million. I think we've seen Transnet coming to present to us here. This issue is worrying. Can someone speak to that? Why we're saying there's a 995 million rand only at Transnet that's an issue? Or that is the cases under investigation specifically. Denel, 44 million. Cocta, 0. Prasa, just 1 case. SASA, 550,000. Can we speak to that? Are those the only cases that stem out or that come from these entities? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So that would conclude the questions. So if we can go through the answers, and once again, I encourage you to get to the nub of the question and deal with it. There are some questions, Honorable Kupega, that we had asked about some of these entities, and we got extensive written submissions. So if you have not seen, I will gladly furnish those to you. But let's try and wrap up. So let's start with you, Advocate Batoyi, because I think most of the questions were for you.
Yes, thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
There's quite a few questions. I think on the issue, the first issue that Honourable Blose raised about the SIU legislative powers to criminally investigate, I think that is a matter for Parliament to decide. But of course, we as those that are working this sphere can of course advise. And in my view, I think any capacity or capability to investigate complex corruption in South Africa is critical. And I think we may perhaps be, I know, the comments have been made that, excuse me, if it's in one space, it might be quicker. But I think when one understands the difference between meeting the civil standard and meeting the criminal standard, one might find that even if you do grant criminal investigative powers to the SIU, it might not necessarily shorten the period because their work will necessarily mean a lot more than they currently do. Excuse me. But I think that General Labia can speak more about that aspect and what happens after the referrals are sent from us to the SIU. My colleagues will deal with the cyber skills issues. There's no capacity for intelligence in the NPA. Honorable Skosana, on the small percentage that the NPA deals with state capture related cases, I want to emphasize again, it's a small percentage, but you're absolutely right. It's one that's in the very high profile, and we have been, a lot of our resources and efforts has been because, notwithstanding the fact that the prosecutors deal with 800,000 to 900,000 cases a year, the end of the day, the country will consider the NPA to be a failure or a success, depending on how these cases are dealt with. That means that we give it the necessary state capture, and I'm going to make sure that but the devastating impact that it had on our country, particularly the poor and the vulnerable, particularly the development prospects. I think we have a duty to South Africans to make sure, as law enforcement, that we hold those accountable for that. It cannot be that you bring a country to its knees and then nobody is held accountable and we don't recover the money. So it is because of the Zondo Commission, it is in the public space. So even though it's a small fracture, it's a top priority for the NPA, and it always has been for those reasons. In terms of, and maybe just the other question on Zondo Commission, I think it was Advocate Kubeka who mentioned it. Was it money well spent? I think when one looks at it helped to lay bare the devastating effects of state capture. And it has certainly given law enforcement a guide in terms of what this beast was about. But it didn't give law enforcement, I'm sorry, can I have some more? We've got some. It didn't give law enforcement a blueprint for prosecutions. Excuse me. So I think in that sense, it was a lot of money, and I certainly wish we in law enforcement could get that amount of money to ensure that there's now the recommendations of the Zondo Commission are taken forward and that we can move faster with these cases. In terms of the complexity of these investigations, I'll leave it to my colleagues to deal with, but let me just make this clear, that if one compares South Africa with other very well-resourced jurisdictions like the Serious Fraud Office in the UK, which investigates these types of complex commercial crimes, corruption, it takes them, we're not very far behind in terms of the time that it takes to investigate these matters, as well as the numbers of cases that they deal with per year, and with a much bigger budget. So I just want to bring that to your notice because it's not just South Africa. We're struggling. And when you come to think of what we, the history, it is we actually, in that sense, when you compare us with other similar institutions internationally, the figures are not that different. So these matters take a long time in order to get them trial ready. In terms of the prioritization model, I'll allow my colleagues to deal with that. But just in a nutshell, I think it was Honorable Madlala who dealt with this, who raised this. In a nutshell, it deals with all of those issues that you mentioned. It's not just one. We have a prioritization guideline, and it deals with various criteria that are taken into consideration when these matters are prioritized between the DPCI and ourselves, and all of various criteria that you mentioned. Many of them are all there, and it's about weighting the different ones. But that's how we are guided. In terms of the media versus public interest, let me say that we have respect for investigative journalists that have actually assisted in looking into trying to lay bare some of the what happened during not just state capture, but in many other aspects. But we're not driven by the media. We certainly do not prosecute because something is in the media space. And the media puts a lot of, inverted commas, pressure on law enforcement and the NPA. We can't succumb to that pressure, because if we do, we will make mistakes. So we must have our own prioritization, and we will proceed when a case is ready. And that is why maybe perhaps some say we're not moving quickly enough. If we were driven by those kinds of pressures, maybe you'd see a lot more of these cases. So we make sure we reach the standard, and that's when we will enroll a case. With regard to the NDPP's appointment, I think given the past, that what we've seen in South Africa, you raise a very valid question, is that the president appoints a national director. Can one expect a national director to be impartial in respect of the president? Let me make this clear. That was not the case in the past. And currently now, it doesn't matter whether it's from the president, ministers, parliamentarians. We follow the evidence. And if the evidence is there, there must be consequences. The matter was raised also about the case against the president. I mentioned earlier the way decisions are taken in the NPA, and that the DPPs in the divisions take the decisions. This decision was taken by Advocate Ivy Tenga at the DPP in Limpopo division. And I understand that there are representations that are being made, so the matter is still an open matter. The issue of the financial and operational independence, I think you raise a very important issue, and I needed to be clear about this so that it's clearly understood. And then, as you said, if the committees will assist us moving forward, it's important that this distinction is understood. Firstly, the financial and operational independence that we speak about of the NPA does not relate to the president. It relates to the NPA's relationship with the Director General of Justice, who is the accounting officer of the NPA. And that is where we talk about financial and operational independence. And, I've even submitted an affidavit to the Zondo Commission that explains all of this. So that is why it's not an issue relating to the president. It's the NPA's operational and financial matters that the DG of Justice, being the accounting officer, leads to undermining of the NPA leadership, as well as inefficiencies in terms of procurement and various other aspects of our operational inefficiencies. And that is what needs to be dealt with and addressed. And then the issue of the private donor funding model. Let me say, firstly, the NPA does not receive any funding from the private sector at all. The private sector has been involved in supporting various government departments for many, many years in various, in the NPA itself. The Tutuzela care centers has been fully, or well, not fully, substantially supported by the private sector in recent times. 20 years ago, the private sector came on board to assist with the setting up of the specialized commercial crime units because commercial work was not being expedited. So the private sector support to the NPA is not new, to government is not new. And so we actually currently, the NPA has always been able to secure Section 38 private counsel to deal with our cases. We've been doing that for years, and we continue to do that where we need the additional skills. The engagement with the private sector in the context of the IDAC currently is in the context of the presidential initiative, where the private sector is supporting government in the context of the Transnet, logistics, ESCOM, and crime and corruption. And so the setting up of earlier I spoke about it, a digital forensic data analytical capability is something that the private sector is supporting the prosecuting authority with. But let me make it clear that these are services that all of law enforcement actually engages with private sector to get these services done. In most of our corruption cases, we hire the chartered accountants in the private sector, various entities. That is part of how we work. We need because we don't have the skills and expertise. The private sector is actually, their services are procured in order to ensure that this work gets done. In the case, in relation to the presidential initiative, they are setting up this capability in order to support the IDAC to do exactly, not the financial investigation part of it, but the data analytical forensic capability. And that, as I said, is because most of it's our evidence is on phones and, laptops and iPads. So that capacity is not an indication of a weakness. It's indication of, in fact, it's in line with international best practices, and our international obligations require us to be engaging with various partners to get the necessary skills and expertise so that we're able to do our work. But importantly, independently, to make sure that the evidence is there. We are not making up any evidence. We are looking at whatever is, properly, the evidence is properly obtained, and then as prosecutors, we objectively look at the cases before we decide whether to prosecute or not. So these are critical skills and capacities that we need in the country. And then the final question, before I hand over to my colleagues, is the issue of the security clearance of one of the deputies of the NPA. Well, let me say firstly that the particular Deputy National Director that you're dealing with is a born and bred South African. He's lived all his life in South Africa. He's got no connections to the UK. He's never lived there. He's got no family there. And he was not working in the NPA until recently, and in citizenship that he acquired in 2018. My understanding is that I think between 40 to 50% of our first cabinet and maybe was people with dual citizenship. And so it does not necessarily mean that you're not loyal to your country. And so we are fully compliant with MIS. And so, this particular deputy does not take prosecutorial decisions. And it's absolutely lawful for South Africans to hold dual citizenship. So I do not see that he's a risk. I have done the declaration that's required, and so we are fully compliant with the MIS standards in that regard. I'm going to hand over to Advocate de Kock and colleagues to deal with other aspects. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, NDPP. I'm going to answer a few questions that were raised. I think the first ones were raised by Closey. Is it Closey? Yes.
Close. Not close.
Sorry. Close. But I wrote it correctly. I just said it wrong. Close, yes. He asked about the challenge that we had put in our presentation about the lapse between when the offense is committed and when the proclamation is issued, and he asked where the delay is in terms of that, is it in the presidency or not? as the NPA, we can't say with certainty where the delay is. The issue of the issuing of the proclamation happens between the Department of Justice and the Presidency and the SIU. So we get in after, so we're not part of that. So I can't say with certainty what the delay is there. What the point though I was making is that if, because of the delays that happens, for whatever reason, they affect our cases down the line. So, for instance, I gave an example about the Proclamation 32 of 2020. In that proclamation, the offenses happened between 2014. They go as far back as 2014. We are in 2024. That's 10 years ago. That means that in 2020 now, that's 6 years ago, when you try and you go to the bank to get documents so you can see the money flow, who ultimately benefited, if you go to companies to get documents, that time period messes up with your evidence collection, and that's the point I was making in terms of the challenge. So it's just a practical challenge that we have because of the passage of time. We were also asked about the prioritization in terms of what gives. What advises the prioritization? Is it the value? Is it the people involved? Is it the public interest? And all of that. The DPCI has already mentioned that, you know, they are, in their definition and who they are the Directorate for priority crime. So that's already an indication of that the matters that would fall within their mandate are already somewhat of a priority. They've got a numeric value to it that they will not take anything that is under 500,000, and it won't also be a run-of-the-mill kind of cases. So already the matters are a priority. But I need to make the point that, again, the SIU referrals form a small part of the amount of the cases that we get as the NPA, whether it's in the SCCU or IDEC or referrals to asset forfeiture. It's a small part. The prioritization happens in the broader space. So each division, each DPP will have priorities, each unit will have priorities that they will have in terms of cases. In some matters, the SIU matter would be part of, say, a top 10 priority that the DPP has identified. So there's different things that we consider. Also, the dynamics of the divisions are different. So given what might be a priority in terms of public interest in a particular area might not be necessarily a big issue in another area. So there's different dynamics that come into play. The other question I wanted to respond to was regarding the top municipalities that we had put in the slide. I can't remember which member raised it, but what I also want to say is that it does not mean, you said there are major metros that are not there on the slide. And the question was that, does it mean that there isn't corruption in those areas? Again, this is top 10 cases, referrals that we receive from SIU. There's a lot of other work that happens outside the SIU referrals. So the DPCI has been embarking on a national municipal clean audit project. It's a big, massive national project that has been driven by the head office. Those are not SIU referrals. So those numbers, they would show perhaps a different picture in terms of where the bulk of the corruption is. They are not included here because they are not SIU referrals. Okay. The other case, it speaks about the slide that we had put in that shows the percentages of the decisions and what causes the decision. So 81% was flagged to say the reasons for not prosecuting is in 81% of our cases is insufficient evidence. Again, it speaks to, when we take a decision to court, we are guided by what is in the docket ultimately. Do we have enough to can prove the case? And if we don't have sufficient in the docket, we will not prosecute a case, we will not take it to court. With delays comes memory issues with witnesses. You can't trace witnesses. If an offense happened 10 years ago, you're going to court today, you might not trace witnesses. Original documents may not be found. You might not have the enough evidence to take the matter to court, and this is why 81% of the time, the reason we don't go to court is that we simply do not have sufficient evidence. Thank you.
First, let me ask, Mr. Sissoko, and then Advocate Rabaji.
Thank you, NDPP. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to deal with a question in relation to the complex nature of the investigations. Chair, the matters that we deal with, by their nature, they are very complex. We're now talking about, first of all, matters that happened some years back. And true, people went to Zondo and testified. But the testimony that we heard, everyone saying at Zondo, is not the kind of testimony that we can use for the criminal prosecution. So there is a lot of work that we have to do from an investigative point of view to make sure that, those matters become prosecution ready. Now, we have to deal with issues relating to a huge number of data, petabytes of data, terabytes of data in most of these investigations. You find that our dockets, they cover hundreds of Act-Lever files, thousands of statements in relation to these investigations. You also have a situation where in most of these investigations, there are transactions that happened outside also of this country. So we have to embark on MLA processes with foreign jurisdictions to get information to assist in relation to these investigations. So these are not your normal kind of investigations that you get like they happen only within the country and all the evidence is within the country. So that is some of the challenges that faces us when we conduct this kind of investigations. And a part of the problem also is that some of the capabilities, like we spoke about the digital forensic, the data analysis, we do not have those capabilities within the NPA. So we have to outsource also those capabilities from private sector players to assist us in those investigations. So these are some of the issues that make these investigations take longer than any other ordinary investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. There are also a few questions that comes from slides. The first one was, is ABB still doing work for ESCOM? This one, Chairperson, I'm not sure about the answer. I don't know whether
Can I guide you as follows?
Yes.
So we conducted an oversight visit to ESCOM. There were quite a few entities where this question arises. We asked ESCOM for a detailed submission. That has been sent, it's been shared with the members, but we'll share it again with Honorable Kubeka. So in as far as there are issues that relate to ESCOM and questions like that, you can leave them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, for the assistance. And then the next one was, does SAP do work do they still do work for government? Yes, Chairperson, they've been doing work for not only the public sector, but also the private sector. They do Microsoft services, iCloud services for banks, for your checkers. Everywhere where there's big data intelligence needed, they do the work. They still continue doing work for government. As I've said, they first came into South Africa in 1982. So with the disgorgements and the reparations or the settlement we did with with SAP, it was 2.2 billion in total. And of course, some of it was with Transnet, ESCOM. They were handled by SIU, and some was done by Asset Forfeiture Unit. And then there was a 50 million payment to CARA. in all those cases, money was not stolen from government. What happened during state capture was that the contracts were tainted in the sense that there were intermediaries in between who asked for commissions. So that's what happened. And SAP then said, in the spirit of clean governance, we've done good work in South Africa. We don't want to be party to the tainted contracts where there were intermediaries. We rather disgorge the amounts of the contracts. Then the next question was, is Regiment still doing work for government? Regiment's capital has been sequestrated. The company no longer exists. The last one that I want to deal with was the owners of this company, Tageta Templar, doing work for government. So we did a freezing order and a forfeiture order for Tageta Resources, which was a Gupta-linked mine. So now the new owners are not related. It's not related to state capture. We would not know at this point. The mine, in fact, was not, it needed to be rehabilitated before it can be in use. I think it's about 4 or 5 months that they have opened business again. So we don't know who they do business with, but the mine does supply coal to Eskom. So I think part of the answer would come from maybe what the question is alluding to. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Chair.
Sorry, Chair. Are you going to give me the answer on optimum as well?
Yes, it's in the document.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I'll touch on the matters that require the DPCI. Firstly, the working relationship with the SIU-NPA and the SAPS, the necessity of entering into that agreement. It is helpful because the law will say that a reference must be made to the NPA. At times we find that what we are already working on has to be declared on the other side. So we collaborate from the beginning, even before that referral is done. There is a practical example of what is happening in Tembisa. We are far ahead with the investigation, but the proclamation will come and the referral will come at a later stage. So we will not be waiting. So that's why the agreement becomes helpful. That in terms of the normal working relationship between government departments, we need to cooperate. It's just an example. We have taken note of the expectation with regard to the percentage of what we are working and what the public is actually expecting on the matters that are being referred. And it's part and parcel of prioritization. In many forums where we attend, there is always an expectation that this one should be priority. Police killings, cash in transit, COVID. So every time something comes, it is expected that it should be a priority. So there are guidelines that have been crafted to assist us to see that this one really needs to be prioritized. But on the front of all this is those matters that are already on the court roll, because you can't afford those to be withdrawn because of certain lack of some of the activities. On the issue of the metros that appears to be not reflected, as I indicated, these matters are those that have been referred by the SIU. But we have got other matters that we are handling. In fact, in the municipality, we are dealing with 290 investigations. And then in the Johannesburg Metro, we have got 8. And at eThekwini, we have got 10. So in all of the municipalities, we have the investigation. We know how many in which municipalities and what is the status of those matters. And I think that my colleague may want to touch on one item. Maybe let me indicate that the amount that the Zondo shall have spent as to whether we believe that is well spent. We are working on those matters as we shall have indicated. All of those recommendations that have been made will be pursued. And the media's role, obviously, it assists. Every time something is communicated, it assists, because in some areas, it opens our eyes, even in areas where we may not have already picked up some of the information that need to be pursued.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe the point that I will just add on, Chair, there was a question from the honorable member that when maybe there's an investigation referred by SIU, and during our investigation we find that maybe there's other issues that come out which were not necessarily covered by the referral. The question was whether do we deal with those members, with those allegations, or that what comes out of investigation? Yes, Chair, we deal with that. We don't limit ourselves on what SIU has referred us. Similarly, as the National Leader have said, some of the cases we will deal with them prior to the what you call the proclamation or the referrals. And when the referral comes, you find that it deals with a fraction of what we have already covered. So we don't necessarily open new cases. That referral will just be covered by that docket. So in other words, what is referred to us by SIU does not limit us to go further when there's evidence for criminal acts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Advocate Matibi, last answers from you.
Thank you, Chair. Just few ones. What happens when I think this part of the scope has been covered, but in our case, when the proclamation is issued and there are further matters that we discover and they are not covered by the proclamations, by law we are required to amend, and we follow the amendment process. We don't just leave them there. Honorable Chair, I had made a note here, but I really take your guidance here, but just a view that the ABB matter, the contract was cancelled as part of the outcome of the SIU investigations. But of course, ESCOM indicated that operationally they require ABB still there and so on. We had a view, and they engaged Treasury, and they had some extension with a sign off of Treasury. But I'm sure they would have explained it in the document. Does this not require SIU to be given prosecutorial powers? I think, including what Honorable Blosser has said, Honorable Chair would probably not go as far as prosecutorial powers, because the Constitution is clear that there's a single prosecuting authority. But the point really is that the pragmatic reform that we're looking for is to deal with these delays. When we hand over evidence, we prepare, call it evidence pack. You could easily call that a docket, right? But it's simply because it was not investigated with the powers that are required to give that, the status of a docket. But you could easily convert that into a docket status, provided you take affidavits appropriately, provided there's warning statements and all those. So, Chair, I think here really there's and this is our view, that it's going to save a lot of time. What Honourable Blosser indicates, that multiple investigations on one matter, that will probably obviate that. And Honourable Chair, with your permission, I won't really read what I've just seen here publicly. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, it looks like they've gone public with their recommendations, and amongst others, it's this issue, around whatever entity that they are probably considering. How is it that we address this issue? And because this issue has come up as a critical delay that needs to be addressed. So our view is that if that area is addressed pragmatically, we are going to see really an improvement. Honourable Chair, I'm sure NACEC at some point, they might probably appear before this committee. I don't know what the processes are going to be, but they can appraise the committee in terms of the recommendations that they are going to make to the President. Is the MOU working? The 2017 MOU, it was really a start of seeking to address this. And when we amended it to include DPCI and SAP, it was, of course, based on the current working, and corroboration model, so that DPCI and SAPS are also involved, because there's this handover, so to speak. We refer to NPA to DPCI. So the MOU was really a quest to say how is it that we regulate the current collaboration model, and we've seen some improvement. But we believe it can really be improved. But once and for all, with legislative reform, to ensure that we don't really find ourselves here, come the next time. What's the other? Yeah, I suppose the question around SAP has been addressed. It finds itself in various state institutions. In water affairs, we found it there. We found it in various other state institutions. The question whether it's blacklisted, I don't have, well, from my side, we don't have the information whether it's blacklisted or not. I don't recall receiving a notification that it has been blacklisted. We can verify that and check. Chair, I think I'll pause here. The issues. I think all of them has really been covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of you for coming here today.
Chair, sorry. I apologize. I should have apologized for my colleagues who left.
I figured.
Yes. There's a meeting that we had at 4 with the Ministry of Trade and Industry because of the presentation to Lotto tomorrow. So we had to split to ensure that we attend to both, but I remained.
No, thank you. The Committee Secretary whispered to me, Honourable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. Because of time, I don't think that we would want to still go back into the issues, but most of my questions were not answered. They were very specific, particularly with regards to the issue of the President. So I want to request through you that if we can get a written reply to them, it would have been of the good public interest, because like I said, the people at home want to understand some of these things. But if, because of time, we may get a written reply to all of them, and then we'll find ways of getting them through to the people. Thank you.
In my language, they say you hit me on the mouth. So you hit me on the mouth because I also didn't ask my own questions. So let me just summarize in this way. Firstly, thank you very much to all of you and to the members for your patience and your participation today. Where we want to get to, at least in as far as the SIU referrals are concerned, is where there is a single concise presentation to the committee. That is consistent with what the monitoring at the presidency looks like, so that we don't have 3 presentations, differing numbers, and so on. To that extent, the committee staff, I'm going to sit with them, and we are then going to work on this together, so that it forms a template for written submissions, and it also forms a template for occasional appearances at the committee. We certainly don't want to keep you away from the work that you do, and I say this often to the SIU, that I want them to go out and investigate and not sit here. So the committee does not want to micromanage any of you, but the committee wants good quality information. The committee wants a good sense of progress. Where things are not happening, we need to understand why. We need to deal with the authority concerned, and we need to start seeing progress. That's the first thing. The second thing is we are going to send further questions. I had questions of my own, which would have attempted to get to the nub of the length of time it takes generally to bring cases to prosecution. I get the issues about how long it takes for the matters to get reported and so on, but one of the things I would have asked about is caseload, both at the DPCI as well as at the NPA. How many cases are people dealing with, of what complexity, and the issues at the courts and that sort of thing, because all of these are contributors, and South Africans want matters to move with speed. So we'll ask you questions about relating to both capacity and delays. There are the issues relating to salary scales and so on, because clearly there are issues around that. We do need to kind of get to a point where we're all on the same page about the different roles that all of these 3 institutions play within their constitutional mandate and so on, so that the working relationship between all of you is seamless and very, very effective, and everybody knows very well the patch on which they're playing, and they play very well in that in that position, so that we can advance the fight against corruption. So there'll be a number of issues that we raise, but please, we're going to work very hard to ensure that next time there is a single presentation, it's sufficiently detailed but also concise, and we're able to get through the issues in a much shorter time than we did today. This was a start. And thank you for indulging us, but thank you very much, and thank you for missing planes. I feel very bad for those of you who did, but thank you very much for respecting Parliament and indulging us and being here the whole time and not leave, particularly the heads. I really, really appreciate that you did that. Thank you, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Honorable members, I worry about your transport. We gave them until 5 o'clock. You might end up walking back to places of residence. So thank you very much, and thank you to the committee staff as well. Thank you. We adjourn.